Chapter 685. Today is Sister Man's birthday. It must be fake. I'm probably still in a dream. I must have been obsessed with the game last night. It must be like this. Xianxia looked at Wang Zijin, who was eating soup dumplings and listening attentively. Without any hesitation, he slapped her white and cute oval face. Slap. It was not a strong slap, but it was crisp. Wang Zijin was stunned. Her expression froze, and the soup dumpling in her mouth fell into the tofu pudding. Sister Ziwei's face gradually became ferocious. It hurts, Xianxia said softly. It hurts. Wang Zijin glared. Yes, I love Sister Ziwei the most, Xianxia said. It seemed that it was not a dream. Wang Zijin looked at the phone, then looked at Xianxia, and said expressionlessly, "You will lose me like this." "Say something, I'm waiting for your answer," Suyu shouted on the other end of the phone. "Yes, when?" Xianxia replied. Maybe it was a coincidence. It could not be that the system was assisting him. No, it was not assisting him. It wanted to see the world in chaos. He had a lot of problems to solve, and now he had to deal with Nan Man Pei? Without Sister Man, Xianxia was confident that he could control the overall situation. Of course at night. "We'll go pick some gifts in the afternoon," Suyu said. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia was scared. He rushed over, kissed Wang Zijin's face, and rubbed it. "It doesn't hurt." Wang Zijin kept a straight face and did not speak. Xianxia whispered in her ear, watching his sister who was concentrating on the game, "Then I'll let you sit on top tonight, and you can have sex with me." Wang Zijin could not help but smile when she saw his winking. She quickly stopped and snorted. "In your dreams. You'll have to rely on your hands at night." "Are you serious? You want me to learn from the blind monk and use my hands to achieve my dreams again?" Xianxia thought to himself, "This wind won't last long. If I only have Sister Ziwei as my wife, I will definitely be under her control." She had nothing to do at home in the afternoon, so she took some time to pay attention to Jianghu. The broadcast on the satellite channel was coming to an end, and the finale would arrive in a week. The online version had only been broadcasted halfway, and every day, there would be people with bad natures spilling spoilers on the bullet screen. The netizens were protesting that spoilers will kill the whole family, and turn off the bullet screen to protect IQ, while seriously reading the bullet screen. They couldn't stop reading the content of the spoilers. The profits brought in by Jianghu far exceeded Xianxia's expectations. At first glance, it didn't seem as good as a best-selling movie. However, there would still be some income from the copyrights in the future. It wasn't much, but it had the advantage of a steady stream. In addition, the celebrities who participated in the filming had their fame skyrocketed. In this era where traffic was king, there was a huge increase in the film's remuneration, appearance fees, and advertising fees. The main source of income for celebrities was definitely not from filming, but from advertisements and commercial performances. There were more and more celebrities under Tianfeng Entertainment, so his sister didn't have to work so hard anymore. Although compared to the model workers in the industry, she was just a salted fish. She didn't have to do endorsements or commercial performances every few days. In the future, she just had to stay behind the scenes. Xianxia hoped to see such a change. It would be better for his sister to be as low-key as possible. After all, when she got pregnant in the future, her exposure would be less. When it came to children, in Suyu's words, "It's really difficult for me to have children." She was a little anxious. She thought that if she got pregnant after one time and gave birth the next month, she would definitely say that she was pregnant with a son in October. In his heart, Xianxia didn't want to have children yet. He always felt that he was only 18 years old and didn't have the patience and awareness to be a stay-at-home dad. Wang Zijin was the same, and so was his sister. She was younger than Xianxia in her heart and always felt that she was a little fairy. If she gave birth too early, there would be two crying monsters at home. The older one would hold the younger one and cry to each other. After lunch, at his sister's request, he made 2 plates of fruit ice cream for the two of them and put them in crystal utensils. This way, his sisters could eat ice cream in the warm air-conditioned room. Girls loved to eat desserts, and Xianxia liked to see his sister's happy face when she ate desserts. As for Nan Man Pei's birthday, the two of them naturally wouldn't go. They weren't familiar with Nan Man Pei, and he didn't invite them. However, Wang Zijin asked Qin Zhe to be home before 10 o'clock. This request was reinforced by Qin Bao. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he waited for Su Yu's car in the underground parking lot and took her Maserati to leave the community. What gift should I buy? Su Yu drove while racking her brain. What do you think of perfume? If the perfume is not a limited edition foreign, then it loses the meaning of being a gift. Qin Zhe shook his head. Doesn't your sister have a limited edition Chanel? Su Yu instigated. I'll turn around and you bring it out. Do you want us to break up? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes at her. That perfume was bought through Davis's connections. Now, it couldn't be bought with money. His sister carefully treasured it, and her best friend Wang Zijin wanted to bear her fangs and claws when she sneaked a peek. Buy a watch, Su Yu said. The watch on Sister Man's hand is worth millions. Do you want to know? Qin Zhe said. The gift is light but the thought is heavy, then. Buy an electric jinbo. Ah! Su Yu, who didn't understand Japanese, didn't understand. What's that? Nothing, I'm just being naughty. Qin Zhe shrugged. You can decide what you want to give. Oh. No, we're going together. Don't you want to give a gift? If the husband and wife are together, it seems that you only need to give a gift. Qin Zhe frowned. I remember when I was a child, my parents gave gifts in return. Oh, you're so annoying. We haven't registered yet, so it doesn't count. Su Yu was so happy that she couldn't wait to turn the steering wheel and the green belt on the roadside. It was hard to hold back. Su Yu took him to the mall and shopped for more than an hour. They didn't buy anything, so they drove to another mall until 4:30 in the afternoon. Seeing that the gift was going to be dark if they didn't finalize the gift, she took Qin Zhe to a counter and bought a Dior perfume. Qin Zhe suspected that she had purposely dragged him to the mall before. So you actually knew it in your heart, and deliberately took me around for a long time? Qin Zhe was speechless. It's rare to come out, so I just want to accompany you. Su Yu admitted generously, and casually raised the knife. Bah, it was coquettish. Obviously, she knew that he was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Perfume was a consumable, so it was appropriate to give it at any time. Besides, with Nan Man Pei's wealth, it was completely unnecessary to buy something too expensive. I've also thought about your gift for you. Buy a box of cosmetics. Although Sister Man only puts on light makeup occasionally. Su Yu pulled him towards another counter. Qin Zhe's heart moved. Wait, my gift is not here. Su Yu looked at him blankly. What time are we going? Before 7 o'clock. Then drive me home, Qin Zhe said. When he got home, he found that he didn't bring the key. He usually didn't bring the key to the house. When he came back with his sister, it was his sister who brought it. No one opened the door when he knocked, so he had to call his mother. Qin Ma was at the other end of the community, bragging with the aunties in the district and sending some specialties and facial masks that her daughter brought back from the United States. In the community, Qin Ma was a popular figure, enjoying the flattery and envy of the aunties. Occasionally, she would take a few autograph tasks, and the aunties in the community who asked for autographs for their grandchildren would be grateful. Qin Ma didn't like to mix with this group of aunties in the past. Although the relationship was maintained well, they would always talk about Qin Bao Bao from time to time, and then ask, does your daughter have a boyfriend? How annoying. The reason why she always remembered Qin Bao Bao was mainly that this bestie was too outstanding. Other people saw a beauty from a young age, but she had a seductive aura from a young age. When she was in junior high school, there were young people in the community who secretly stuffed love letters on the carpet at home. The bold ones waited for Qin Bao Bao to finish school with her school bag. Her slim body was wrapped in the school uniform, and her ponytail swayed. They asked for her phone number all the way in the community. At this time, Qin Zhe's role was reflected. The little henchman shouted, "Get lost!" to whoever he saw. Thus, the little henchman's childhood playmates were all from the community next door. Qin Ma received a call and said helplessly, "I'll go home first. My son came back today, but he didn't bring his keys. He's waiting at the door." The aunties were shocked. "Oh, Qin Zhe is back? So filial. He didn't forget to come home to see you even though he's so busy." Qin Ma replied as she got up. Her face was a little red. She thought to herself, "Filial my A**s. It's as if he's not in Shanghai." "Remember which autograph it is, old Su?" The aunties didn't forget their purpose after praising each other. Okay, Qin Ma said as she walked away. The 140 square meter suite had 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a small storage room and a balcony. In the storage room were Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's childhood toys, as well as some elementary, junior high, and senior high school textbooks. These things were kept by the old man, and hidden in them were his children's childhood. Some toys were thrown away when they were broken, and some toys were only covered with a layer of dust after more than 10 years. Suyu stood at the door of the storage room and watched Qin Zhe rummaging inside. His hair, shoulders, and arms were covered with dust. What are you looking for? Suyu said angrily. At this time, she saw Qin Zhe take out a bald feather duster from the bottom of the box and said with deep resentment, "It's this thing. It dominated my whole childhood." Crack. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Qin Zhe killed the enemy of that year with his own hands. Suyu. Don't tell me you took me home just to see you tear the feather duster with your own hands. At this time, Qin Zhe threw the remains of the feather duster at Suyu's feet. For revenge, husband and wife have to fight together to be satisfied. Come on you, or step on it. Suyu. She blushed and looked shyly at Qin Ma next to her. The word husband and wife made her feel as if honey had melted in her heart, but she was also a little uneasy. Found it. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu suppressed the strangeness in her heart and looked over. Qin Zhe was dragging something in his hand. This thing seems to be a spinning top? When she was a child, she often saw boys waving small whips and slapping the spinning top. It was different from the spinning top that children play with now. It was made of wood and inlaid with a ball at the bottom. The wooden spinning top was dark and gray, with a trace of cracks on the surface. Qin Ma endured for a long time and finally said, "You came home to look for this thing?" "Yes, Mom. You don't have to worry about me. I'll leave soon." Qin Zhe said, "I'll go to a friend's birthday party in the evening." Qin Ma was disappointed. Oh, to hell with filial piety. Son and daughter are the same. Then sign your name before you go. Okay. There are 2 stacks of artistic photos of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao at home, specially used to deal with such situations. Suyu was stunned. Don't tell me this thing is your birthday present? Chapter 686. On the way to Nan Man Pei's villa, it was Qin Zhe's turn to drive. Suyu's beautiful designer bag contained a washed wooden top. Being able to lie quietly in a bag with a price of 6 digits, that guy could be regarded as a successful person in the world of tops. You sent this thing to Sister Man. Will you really not be beaten? Suyu didn't understand what he meant. Nonsense, Sister Man can't beat me. Qin Zhe retorted. The point is that she will be angry. I'm not sure. Try to see if the low strategy is really based on reality. What do you mean? Suyu asked. But Qin Zhe refused to talk to her and did not explain. Last night, he had just successfully captured Sister Man and had sex with her. Today was Sister Man's birthday, and he felt the deep malice from the system. In addition, he needed to confirm the nature of the game again. The inertia of human thinking is not difficult to capture. As long as there is enough data, I can deduce the universe. This is what the low system said. As a system, although it is a bit low, its computing ability is the foundation of its foothold in the system world, and it can be trusted. If it is as the system said, then it is amazing. This is not a game. It is clearly a girl's strategy assistant. My 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. It was quite exciting to think about it. In addition, there was one thing that made him particularly concerned. If what the system said was true, then Suyu, the little girl, was too indecent. I only took 40 seconds to capture her. It's scary to think about it. This girl is introverted and shy. She has a slight personal admiration for me, but how, at such a young age, she wants to go to the orthopedics department. I am her cousin. How can I have a longing for my cousin that I shouldn't have? I treat her as a sister, but she wants to. It is natural to have a younger brother's complex, and an older brother's complex should go to hell. First determine the authenticity of this matter, and then find a way to get his cousin back on the right track. He didn't expect that the most dangerous boss in this book was actually Yu. My sister and I know the root of everything. Bah, I know the truth. Thinking of his cousin, his heart was heavy. Suyu was still nagging. Suddenly, he patted him on the arm and said in a strange tone, You just said husband and wife in front of your mother. Xianxia suppressed his thoughts and looked at her. So what? Su Yu whispered. Didn't you say that your parents know the relationship between Wang Zijin and you? Xianxia, I didn't say that my parents know about our relationship. Su Yu, you only said that your father likes me very much. She frowned and said, Will your mother think that I'm a shameless third party? She likes Wang Zijin more in the first place. Xianxia. It's okay, my mom will only blame me. She won't blame me too much. I'm her son. No matter how feminist she is, she'll give me a thumbs up and say, son is awesome. Besides my mom. His eyes widened abruptly. Su Yu asked, What happened to your mother? Xianxia neglected one thing. The more promiscuous their son was, the happier his parents would be. It proved that their son was very outstanding and did not have to worry about not being able to find a wife. This idea was not wrong, but what if their daughter married such a promiscuous man? Even if he had a foot in two boats in the future, as long as he could hold on, the old man in Qin Ma would probably turn a blind eye to it. After all, people were selfish. Wang Zijin and Su Yu were not his daughters after all, but his sister was different. She was their biological daughter. In the future, even if his parents agreed to let him be with his sister, although this was unlikely, he would still have a foot in two boats, 3 boats. The long-lost mixed doubles of the martial arts world came out of nowhere. No, it was even more terrible than mixed doubles. Su Yu, what's wrong? Say something. Xianxia said tiredly, Don't talk, I want to be alone. Don't ask me who's quiet, ask Jianghu. Nan Man Pei prepared dinner in the villa. She washed the kitchen knives, chopping boards, pots and pans, and washed the vegetables by herself. Pei Ziki wanted to help but was driven out by her. It was hard to imagine that such a rich woman, who Xianxia did not know how many assets she had a stubborn hobby for the kitchen. She should have a group of maids at home and enjoy the life of a queen. But she had a special fondness for breastfeeding children. No one knew why. Even Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were puzzled. What they were most puzzled about was not their aunt's love of cooking, but her poor cooking skills. Pei Ziki, a girl who rarely went into the kitchen, could occasionally cook a bowl of egg-fried rice and make it look, smell, and taste good. But their aunt, who had been a professional cook for more than 10 years, seemed to be still in the same place. Her understanding of cooking was limited to spicy and not spicy. Every time the siblings finished eating spicy dishes, they secretly swore in their hearts that starting tomorrow, they would say to their aunt, I don't want to eat, I don't want to eat, I want to eat takeout. But every time they ate, their aunt would ask if the dishes were to their taste, and the siblings' answers were highly consistent. Yes, it's delicious. Only Su Yu knew why. Because she was lonely. Many years ago, she came to Shanghai alone, and her sister was her only family. Many years later, her sister died, and her family was only left with a pair of young siblings. If she could not breastfeed her children, her life would only be left with making money and being in a daze. The kitchen was a place where the smell of home was strong. Only when she thought that there were 2 children at home waiting to be fed could she feel that she still had a home. When she first met Su Yu, she smelled a familiar smell from her. The smell of the same kind. Therefore the two of them quickly became good friends. The ingredients selected today were very suitable for making Hunan cuisine. There could be no vegetables in the refrigerator, but there must be dried chilies and green peppers. Nan Man Pei washed the vegetables, and the meat dishes that should be cleaned were also cleaned up, but she did not cook. Ziki, call your Aunt Su Yu, why hasn't she come yet? Nan Man Pei said angrily, if she doesn't come, don't come. Oh. Pei Ziki made the call and quickly replied, 20 minutes. Clang. The sound of a spoon hitting the lid of the pot, Nan Man Pei said angrily. She must be there in 10 minutes. In the living room, Pei Ziki and Li Donglai looked at each other. Their aunt's anger was unreasonable. Nan Man Pei angrily threw the spoon into the sink and touched her flat belly. She was hungry. Xianxia and Su Yu arrived before 7 o'clock, and Li Donglai greeted them happily. Gu. You've grown taller. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder. In the middle of the year, Li Donglai was 170 centimeters tall and below his shoulders. Now his head could reach Xianxia's mouth. I will be better than you in the future. Li Donglai made a playful advertising slogan. Very good. Xianxia nodded. Stand still, I'll buy you a few oranges. Li Donglai said, I can't beat you, Jianghu. Xianxia looked at Pei Ziki, and the little girl was peeking at him. When she met his gaze, she immediately looked away and leaned on the sofa in a very indifferent posture with a straight face. You've grown a lot, Xianxia said seriously. If his eyes hadn't fallen on her small chest, Pei Ziki would have answered. Xianxia stopped and looked away before the little girl made a threatening gesture. Where's Sister Man? In the kitchen? As soon as he said that, Nan Man Pei, wearing an apron, casual clothes and slippers, came out of the kitchen and glanced at Xianxia coldly. Come and help. I'll help too. Su Yu joined in the fun. You can't even tell the difference between tomato and tomato. Go away. Nan Man Pei said and turned back to the kitchen. The difference between tomato and tomato? Su Yu tried hard to think but couldn't figure it out. She pulled Xianxia's arm. A tomato is a tomato, right? There's no difference, right? Xianxia. What an urgent question. Is this why you asked me to help? Xianxia glanced at the kitchen that was free of oil and smoke, and the vegetables that were washed clean but not cut. You didn't even do anything and you want me to be the chef? Nan Man Pei stroked her hair and said, Don't talk too much nonsense. Ziki and Donglai are hungry. Okay, help me turn on the stove, I'll cut the vegetables. Xianxia skillfully took out a new apron from the cabinet and put it on. He then picked up the kitchen knife and flipped it over, making a beautiful cut. Nan Man Pei clicked her tongue and turned to turn on the stove, turned on the range hood, poured oil, and stood elegantly at the side to watch Xianxia cut the vegetables. His knife skills were definitely master level. Nan Man Pei envied such knife skills because it was the standard of a top chef. However, wasn't a knife used to cut people? If a knife wasn't used to cut people, then it would lose its meaning. This was what her father said. Based on this concept, Nan Man Pei was good at cutting people with a knife, but not cutting vegetables. Tisk, are you secretly learning from me? Xianxia turned his head and looked at her with a smile. Cutting vegetables mainly depends on the familiarity of your hands, and then you have to find some videos to watch. I'll teach you the same. When cutting vegetables, the strength of your arms must be evenly distributed so that you can cut vegetables of the same shape. Remember to use the strength of your arms, not your wrists. Sister Man, your knife is too murderous and too keen on sharpness. After nagging for a long time, he looked at Nan Man Pei and said, Do you understand? Nan Man Pei was listening attentively. When she heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes and said, I'm bored. I'm just watching. Who wants to hear you talk endlessly? Xianxia said, All right, throw the vegetables into the pot and help fry. I'll take over after I'm done with this. Nan Man Pei did as she was told and poured the vegetables into the pot. Sizzle, 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 and oil splattered everywhere. She stir-fried expressionlessly, unlike the other girls who screamed and ran away. At this time, Xianxia finished cutting the vegetables and placed them on the glassware. He walked behind Nan Man Pei and was about to take over when he was suddenly attracted by her fair and tender earlobe. Pei Nan Man had to cook today, so she tied up her hair. Through her messy hair, one could clearly see her snow-white and slender neck, as well as her sparkling and rosy earlobes that shone through the window. Thinking of his experience in the game, Xianxia subconsciously blew a breath of hot air at Nan Man Pei's left earlobe. With just a breath, Nan Man Pei's body stiffened. Then, her body softened and began to tremble slightly. Her neck, shoulders, arms. Layers of goosebumps appeared on her skin. The vegetables in the pot were soaked in oil and sizzling with smoke. The ladle that was stir-frying the vegetables stopped. Nan Man Pei turned around, her beautiful face frosty. Xianxia was speechless. It seemed that he had gone too far. Chapter 687. Everyone had a sensitive spot. Xianxia's sensitive spot was his neck. He could understand the feeling of having goosebumps all over his body and shivering fiercely. A woman's hair couldn't be touched. A woman's age couldn't be asked. In addition, unless she was your wife, her sensitive spot couldn't be touched. Two things could be confirmed. 1. Sister Man's sensitive spot was really her earlobe. 2. Yaya really had a deep malice of, let uncle break my leg. In the silent eye contact. Oh, you're cooking, it's all burnt. The witty Xianxia bit back and looked away, pretending to care about the dishes in the pot. He said so, Nan Man Pei wouldn't let it go, right? So Her Excellency Queen's face changed several times. She gritted her teeth, silently stepped aside, crossed her arms, and gently rubbed the goosebumps. From childhood to adulthood, no one had breathed in her ear, and no man had made her weak all over like this. There was a long-lost feeling of being teased. Nan Man Pei seriously thought about whether to throw Xianxia into the Huangpu River. For Su Yu's sake at most, he wouldn't tie a dead knot. Su Yu said the 30 billion was returned? Xianxia asked coldly. Nan Man Pei returned to his senses, nodded and said lightly, "Yes, including the interest." Xianxia stir-fried and smiled. "It doesn't matter what the interest is. We're friends." Nan Man Pei sneered. "No, I don't want to owe you anything. Su Yu said that your gentleness is the strongest poison, and any woman will be addicted to it. Yes, with such an excellent man treating you well and teasing the depths of your heart from time to time, which woman wouldn't be tempted?" But the person involved didn't seem to have such a concept. Xianxia said, "We're friends. Haven't you helped me a lot? Not to mention our relationship, with your relationship with Su Yu, you don't need to return tens of billions." Nan Man Pei. "Then return the money to me." "Ha ha ha, I was just saying." Xianxia smiled awkwardly. "But aren't you becoming more and more wary of me?" Nan Man Pei's expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "I've always been like this. You have no bottom line when it comes to treating women well. You think that your gentleness and kindness are one-sided, but you ignore the longing and reluctance that women have for you. Nietzsche once said, when you stare into the abyss stares back at you." She didn't want to admit it, but Xianxia was like an abyss in her heart. Once she fell in, she couldn't climb out. Xianxia scratched his head. "Big sister man, although you might feel awkward if I say this, it's better than saying it to an outsider." This sentence was said by Genghis Khan, not some clay vegetable. Nan Man Pei. The person who was really embarrassed didn't stop. He said to himself, "Moreover, if it was 2 years ago, even if I was devoted to a girl, she probably wouldn't look at me in the eye." The scope of girls was limited to high-quality beauties like his sister Su Yu and Wang Zijin. With Xianxia's good looks and the label of a house in Shanghai, sleeping with an ordinary cabbage was actually not a problem. But with his aesthetic standards destroyed by his sister, it was difficult for him to accept ordinary girls. See, Nan Man Pei's cat-like curiosity was aroused again. "What happened to you 2 years ago?" Nan Man Pei asked. On the surface he was as calm as an old dog, but on the inside he was curious. 2 years ago, I was the successor of communism. 2 years later, I'm the king of Hei's," Xianxia said. Unable to satisfy his curiosity, Nan Man Pei curled her lips. She felt that Xianxia must have changed so quickly because something must have stimulated him. Talent was not money that could be picked up easily. She guessed that Xianxia used to be low-key and did not show off, but in the past year or so, something must have stimulated him. Nan Man Pei could not guess it for the time being. As they chatted, the food was ready. Nan Man Pei and Xianxia brought the dishes to the table. The table was full of meat and vegetables. The air was filled with the fragrance of vegetables and spicy food. Li Donglai kept picking up the spicy chicken with his hands, eating one piece after another. "Wash your hands," Nan Man Pei scolded. "How old are you? How can you be so unruly?" Xianxia silently glanced at her. Who was the one who was secretly eating in the kitchen, taking one piece after another? Who was that? Nan Man Pei opened a bottle of red wine. The 2 women and the girl drank, while Xianxia and Li Donglai drank beer. The little girl kept forcing him to drink, but she drank until her face turned red. Xianxia's expression did not change. How discouraging. The red-faced Li Donglai and Pei Ziki looked at each other. Pei Ziki nodded, got up, and ran upstairs. After a while, she came down with a square brocade box in her hand. "Auntie, this is the bracelet that Donglai and I bought together. We wish you peace and happiness, and a beauty like jade." Nan Man Pei opened the box. There was a jade bracelet lying inside. The color was excellent, and it was worth at least a few 100,000 yuan. It was obvious that the siblings had emptied their coffers. "Good girl." Nan Man Pei touched her niece's head and nodded at Li Donglai. It was not a big deal to buy expensive gifts for the elders, but it was rare to be willing to empty the coffers. Nan Man Pei was actually no different from their mother in the hearts of the siblings. Oh, I almost forgot that I had a gift. Suyu took out the perfume from her bag and pushed it in front of Nan Man Pei. She smiled and said, I know you like this perfume. Don't dislike it, rich woman. Nan Man Pei smiled, put the jade bracelet and perfume aside, and glanced at Xianxia without a trace. Xianxia was eating and did not pay attention, but Suyu noticed. She remembered the ugly spinning top in the bag and thought that it was better not to take it out. Her man was most of the time reliable, but from time to time he was not serious, exaggerated and very naughty. She was afraid that he would find a spinning top and use the gimmick of my favorite toy when I was a child to tease Sister Man. Suyu felt that the relationship between Xianxia and Nan Man Pei depended on herself to lubricate the middle. In fact, she did not know that the relationship between Nan Man Pei and Xianxia was far better than she thought. Much better. Just by being teased and not getting angry, it could be seen that Nan Man Pei treated Xianxia differently. Hey, Xianxia, didn't you bring a gift? Pei Ziki secretly paid attention to Xianxia. At this moment she was unhappy and said, Then what are you doing here? Are you here for free food? Before you say this, you spit out the food in your stomach. Xianxia dissed her and then turned his head. Suyu, take out the gift. Suyu looked embarrassed and glared at Xianxia fiercely. She hesitantly took out the wooden top and defended her man. Sister Man, he was joking. Pei Ziki opened her eyes wide and looked at it several times. After confirming that it was just a broken top, she was furious. Xianxia, what do you mean? It's my aunt's birthday. How can you give this thing? Break up. Don't ask me what position I'm in. It's too old. She stood up and put her hands on her hips, like a loyal servant girl under the throne of a queen. Li Donglai said awkwardly, Gu. This thing was really not done well. It shouldn't be done. Gu was not short of money, and he had a good relationship with her family. If she didn't want to give an expensive gift, she might as well not give it. It didn't matter. Why use this kind of thing to fool people? Her aunt didn't invite outsiders on her birthday. She invited him to her house for dinner. She really treated him as a close friend. Nan Man Pei looked at the wooden top and was stunned. Birthday. Gift. Wooden top. The memories that had been sealed away for a long time surged up like the tide and the moonlight. The first birthday gift she received from her father in her life was a wooden top. Her father felt that if he had a son, he must play with the top with him. But if it was a daughter, it didn't matter. Her father's words seemed to travel through time and rang in her ears. Over the years, she had received many gifts, many of which were expensive. 2 years ago, a rich man who was pursuing her gave her a Bugatti sports car worth 90 million. There were also people who gave her limited edition jewelry that started at 7 figures. Those things were not attractive to Nan Man Pei. She was not interested in things that could be bought with money. But this wooden top evoked Nan Man Pei's childhood memories and her father's doting smile. The meaning of this thing could not be defined by money. It was not accurate to say that it was feelings. It was a soft feeling in the heart that outsiders could not touch. Gradually, Nan Man Pei's eyes moistened. No one at the scene understood Nan Man Pei's inner thoughts, except for Xianxia, so they were shocked by her reaction. The straight woman of steel was actually red-eyed? In the eyes of Pei Ziki and Li Donglai, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The brother and sister looked at each other. Suyu and Nan Man Pei had known each other for a long time. She had always been light, as if nothing could make her hard. She couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Xianxia grinned at her. So cool. This feeling of flirting with a woman is so cool. It's better than acting cool. Thank you. Nan Man Pei held back her emotions and stared deeply at Xianxia. This is the best birthday gift I have received. This gift reminded her of her father's love. Xianxia was stunned. The lines were so similar to the game? The system's computing power was too buggy. For some reason, Xianxia's brain twitched and he said subconsciously, Call me Dad. Chapter 688. At the table, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai showed a superb level of facial art. Their eyes and noses were full of drama, and their big mouths were also full of drama. At any time they would jump out a sentence. So you are this kind of Xianxia. Suyu stared at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes. This was flirting, right? This was definitely flirting. She had heard Xianxia say the same words more than once. For example, when the two were studying Edo 48 hands, in order to increase the fun, Xianxia would jump out such a sentence from time to time. Su Ali, call Dad. Compared to Su Yu's anger and jealousy, Pei Nanman was completely stunned. Her hand that was holding the chopsticks was trembling non-stop trembling. After Xianxia finished this sentence, he regretted it in his heart. It was cool to show off for a while, but his corpse fell into the Huangpu River. It felt good to predict the enemy's action. Everyone didn't know the significance of the spinning top to Nanman Pei. Only I knew. I also knew that Nanman Pei thought of her father when she saw the spinning top, so the 3 words call Dad was not flirting as Suyu thought, but a shocking revelation. But it seemed that whether it was flirting or revealing, it was not appropriate to say it. Sister man, I'm joking. Xianxia laughed, just to liven up the atmosphere. Is it funny? I don't think so. Suyu pinched Xianxia's waist under the table, stepped on his instep desperately, and muttered, Is it funny? Is it funny? Nanman Pei was expressionless. Let's eat. She fiercely suppressed the impulse to rub Xianxia on the ground, and then called 800 strong men to fight together, beat up Xianxia, and throw him into the Huangpu River. You can fight again. I will call 800 Spartan warriors to come over and beat you. However, just as Xianxia thought, Nanman Pei could only hold it in. She couldn't lose her temper in front of her nephew and niece, whether it was to beat Xianxia up or to ask the strong men to beat Xianxia up. Nanman Pei was very angry, but he couldn't show it on the table. He kicked him under the table. Ouch! Suyu screamed. She bent over and covered her leg with tears in her eyes. Sister man, why did you kick me? She was stepping on Xianxia's foot. Both of them were hit together. Nanman Pei didn't mean to be merciful. Suyu burst into tears on the spot. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki looked at their aunt together. Nanman Pei kept a straight face and said calmly, What? I didn't kick you. Are you having a cramp? Suyu, Pei Ziki and Li Donglai's eyes met. The latter was working hard on his phone and typing with his head down. Li Donglai, I feel a strange atmosphere. Pei Ziki, well, Xianxia was flirting with Aunt just now. Li Donglai, horrified. Aunt seems to be pretentious. She kicked him under the table. Does it look like flirting? Pei Ziki, flirting your head. Don't think about it. How can Xianxia have any relationship with Aunt? Absolutely not. Li Donglai, why are you so excited? Supercilious. Pei Ziki's face turned red. Li Donglai, do you like Jianghu? Pei Ziki, your sister. Li Donglai, aren't you my sister? Pei Ziki was furious and kicked him hard. Li Donglai endured it and didn't cry out in pain. Pei Ziki was angry for a while and sent a message, Xianxia and Aunt Suyu are a couple. If there is anything wrong with him and Aunt, it will be a disaster. Sisters against each other or something. Li Donglai, you don't have to worry about this. Qinji's real girlfriend is not Aunt Suyu. Pei Ziki was shocked. Who told you that? Li Donglai, I overheard it when Aunt was on the phone. That's why I know what to do. Pei Ziki put down her phone silently, thinking that men are really bad. Poor Chen Qingyuan. She didn't even have a chance to be a mistress. She could only be a spare tire. Thinking of this, she glared at Xianxia fiercely. Xianxia looked blank. Pei Ziki picked up the phone again. What if Aunt really likes him? You can see that Aunt treats him differently. The only person who can frequently step into this villa, except for a few loyal cadres of her aunt, is Xianxia. Li Donglai. At worst I will call him uncle. Pei Ziki. So stupid. Li Donglai. You say it as if you can influence Aunt's decision. Besides, don't imagine it yourself. It's all blind guesses. If it really comes to that point, you can't help it. Dinner was eaten from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock. 3 bottles of red wine were bottomed out, and the beer in the freezer was emptied. Su Yu and Nanman Pei drank beer later. Because beer was very tasty with spicy Shao Long prawns. Her good sister celebrated her birthday, and she accidentally drank too much. Red wine and beer, especially grinding the stomach. Su Yu vomited once in the middle, and after dinner, she said that her head hurt. Li Donglai was also drunk. He insisted on drinking with Xianxia. The result was that he ran to the toilet and vomited. Then his legs were soft, and he went back to the room to rest with the help of his sister. Nan Man Pei's alcohol tolerance was not comparable to Su Yu's. Her white face was stained with two groups of delicate red clouds, and her eyes were slightly blurred, but her consciousness and behavior were normal, and she was not drunk. Qin Zhe drank and couldn't drive, so he couldn't send Su Yu home. Fortunately, Nan Man Pei had a lot of guest rooms here, so there was no need to worry about not having a place to sleep. Qin Zhe hugged her upstairs. Su Yu took off her clothes, leaving only a set of black lace, which set off her white body and was particularly attractive. She rolled around on the bed and wrapped her seductive body tightly in the quilt. Then she looked at Qin Zhe with a flirtatious expression that said, "You can do whatever you want with me. Don't make trouble, we're at Sister Man's house." Qin Zhe said softly, "Rest tonight." Sister Man's house is very soundproof. Su Yu stretched out a white and slender leg from the quilt and tried to lift Qin Zhe's thigh. "Anyway, you can't drive after drinking. You can rest here tonight." Qin Zhe shook his head. "I'll call my sister later and ask her to pick you up." Su Yu was angry, and her feet changed from rubbing to kicking. "You don't hurt me at all." I don't care, you have to sleep here." She drank a little wine and was a little drunk. She seemed to be particularly pestering and throwing a little temper. Qin Zhe lied to coax her. "Sister Man's house is not suitable for making babies." "Why? Think about how powerful I am. Sister Man will be hungry after hearing it. What if she treats me as a snack?" "Giggle, you're shameless." "Is she at the age of wolves and tigers?" "Yes." As the two were talking, there was a knock on the door behind them. The door was not closed. Nan Man Pei stood at the door with a cup of freshly squeezed lotus root juice and looked at Qin Zhe coldly. Nan Man Pei, _ salted fish Zhe. Omega winky face, was she too naughty tonight? She couldn't control herself. She was embarrassed several times. "I squeezed the lotus root juice to detoxify the alcohol." Nan Man Pei put the cup on the bedside table, gently knocked on Su Yu's forehead, and said softly, "You'll feel better after drinking it." Su Yu scratched her head awkwardly, stretched out two lotus arms from the quilt, leaned against the bed, and drank the lotus root juice like drinking wine. Watching her finish, Nan Man Pei turned to look at Qin Zhe. "Do you sleep here?" Su Yu's face was slightly red. Qin Zhe shook his head. Nan Man Pei said, "Come and talk to me about something." She turned to Su Yu and said, "You go to bed early." Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Well, are you going to drown me in the Huangpu River?" He came to Nan Man Pei's room. Her room was luxurious, like a suite in a five-star hotel. Entering the door was the living room, and the bedroom was inside. She boiled a pot of black tea, sitting like a queen, holding a teacup in one hand and an elbow in the other. "Do you have any plans for this year? Su Yu said that your VR equipment has been developed?" Qin Zhe blew a breath, blew away the dense water vapor, took a sip of tea, and smacked his mouth. "The first batch of research and development has been developed. I will sell the equipment before the new year, and then when the follow-up equipment is developed, I will open my own exclusive store. Just like the iPhone." Nan Man Pei frowned. "Not selling to the VR Experience Museum?" Qin Zhe curled his lips. "That kind of broken shop in the CBD area can make money, but it can't make a lot of money. I didn't buy Dongfeng for the profit of tens of millions a year. I want to start a new era of gaming." Nan Man Pei was stunned and said with emotion, "If I didn't know you, I would think that you are a pompous young man in front of me, or a habitual profiteer." "Qin Zhe, I'm not Jack Ma. Your 100 million can be increased by at least dozens or hundreds of times, and it won't take too long, within 5 years," he said in a confident tone. "Then I'll sit and wait for the money?" Nan Man Pei teased. "Sit down, a woman working so hard for so many years. It's completely unnecessary." Qin Zhe waved his hand and said arrogantly, "If I want to invest in the future, I will inform you first. You invest the money and then sit and wait for the money to come in." His eyes were full of arrogance, as if he was the king of pioneering new territory, and a business empire was just a snap of his fingers. Nan Man Pei was stunned for a moment and stared at him. Compared to when they first met, he had changed too much. If other people said such words, Nan Man Pei would only think that they were bragging in front of a woman, but when he said such words, it was inexplicably convincing. "Why did you think of giving me a spinning top?" Nan Man Pei pretended to speak in a relaxed tone, but her eyes were fixed on him. "This spinning top, It was given to me by my uncle. Xianxia said with a serious face. My father is the kind of person who only knows how to whip me to move forward, but he rarely shows the loving side of a father. The stick is his loving side. Although my uncle is pompous and frivolous, he was very good to me when I was young. He said that the spinning top is a good gift from a father to a son, and he gave it to me because I lacked fatherly love. Yes, I need it because I lack fatherly love. Xianxia nodded with a serious face. Then he gulped down his tea. Sister man, remember to invest more when you open a shop in the future. After all, even I can't afford to invest so much money to open a branch all over the country. The tea is delicious. I have to go first. Before his sister came, he could make a baby with Su Yu. After he finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave. After passing by Nan Man Pei, he suddenly heard a movement behind him. Xianxia drank some wine, so his reaction wasn't sharp enough. Just as he was about to dodge, he felt something tighten around his neck, and then he tripped over a huge force. Many of the weak joints in his upper body were restrained. This woman, she actually sneaked up on him. Chapter 689. Nan Man Pei had put up with him for a long time. He purposely blew her earlobe in the kitchen. No one had dared to tease her openly for so many years. To be honest, when she received the gift, the spinning top really touched the softest part of her heart. She was very touched. But when she was so touched, he said, "Call me Daddy?" If this happened a few years ago, when her temper was at its worst, Xianxia would have already sunk into the Huangpu River. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were present. It was not good for her to fall out with him. She tried hard to hold it in. She had not felt so wronged for many years. But this guy just said bad things about her behind her back. Fatherly love, right? I'll let you have a taste of motherly love tonight. Nan Man Pei gritted her teeth. Her thigh muscles tightened silently. Hey, sister man. Let's talk nicely. Xianxia struggled desperately. There's nothing to talk about. Dang. I'll let you see how powerful a fierce woman can be. She was so angry that her tone was childish. She wanted to fight Xianxia to the death. My neck is broken. Xianxia screamed and struggled. Sister man, don't do this. I'm still a child. This damned woman was very strong. She was like a female leopard. Under her cross lock, Xianxia could not break free for a while even with his monstrous strength. His neck was tightly held by two long legs. His wrists were twisted above his head. In order to deal with his monstrous strength, Nan Man Pei pressed hard on the weak acupoints on his wrists with her thumb. At the same time, Xianxia's small waist, which he privately said was not inferior to his sister, was bending backward desperately. This way she could twist Xianxia's head off. It hurt. This woman was really angry. Was the serious talk with him just now all an act? Was it just to trick him into coming here to ambush and teach him a lesson? Of course, Xianxia would not allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. In his current situation, he would only be able to pull Pei Nanman and complete the difficult carp flip. With the strength of his waist it would not be a problem, but if he did that, his neck would be broken. One more move. Roll over. See Swamp King. Xianxia was rolling, and so was Nan Man Pei. Xianxia was rolling with her. During the rolling, Nan Man Pei tightly grabbed Xianxia's neck and rolled from left to right. Her head hit the corner of the sofa several times, and it was so painful that she almost cried. But even so, those long legs that could crush a person to death still did not loosen. After half an hour, Nan Man Pei's hands and legs were numb from the long-term tension. On the other hand, Xianxia felt that his neck was about to break, but he was fine. The tables were turned in an instant. Xianxia forcefully pried open the two long legs that had been clamping him for half an hour. He flipped over and straddled Sister Man's round and perky buttocks. Then, he twisted her arms behind her back. It turns out that a man born with a weapon is more powerful than a woman who is bare-handed. Xianxia gasped for breath and was proud of himself. Nan Man Pei struggled once but failed to break free. While panting, she pretended to be calm and said, "You win. Today's matter is written off." "Huh, sister man, do you think I'm a hothead? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Xianxia pressed his buttocks and snorted. "The serf has turned over and become the master. It's time to ride on the landlord." She still couldn't beat him. The gap between them was too big. Nan Man Pei was disappointed. She immediately put on a straight face and said coldly, "Get up. Don't make trouble." If it was a little kid who didn't know much about the world, he would have been intimidated by her. This was the so-called coquettish words with the wind, and reason with the wind. Xianxia smiled and said, "Call me daddy. Call me daddy and I'll let you go." While speaking, he rubbed his ear that was almost peeled off. It was burning with pain. Only he had such strong endurance that he could hold on for so long. If it was an ordinary person, they would have surrendered in less than 5 minutes. This was called F***king with all his strength. Distance tests a horse's strength. Nan Man Pei looked angry. "Xianxia, don't go too far." "Oh, you're allowed to sneak attack me, but I'm not allowed to fight back. Call me daddy." "Ha ha." Nan Man Pei sneered and simply lay on the ground in silence. Xianxia's heart was moved. Restraining her like this wasn't a long-term solution. Sister Man also knew this, so she ignored his request. But Xianxia still had a way. He leaned over to Nan Man Pei's ear and gently breathed out a breath of hot air. Sure enough, Nan Man Pei's body suddenly tensed up. She struggled madly and shouted, "Xianxia, get off me." Xianxia ignored her and blew again. Nan Man Pei struggled even more fiercely. Her fair face was flushed with anger. It didn't work? No, it wasn't stimulating enough. Xianxia stopped blowing and stuck out his tongue to lick. This time, he could clearly feel Pei Nanman shuddering violently, and her strength to resist instantly disappeared. Nan Man Pei's pretty face looked like a blizzard. She said coldly, "You're too much." Xianxia licked again. Nan Man Pei couldn't help but make a nasal sound. She lost all her strength and goosebumps appeared from her neck to her arms. Nan Man Pei gritted her teeth and said, "Xianxia." Xianxia licked again. Nan Man Pei was speechless. As he licked her, Xianxia realized that Pei Nanman had stopped moving. Initially, she was trying her best to warn him with a stern tone. Later on, her delicate body slowly turned soft and her breathing quickened. Now, she was lying on the ground, motionless. Nan Man Pei was being straddled by him. When he lowered his head to lick her earlobe, their heads were almost parallel. Xianxia looked at her face and suddenly understood the true meaning of the phrase, "A face like a peach blossom." Her face was pale and her temperament was elegant. When she didn't exude that fierce aura, she gave people the impression that she was a woman as elegant as a chrysanthemum. She was a great beauty. But right now, her face was as red as a drunkard. Her misty eyes seemed to be hiding a pool of autumn water. Pei Nanman, who had never seen such an expression on her face, was stunned. "I'm taking it a step further now. She probably won't resist." Thinking of this, he was a little restless. Just then, Nan Man Pei's misty eyes flashed and she recovered her anxiety. With a disgusted expression, she said, "What do you think Su Yu's reaction will be if I run to her and tell her that you took advantage of me?" "Are you really going to complain?" Xianxia said in a deep voice. "What do you think?" Nan Man Pei said mischievously. There was a very good hatred hidden in it. This man made her have no way to deal with him. The strong aura that she had cultivated for many years and the wealth that scared ordinary rich people couldn't suppress him. The skills that he was so proud of had been crushed. "Then I can't lose. I have to make it real." Xianxia pinched her chin and lowered his head to suck on her plump red lips. There was a faint fragrance on Sister Man's small mouth. It might be perfume, lipstick, or the residual fragrance of black tea. It made people want to pry open her teeth to find out. Xianxia was afraid that his tongue would be bitten off by her, so he didn't dare to put it in. He didn't even dare to linger on her lips for a long time. Nan Man Pei whispered, "Can you let me go?" Xianxia let go of her hand and sat on the ground. He grinned and said, "Sister Man, can I still live to see the sun tomorrow?" Nan Man Pei rolled her eyes at him. Her reaction was surprisingly calm. There was no anger like a girl's, nor was there shyness that made her face red. Instead, she behaved in line with a mature and intellectual woman's natural and unrestrained manner. After thinking about it, Xianxia probed, "Why didn't you remarry for so many years?" Nan Man Pei said lightly, "Why would I want to marry? There are thousands of gigolos outside. Will I lack men?" Xianxia immediately said, "Sister Man, do you mind having a salted fish in your harem group?" Nan Man Pei immediately broke down and scolded, "Get lost." After kissing and licking, he took advantage of her and took the opportunity to run away and hide his identity. Xianxia chuckled and got up to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped and turned back. I was serious about what I said before. Nan Man Pei was stunned. What? Xianxia said, I want to form a group and integrate all the companies under my name. Sister Man, I know you are richer than me, and I also know that your path has become more and more difficult in recent years. Times are changing. In the past, you could tolerate the black industry, but now you may not tolerate the gray industry. I don't know why you always choose one person, but I don't want your future to be shackled by your career. A woman can have a career, but it shouldn't destroy all the beauty and charm. Nan Man Pei stared at him blankly. He turned the doorknob and said, what I said just now was also true. He didn't need to say anything. Nan Man Pei blushed and said angrily, are you going to get lost or not? Get lost, get lost. He slipped out and closed the door behind him. After he left for a long time, Nan Man Pei leaned against the sofa and sat on the ground for a long time without moving. The look in her eyes was complicated. She raised her hand and touched her lips with her slender fingers and sighed. After about half an hour, she heard the roar of a motor. The lights outside the window were bright. She walked to the window and saw Xianxia jogging out of the villa to meet a black Lamborghini. The window of the driver's seat was rolled down. The woman driving was wearing pajamas and her hair was tied up in a bun. Her face was sharp and her eyes were lively like a little vixen. The little vixen waved her hand heroically. Xianxia obediently got into the sports car like a henchman. The motor roared again, and two beams of light cut through the darkness and drove away. Chapter 690. In the following week, the advertisement for Dongfeng's VR game was officially released on various major platforms, including self-media, primetime slots on satellite TV, mobile apps, and even subway TV. In the era of information explosion, there were too many places to place advertisements. The advertising cost alone was a daunting expense for small and medium-sized enterprises. Fortunately, Dongfeng was not short of money. It had 3 companies supporting it and had plenty of funds. Each company was a huge money-making machine. The advertisement was a 2-minute 3D game. The game, Prehistoric World, which was originally only a small hit in the mobile game field, was a knockoff among knockoffs. However, it had been brainwashing people all over the country in the past few days. It used the same advertising model as I am Jia Hui. Brainwashing. The core idea of the advertisement was brainwashing. From brain gold to Jia Hui, to some time ago, start with a Kuan, level up by swallowing, and now Prehistoric World. However, the brainwashing advertisement for Prehistoric World was not promoting the game, but the VR game iMask. Many people were unfamiliar with this thing. At most, they had a simple understanding in science through online consultation. Although the brainwashing ability was very strong, people who were used to the bombardment of advertisements did not care too much. Some of the same industry, who did not know much, even sneered at this advertisement, thinking that it was an exaggerated gimmick created by unscrupulous developers. How could such a thing exist? It might be possible after more than 10 years of development. However, not long after, Qin Baobao and Xianxia posted an advertisement on Weibo, recommending this VR device to fans. They posted the performance and advantages of this VR device, accompanied by Qin Baobao's gaming experience, which was a long 500 words. A detailed introduction and trial experience was something that advertisements could not do. It was not until their Weibo advertisement came out that the VR game iMask was really taken seriously by people. This was the celebrity effect. No matter how loud the advertisement was outside, the brainwashing effect was achieved, but there were very few people who really experienced it and paid attention. However, if a public figure wrote a recommendation, fans would pay attention out of love for the house and its crow. Especially when the article had Qin Baobao's personal experience. This was much more attractive than digitalized articles and advertisements. Is it true? It's not an exaggerated advertisement, right? Did the goddess take on an endorsement or advertisement? Don't be like that. Jia Hui has already disappointed me to the core. If it's real, I'll definitely buy it. I feel like I'm eating chicken. There were also some half-baked experts who analyzed, this kind of VR game that connects to computers has long been available overseas, but even overseas, it can't be popularized. Furthermore, it's expensive, and there are even fewer of them in the country. Look at Qin Bao Bao's personal experience. It's written even better than the foreign ones. It's a little fake. But soon after, many celebrities posted on Weibo to praise this eye patch for the VR game. Among them were celebrities under Tian Fong, as well as well-known big shots in the entertainment industry. When a few or even a dozen celebrities posted on Weibo to praise it, the nature of the situation was completely different. The biggest advantage of being in the entertainment industry was that you never had to worry about not having enough advertising. Qin Zhe sent a set of VR game blindfolds to each of his close friends for them to try out. If they could like it on Weibo, he would give them the VR game blindfold. This was a kind of marketing, but it was different from a formal advertisement. This way they could save a lot of money. After the celebrities tried it out, they were surprised and excited, and they were willing to give Qin Zhe face. Some of the celebrities casually reposted Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. The more attentive ones wrote a sentence about trying out the game or took a picture of the VR game blindfold and posted it. It instantly became a hot topic. As it occupied the headlines, the topic was too hot. Whether they followed it or not, more or less people heard about it. Immediately after, many voices of doubt appeared on the internet. Several professionals in the field of virtual reality posted one after another, expressing their doubts about the authenticity of the VR game blindfold and categorizing it as exaggerated marketing. I knew it. Commercial advertisements can't be trusted. I was really looking forward to it. It's not that I didn't believe it. It's just that it's strange which company is behind this thing. They have so many celebrities helping to promote it. This question was quickly answered. Logging into the company's credit information website to search for Dongfeng Technology Company Limited, the name of the legal person was easily found. Qin Zhe. Someone posted a screenshot on the internet, and everyone was suddenly enlightened. F*CK, so it's Qin Zhe. No wonder. That's right. It wouldn't be strange if he could hire so many celebrities to promote it. What is the fast shooter trying to do? Enter the VR industry? It's a well-known pit. There's no way out of it. Is there anyone who dares to test it? No, I'm afraid I'll die on the spot. Regardless of whether people were looking forward to it or not, it was already popular enough. In terms of advertising effect alone, it was undoubtedly a success. In terms of the public's expectations, it was a bit lacking. Not to mention the companies and industry professionals who were stuck in the industry. Even the general public knew that the development of virtual reality technology was like a turtle crawling at the bottom of the sea. No matter how good the fast shooter was, he couldn't be fast in the face of hard technology. The first batch of VR game blindfolds produced by Dongfeng would not be sold in physical stores for the time being. This kind of non-large-scale VR game device was not a specialty of VR experience centers, so there was no point in selling it to them. It would enter thousands of homes in the form of a game console. Just like the little Tyrant game console in the past and the current PlayStation series. It would not be sold in physical stores either. It would be sold through the official website and delivered directly to the doorstep. For this reason, the boastful uncle specially signed a cooperation contract with a delivery company. Su Guang had been a failure for so many years. Now that he had become a big shot, he had a burning desire for his career even though he was already in his 40s. This time, when he returned to Shanghai for the holidays, he had lost more than 5 kilograms. His aunt was so heartbroken that she almost cried. His body lost weight, but his wallet bulged. He was no longer wearing cheap casual clothes. Instead, he was wearing branded suits, handmade leather shoes, and an Audi R8. A leopard cannot change its spots. Su Guang had been itching for a fight recently. Now that he had made up for his regrets in his career, he wanted to get back his face at the gambling table. Su Guang's holiday was only 3 days. There were still a lot of things to deal with in the factory. Originally, Qin Zhe defined him as the mascot of the factory. Su Yao's team would take care of the details. But Su Guang's diligence was beyond his expectations. It was a good thing that his uncle had the tendency to turn over a new leaf. On the last day of the holiday, Su Guang came to visit his sister with tonics and gifts. He had not stepped into his sister's house for many years. Firstly, he did not want to see Qin Zhenjiang, that heartless old radish. Secondly, he was really embarrassed. It happened to be the weekend. Qin Zhe, Qin Bao Bao, and Wang Zijin were also there. As usual, his sister did not give his uncle a good face. She threw a tantrum at her younger brother and said that she did not want to hold a concert. She failed. She hit him and went back to her room. She still had a concert in Beijing in mid-December. It was already in preparation. Qin Zhe gave Wang Zijin a look. Sister Ziwei tactfully followed her into the room. First, they talked about Dongfeng's capital and stock. The VR game Eye Mask was only the first batch of products. The production was not large, and the stock was not large. In fact, its core technology could be used in other fields, not limited to games. The first batch of products was a stepping stone. First, they would open the market and make a name for themselves. Qin Zhe had a rough idea of how to operate in the future. Your promotion online is really loud. Just before I came back, I went to Guangdong to attend an exchange meeting. When people heard the name of our Dongfeng technology, guess what happened? Uncle beamed with joy. Not a single person paid attention to me. Qin Zhe thought to himself, is there anything glorious about not paying attention to you? Uncle said, when I know that it won't be long before these guys regret not sucking up to me at the exchange meeting. Uncle had a very shallow understanding of this industry. After all, he did not know much about the new products. He only knew about them from the technical staff. After the equipment was successfully produced, the technical staff cheered and opened champagne in the office to celebrate. The half-baked factory director was unexpectedly loved by the staff because of his forthrightness and high benefits. Before this, Dongfeng was a factory that could not make ends meet. The benefits were pitifully meager. At most, each person would get a box of apples and a box of drinks during the new year. The dumplings for the Dragon Boat Festival did not even have egg yolk, and the mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival were actually 5 kernel mooncakes. Now, not to mention the 5 insurance and 1 housing fund, the monthly department dinner alone was enough for everyone to go to a 5-star hotel for a buffet of 400 yuan per person. I heard that you secretly went to Macau last month? Qin Zhe threw a cigarette to Uncle. Su Guang's face stiffened. He laughed dryly. I was just playing and won more than 100,000 yuan. How did he know? Of course, Qin Zhe knew. Not to mention that Dongfeng Technology was Su Yao's informant, it was too easy for him to find out his uncle's whereabouts. He asked Bai Guowei's family background to look up Su Guang's information. What kind of plane ticket he bought, where his destination was, and what time his flight was. There was no need to bother Nan Man Pei. Qin Zhe was expressionless. I just heard a very interesting thing from a friend. There was a boss in Zhejiang province. At the beginning of the year, he went to Macau to gamble and lost 500 or 600 million yuan. He couldn't come up with so much money in a short time. He said that he would give him half a month to go back to the mainland to make up for it. Then he regretted it. After all, he didn't have much assets. 500 or 600 million yuan was too much. Uncle, guess what happened? Su Guang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. What happened? Qin Zhe. He died in an accident not long after. Don't you think it's a coincidence? This was what she said when chatting with Su Yu. She also heard it from Nan Man Pei. You can play if you want, but only in Shanghai. You can play at most twice a month, and each time can't exceed 500,000 yuan. This is the rule I set for you. If you don't listen, I won't play with you. Anyway, you don't have any shares in Dongfeng. I have the final say. Su Guang nodded with a bitter face. On the day that the VR game Eye Mask was officially released, there were only 2,000 units sold in the country. The sales were 6 million yuan. The unit price was 3,000 yuan. P.S. I had something to do yesterday and went on a business trip. On the way, I used my phone to write half a chapter. I didn't have time to write until noon. I finally finished writing now. My brain is a bit messed up. The next chapter is my night code. Chapter 691. The unit price of VR game Eye Masks once made Dongfeng senior management feel incomprehensible and even protested. They felt that even if the price was doubled, it was not expensive. Some even hoped to buy it for tens of thousands. Because it had a monopoly technology advantage in the field of virtual reality technology. Monopoly meant wealth. In the absence of competitive pressure, even if it was expensive, it would also increase its value, just like luxury goods. It was like someone selling their kidney to buy apples. And what did a 3,000 yuan unit mean? It meant taking the initiative to reduce luxury goods to street goods, a big loss. Domestic smartphones could easily be sold at a price of 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. The person who led the protest was Su Guang. He did not dare to challenge Qin Zhe. He secretly called Su Yu and said a lot of market and industry analysis that he did not understand. Su Yu specifically learned about it afterward and then discussed the price with Qin Zhe. In the end, the price was set at 3,000 yuan. In fact, Su Guang only needed to know a little about his niece-in-law to know that it was a wrong decision to make her an ally. As long as Qin Zhe did not make a major and irreversible decision, even if the price was set at 200 yuan, Su Yu would probably let him. It was a loss of billions anyway. However, in the process of discussion, Su Yu was persuaded by Qin Zhe. The core value of virtual reality technology should not be reflected in VR equipment. In the future, Dongfeng technology would produce other large-scale equipment, which could be used in games or other fields. Entertainment applications were only part of it. Virtual reality technology should not be limited to games. It could also shine in other fields. For example, medicine, aerospace, real estate, industrial simulation, etc. In that case, the price could be set as you wish. The most important thing about VR game eye masks was their universality. Most people would be able to afford and use them. This would pave the way for future development, especially for Purple Crystal Network Technology's path of game domination. Su Yu was such a smart person, she understood as soon as she heard it, and then shamelessly proposed to invest in Amethyst technology. Qin Zhe was used to such an excessive request and pretended not to hear it. In the past 6 months, Yingying had always been evil to Baoza investment and wanted to annex it. Baoza, from the name, it should be hers. Wang Zijin also had some thoughts about Tianfeng Entertainment. She felt that things like widowhood should be given to the girlfriend. Why should her sister snatch it away? While Teddy Su was constantly on guard against the threat from the moaning monsters, he was also thinking of biting off a piece of meat from Purple Crystal Network Technology to provoke a real girlfriend. The plan to set up the group could not be delayed. When the time comes, let them tear it apart themselves. Dragging Sister Man into this mess and making her sh*t stirrer. No, she couldn't be sh*t stirrer. That would be disrespectful to both her sisters and herself. In short, let Elder Sister Man act as an external enemy outside of the internal strife. This way, the sisters wouldn't be too ruthless. In any case, with Big Sister Man's experience and ability in the business world, it would be no problem for her to fight 1 against 2 or 3. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe suddenly looked forward to it. On the first day, the gaming eye mask didn't sell well. As expected, even though there was a huge lineup of stars promoting it, when the audience found out that the legal person was Qin Zhe, they were suddenly enlightened. Then, as usual, they shouted 666 for the fast shooter. Their expectations for the gaming eye mask decreased. Moreover, the emergence of any new thing always required time to be tested. If this was placed in a brainless novel, there would definitely be endless onlookers and retarded villains who would jump out to ridicule Qin Zhe as if he had killed their father. Fortunately, this was a book with substance. However, there were websites that used the popularity of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao to attract attention and traffic to launch an online poll. #gaming eye mask buy or not buy hashtag among the tens of thousands of voters, most of them voted not to buy it. Only a few hundred chose to buy it. The companies in the virtual technology industry also did not pay much attention to this. They only collected the sales data of the gaming eye mask the next day, glanced at it, and threw it aside. Their interest was gone. At first glance, 6 million sales per day seemed to be quite good. However, if they excluded the effect of the stars and added in the cost, this sales volume would be a flop. Moreover, the behavior of consuming fans would not last long. If the product did not have outstanding performance, the sales volume would plummet. Therefore, the industry would at most continue to pay attention to this wave and see what would happen next. For the performance of the equipment mentioned in Qin Zhe's Weibo, they were particularly disdainful. It was just a boast to scare laymen. On the afternoon of the third day, Nan Man Pei, who had stolen half a day of leisure, was in the living room talking to Su Yu on the phone. Su Yu made a wave of children with Qin Zhe in a hotel near the company. As a result, the satisfied Qin Zhe fell asleep, and she, who was exhausted, could not sleep. Up to today, a total of 2,400 units have been sold. Fortunately, the cost of these equipment is not high, and the initial research and development investment is not much. Although the inventory is not much, I don't know how long it will take to sell them. Su Yu sighed. So, you think the investment failed? Nanman Pei frowned. Initially, Pei Nanman had invested 100 million to give face to Qin Zhe. Later on, after hearing Qin Zhe's boasting, Pei Nanman's heart also began to look forward to it. She had invested 100 million, and the return was tens of billions. Even though Pei Nanman viewed money as dirt, she still could not ignore this investment. But at present, it seemed that the effect was not ideal. That guy was probably disappointed now. Nanman Pei asked Su Yu. No, this guy's mentality is very stable, and he came several times. Su Yu's tone was relaxed. Nanman Pei was speechless. I didn't say the investment would fail. It's just that the early sales don't look ideal. I want to increase publicity or something. If it doesn't work, I can give the VR experience for free. But he doesn't want me to talk nonsense. Talk nonsense? Well, we talked about it while we were making the baby. He thinks I'm not focused enough. Nanman Pei. That's it, I don't want to talk to you today. Nanman Pei decisively hung up the phone. Just as he was about to go back to his room to write calligraphy, the community property rang the doorbell. The nanny who was mopping the floor in the living room put down the mop and went to open the door. A moment later, she returned with a box. Is it my express delivery? On the third floor, Li Donglai leaned over the railing and looked down. When the nanny said yes, he cheered and rushed down the stairs with a series of bangs. Li Donglai picked up the package and rushed up 2 stairs. He paused, turned back, and said to Nanman Pei on the sofa, Auntie, I ordered the game blindfold from Qin Ji's company yesterday. It arrived today. Don't you have shares too? Can you give me back my money? I used my pocket money to buy you a bracelet. Nanman Pei was very rich, but the pocket money he gave was limited. Every rich second generation in the circle could beat him in terms of pocket money. His friends could spend 100,000 yuan a month to keep a high-quality vase. He could only spend a few thousand yuan a month to go to the big sword. At first, he went to high-end clubs with his friends to play. He didn't have to pay the bill himself. After a long time he stopped going. Because the expenses there could squeeze out 2 months of his pocket money. Li Donglai was embarrassed to always let others pay. His sister Pei Ziqi's pocket money was 10 times his. Yes, 10 times. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi used to bicker like fire and water mainly because of the imbalance in pocket money. Later, when he got to know Qin Zhe and heard about his master's tragic past, he suddenly felt balanced and even a little superior. His aunt's reaction caught him off guard. Pei Nanman said, Game blindfold? Take it to my room. Li Donglai was stunned and misunderstood. He hurriedly said, Auntie, I'm already in university. Nonsense. Nanman Pei immediately used what he had learned. He waved his hand and said, Go quickly. There was a manual in the bag. Li Donglai opened Nanman Pei's computer and downloaded the game. Then, he activated the Bluetooth box and clicked on the game controller on the Golden Shield antivirus software. The step-by-step process wasn't difficult. Any young person who knew how to surf the internet could do it. The only drawback was that it had high requirements for the computer's configuration. The whole process took about 40 minutes. Then he logged into the game and said, Auntie, use my account. I have a lot of heroes. Li Donglai was puzzled. He thought that his auntie was going to confiscate his game console. He didn't expect that his auntie would ask to play it. Nanman Pei nodded silently. The game interface wasn't much different from a mobile game. It was even simpler and many functions hadn't been released yet. Li Donglai noticed that it was an online battle game. It wasn't a standalone game? He was instantly excited. This game console was sold for 3 days and only 2,000 units had been sold. Some hadn't even arrived yet. It took a long time to match. Nanman Pei waited quietly and wasn't in a hurry. On the other hand, Li Donglai was impatient. He was about to switch to a standalone game when the match was completed. Auntie, wear an eye mask. Li Donglai quickly said. It was Nanman Pei's first time playing a game. He walked and stopped, wearing an eye mask and looking left and right. Bow bow. He was curious about the new world. Interested. Li Donglai could watch the game through the computer, but he couldn't experience the first-person perspective of the VR eye mask. When he saw Nanman Pei's appearance, He felt like a cat was scratching his heart. He wanted to kick his auntie away but didn't dare to. After 3 minutes of the game, Nan Man Pei wandered around the jungle until Li Donglai cautiously reminded him, "Auntie, you play a game." Her Majesty Queen took little Li's advice and rushed into the enemy's defense tower aggressively. 5 minutes later, the King of Support in the middle lane sent a message. "Wen Zhong, turn on the voice chat." Li Donglai looked at the computer screen. "Auntie, should I turn on the voice chat for you?" Nan Man Pei nodded. Once the voice chat was turned on, F*CKU. At %%#. Li Donglai quickly turned off the voice chat and didn't dare to breathe. A vein popped out on his auntie's smooth forehead. "She won't smash my game console, right?" Nan Man Pei took off his eye mask and said expressionlessly, "I'm not playing anymore." "You do it." Li Donglai was overjoyed and couldn't wait to try it. He asked, "Auntie, is it fun? What do you think?" Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched and he smiled gently. "I feel like hitting someone." Li Donglai shrunk his neck and put on the game eye mask. In an instant, a new world appeared in front of him. Chapter 692. He found himself standing on the ground with a green background, with grass on both sides, and in front of him was the enemy's defense tower and the opposing hero. Here everything was 3D, whether it was the surrounding scenery or the enemy's small soldiers in cloaks. It was a three-dimensional image, giving people the feeling that they were watching a 3D blockbuster. Especially when he looked back. He saw the defense tower behind him and a pair of small soldiers slowly approaching. This was incomparable to the shooting game Li Donglai played in the VR hall. The operation method was also more difficult and interesting than shooting games. And compared to playing games in the VR hall, this game blindfold was more affordable and convenient. No one would take the bus for half an hour to the CBD area to play VR games. High-tech. Brother Chin, you're so awesome. It's more fun and realistic than the VR hall. Although there were still many flaws in the graphics quality, the experience made people feel like they were in the game world, which was an irresistible temptation for any game enthusiast. As time passed, Li Donglai also found an advantage. His eyes didn't hurt and his head didn't feel dizzy. Motion sickness was an old problem in VR games. Playing games reduced the gaming experience. Many people even tried the symptoms of dizziness and nausea and never touched VR games again. "I don't feel dizzy. I finally corrected this little problem." Li Donglai thought. He actually didn't understand that this seemingly small progress was a qualitative leap in the field of virtual reality. It was enough to cause a sensation in the industry. The game ended and he lost, but Li Donglai was excited and his eyes were shining. He knew that the winter vacation would not be lonely. Nan Man Pei sat on the sofa and made a pot of tea for herself. Occasionally, she looked up at the computer screen and cared about the progress of the game. She didn't play games and didn't find it interesting, but she cared about whether this game blindfold was interesting or not. Su Yu's phone call not long ago made her understand that this game console was not selling well. "How do you feel?" When Li Donglai took off the blindfold, she asked. Li Donglai hesitated. "I feel like hitting someone." The force of the blow was so great that he almost cried out in pain. Li Donglai covered his head and thought sadly, "Sure enough, I can't beat Jianghu." Nan Man Pei said indignantly, "Where did you learn such a glib tongue?" Li Donglai said aggrievedly, "Jianghu is there. Auntie, if you have the ability, hit him." Nan Man Pei was even angrier and gave him another knock on the head. Li Donglai was speechless. "I won't be naughty anymore. I don't have the talent. How about the game console?" Nan Man Pei asked again. Li Donglai sat up straight and said obediently, "It's very fun, very interesting. There's no game console like this now. If the game development can keep up in the future, it will definitely be a hit. No, there's no need to wait for the future. I think it will be a hit very soon." Nan Man Pei nodded happily. "Then, Auntie, the game console." Li Donglai stammered. "Take it." Li Donglai happily put the blindfold, the box, and the controller back into his bag. He hugged it and left quickly. When he returned to his room, he turned on his computer and downloaded the game. While waiting, he held his phone and madly recommended it in the WeChat group. He took a picture and uploaded it. "At everyone, this game console is so cool. It's so cool. Hurry up and buy it." By Guowei. "I heard it's nothing special. I won't give Jianghu any pocket money." He made me lose 3 months' worth of pocket money. I hate him. Guqing. Li Donglai, you're playing games again. Study hard and don't fail your exams at the end of the semester. Li Donglai grinned. There were many little beauties in the circle, and Guqing was one of them. After his sister's endless reminders, Li Donglai finally understood that Guqing secretly liked him. Unfortunately, it was a crush that was destined to be fruitless. This girl was too obedient. She wasn't Li Donglai's cup of tea. Jianghu had a golden saying, "Take off your pants to do things. Pull them up and pay. If you could do this, you could have fun. Otherwise, don't play with the feelings of other girls." Look, this experience in society, this understanding of life, it wasn't something that a rookie like him could compare to. He didn't know that Xianxia was actually all-mouthy king. This sentence was relayed by the experienced driver Huang Yizong. He was the real king in bed. Zhang Wangyun. Are you still not tired of playing games? Li Donglai, you should learn to grow up. Huang Tingzi. That's right. You're already in university. Don't you want to date and play games? Li Donglai. Buy it or not. If you keep talking, I'll take a taxi and beat you guys up. The group fell silent. Chen Qingyuan. It's very fun. It's very interesting. Li Donglai. Chen Qingyuan, you're buying it too. Chen Qingyuan. Of course I'm buying it. Yiro. Wow, good student's corpse is coming back to life. Guqing, +1 Zhang Wangyun, +2 Pei Ziki, +3 Pei Ziki. Good student, are you free during the winter break? Tutor me in English. I feel that next year's college entrance exam is very difficult. Chen Qingyuan. I don't have time, Ziki. I'm going abroad to study during the winter break. I'll also visit Harvard, Cambridge, and Massachusetts. I haven't decided which school to apply to yet. My mom said she'll try her best to help me. There was no problem that money couldn't solve. If there was, it was definitely not enough. Of course, the most important thing was that she relied on her ability. Otherwise, Jianghu wouldn't approve of her results. Zhang Wangyun. Look at her, an infatuated girl. Look at you guys, you only know how to fool around with your boyfriend, but don't know how to get into Harvard for your boyfriend. Huang Tingzi, who had a sinister personality, teased. I'm afraid that after you graduate, he might get married and have children. Yiro. That makes sense. Qingyuan took the wrong path from the beginning. If you want to sleep with him, get him drunk. If you can't get him drunk, force him. There are so many of us here. We'll definitely help you. At most, you'll go to jail. You don't even dare to go to jail, yet you still have the face to say that you love him. You can only chase a man by sleeping with him. If you sleep with him once, he'll be obedient. If you sleep with him once, there will be a second time. They can't control their lower bodies. How can you be so stupid to actually think about getting into Harvard? Li Donglai. Ridiculous. Do you think Jianghu is the kind of man who will listen to you after sleeping with him once? At least 10 times. Pei Ziki. Shut up, Li Donglai. People like Xianxia can't be slept with. Don't instigate her. I think Qingyuan's choice now is right. No matter what happens in the future, she definitely won't regret her current efforts. Li Donglai. Qingyuan, I know some inside information. To be honest, you can forget about being his official girlfriend. If you're willing to be a mistress, you might have a chance. Yiro. Li Donglai f*ck your sister. Why do you want a woman to be a mistress? Pei Ziki. Yiro, are you really going to lie to me? Are you sure? Do you believe that I'll beat you to a pulp? The topic had strayed 1,000 miles from the original topic. Li Donglai glanced at the computer. The download was only 20%. It was still very early. He sent a message to Xianxia. Jianghu, your game is too fun. Excited. Xianxia replied very quickly. The game experience is not bad, right? Li Donglai. I admire you to death. You really can do anything. You're too talented. Xianxia. I'm not talented. I'm just a talented porter. Li Donglai. Oh right, Chen Qingyuan said that she's going to get into Harvard and Cambridge next year. It seems that she's in line with our country's stable policy. It's as if the heavens are helping her. Xianxia. Really? Xianxia. If I say that it's a joke, I don't know if she'll believe me. Wipe sweat. Also, don't be so vulgar. Li Donglai. I understand. You should say, Papa. Qin Zhe. Isn't Papa vulgar? Chinese is profound. You can say it in another way. For example, temple. Li Donglai. What do you mean? Qin Zhe. Figure it out yourself. After a while, Li Donglai sent a series of prostrating emojis. Qin Gu, you've taught me another lesson. I finally know why I'm not as good as you. Qin Zhe. Right? If you change the word, it won't seem vulgar. Instead, it'll show that you're more profound. Remember to pay more respects to Confucius in the future. Li Donglai. Does it mean to study hard? Qin Zhe. Yes, read more. Japanese will teach you how to be naughty. For example, Confucius traveled to the east and met two children. Li Donglai. I see. Chapter 693. As the old saying goes, gold will always shine, and spirits, river crabs, will always give birth to babies. After a week of brewing and fermenting, the reputation of Dongfeng's game console began to explode. People who had experienced the charm of this game console would naturally go crazy to recommend it to the people around them. Perhaps they would even praise it on the internet. This was Qin Zhe's confidence. People with cheats had confidence. No matter how difficult the dungeon was, they could clear it with one click without any pressure. There shouldn't be system destroyers or cheats in this world. On the internet, I heard this game console is awesome. My friends have been recommending it like crazy. It's more than awesome. I can experience virtual reality games without going to the VR museum. I feel like we're one step closer to the games in online novels. My friend bought one and tried it yesterday. It's really different. But it takes too long to match and there's only one game. I'm looking forward to more games. I can't resist the praise online and my friend's recommendation. I've already placed an order and it should arrive tomorrow. It's such an interesting game console and it's not expensive. It's perfect. In a world where VR games were mostly single-player, the appearance of this internet-enabled game blindfold surprised countless game enthusiasts. It was even labeled as the prototype of a virtual reality game. Forget about 3,000 yuan, they would find a way to get it even if it was a zero. At most, they would have to work during the winter break. The not-so-high price allowed it to successfully enter thousands of households and quickly gather popularity and traffic. Correspondingly, Qin Zhe's fame increased again. Netizens called him the lucky star of the nerd. They joked, Mr. Qin, our virtual reality game dreams depend on you. The entire industry was shocked. It only took a week for them to go from disdain to shock. Outsiders didn't understand, but insiders knew how difficult it was to solve motion sickness. They also knew how much profit it meant. Virtual reality technology wasn't just limited to games. It covered many fields, including medicine and aerospace. In fact, in the short week after the VR game console became a hit, many companies tried to make dirty deals with Dongfeng researchers. Qin Zhe was prepared. He applied for more than 100 patents in advance and signed a strict contract with all the R&D employees. The deals didn't happen for the time being. How could it be so simple to have the chrysanthemum settled? He didn't lack connections in the legal world. The sales volume of the gaming eye mask had been increasing rapidly. Every day for the past week, the sales volume had reached a new high. Yesterday, the sales volume was still over 20,000, but this morning, it had already exceeded 40,000. Looking at the trend, it was expected to hit 50,000 before 24 o'clock. Their daily sales were in the tens of millions. After deducting the costs, publicity fees, acquisition funds, and other initial investments, they managed to recoup 1/3 of their capital in just 1 week. Can you believe it? Qin Zhe was very happy. Of course, he was happy to earn money. On the other hand, Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao were not very happy. Instead, it was his sister who took the opportunity to ask him for his dowry money. She said that the balance was not enough and that it was time to top it up. Wang Zijin argued from the side. How is the balance not enough? Is the dowry a yellow diamond? How can the balance not be enough? Her boyfriend's money seemed to have nothing to do with her. It should have been her money. Qin Baobao raised her chin and glared at her. She said righteously, I've used it all up. Can't I? So she took 1 million from Xianxia. It was only 1 million, but her sister was very happy and smiled like a little fox. Almost all companies in the industry, no matter how big or small, bought the VR game iMask produced by Dongfeng. Of course, it was not for the experience, but to open it up for research. The company's executives asked every day, "How's the research going? Can you copy it?" The answer of the product research and development department was also very uniform. "Give me some time, give me some time." They couldn't understand it at all. The core technology was so easy to copy. There was no difference between strong and weak countries, and strong and weak companies. Unless there was a blueprint. Moreover, even if they understood it, it would take a long time to understand and copy it. Until the market share was occupied by others. Near the middle of the year, Xianxia asked Suyu to invite several big companies in the VR industry, and asked Wang Zijin to contact several large game companies, including Penguin, to prepare for a cooperation meeting between the top of the enterprise. This was the first time that Xianxia, as an entrepreneur, had issued an invitation to the business big shots. This alone was not something a star could do. No matter how old and famous he was, it would not work. A real entrepreneur would not care about an actor. But Xianxia could, because he issued an invitation as a shareholder of Purple Crystal Technology and the legal representative of Dongfeng Technology. In the face of his invitation, the big shots were very excited. They cancelled all their plans for the day and rushed to Shanghai. The prospects and importance of virtual reality technology were not something that Tianfeng, Purple Crystal, and Baozhe could compare to. The latter three, you could play with them however you wanted. As for the former, if you wanted to play it well, you would need a lot of resources and talents, as well as a lot of connections. It was probably the dream of all reborn cheaters to have control of all the profitable industries in the palm of their hands. At the same time, it was also their shackle. This kind of cheater would most likely be killed halfway through the journey. Want to develop wretchedly? It was impossible. Xianxia was not afraid of being killed, but he did some calculations. He wanted to go further in the field of virtual reality. It was not realistic to rely on him alone. In the field of games, Purple Crystal Technology was not ranked in the industry. Using such an awesome game console to play a game that was gradually declining in popularity? It was too wasteful. Redeem the game code from the cheater system? No, this was not the best way. The points could not be used in such a place. Cooperation was the way to go. For other applications of virtual reality technology, looking for partners with strong capital was also the best way. Xianxia had calculated that this way, he could earn the most with the least investment. Cooperation to make money, this was the secret that 99% of reborn cheaters could not understand. As long as he gave up a part of the profits, he would have a group of partners and could earn more money. Why not? The meeting was at the World Financial Center, from 9 to 11 in the morning. Today, Qin Bao Bao, who was supposed to be the #1 vase to accompany her brother, was not here. She had gone to Beijing, and her concert was in a few days. There were about 30 people in the meeting, all of them big shots. The positions of the companies they were in were at least third or second in command. The smaller companies had big bosses. Xianxia received them one by one, exchanging business cards and asking about their well-being. Accompanying him was Suyu. Nan Man Pei looked at this scene from a distance and said to Wang Zijin with a smile, "I have to admit, in terms of business communication, she is more compatible with Xianxia than you." Wang Zijin disdainfully curled her lips. Because Suyu was more talkative, she could talk about industry development and business management with anyone she met. The guests and the host were happy to talk. If she went, would she talk to the other party about the core values of socialism? Or would she talk about her 20 years of controlling people in the military compound? Wang Zijin's eyes suddenly focused and frowned. Who are those two? There was a mother and daughter pair over there. The mother was still charming and had an outstanding temperament, and the daughter was a delicate flower. She looked at Xianxia with shyness and a little excitement. Nan Man Pei looked over and said, "That woman is called Zhang Aizhen. Her husband is from the National Development and Reform Commission. She is a very capable career woman. The one next to her is her daughter." Then he glanced at her. Ziki's friend. "I heard that she has been pursuing Xianxia." Wang Zijin said indifferently. "Oh." Nan Man Pei sighed. "Why would such a good girl like Xianxia?" Wang Zijin glanced at Nan Man Pei unhappily. She was unhappy that he was talking bad about her man. Chen Qingyuan also came with her mother. Xianxia did not work in the VR industry or online games, but she happened to have time. When she heard that Qin Zhe invited many big shots to a meeting, she came to join in the fun. It was good to expand her network or make some appropriate investments. When Chen Qingyuan heard, she wanted to follow. As soon as she saw Qin Zhe, she could not move her legs. Qin Gu talked about Qin Gu and had endless things to say. Until Su Yu frowned and pulled Qin Zhe away. Chen Qingyuan also wanted to follow, but she was pulled back by her mother. Where is the restraint? Where is the restraint of a girl? Zhang Aizhen said unhappily. Mom, restraint is when a man pursues a girl. A girl will be pretentious. Why should a girl be restrained when chasing a man? She is looking for trouble. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes. How did I give birth to such a useless daughter? Zhang Aizhen was disappointed. Didn't you say that he is very good? If I can get him, you and Dad will be happy. With such an excellent son-in-law, why do you still need to run around to earn money? That is true, but do you have any hope? Zhang Aizhen sighed. Silly girl, look at how beautiful the woman beside him is. She can kill you with a finger. No matter how beautiful she is older than me. She is an old woman. In another 10 years, she will be old. I will be in my prime. What is there to be afraid of? I have not grown into a mature sister yet. Ziki's friend. She seems to be very interested in me. Qin Zhe explained. No need to explain. She is not your cup of tea. Su Yu whispered. You are a shameful sister complex. I am not a sister complex. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Zhe was weak. If you are not a sister complex, why would you like me? And Wang Zijin. This is called a mature sister complex. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and a young man came up to them. They looked like a father and son. Boss Qin. The middle-aged man exchanged business cards with Qin Zhe. He was the CEO of Fengteng Technology. Fengteng Technology was a big company in virtual reality technology. If the shareholders were listed, ordinary people would know them. This is Boss Huang. The middle-aged man introduced the young man. The young man looked at Qin Zhe and smiled. I did not bring my business card. My name is Huang Wei. So they are not father and son. Qin Zhe nodded. Hello, Boss Huang. Thank you for the honor. I like this saying. The most important thing in business is to give face. It is because my friends give me face that I can reach the step. The young man smiled. Boss Qin, do you mind giving me face too? What do you mean? Qin Zhe's smile did not change. I am very interested in virtual reality technology. It is a waste to use it to develop games. The young man said, I will invest 500 million in your Fengteng technology. I will take 50% of the shares. Qin Zhe and Su Yu looked at each other. Where did this hothead come from? You want to invest just because you want to? The young man had a well-hidden domineering aura. Although he was smiling and spoke politely, he gave off a strong self-confidence that said, everyone here is trash. Qin Zhe was no stranger to this aura. He was the same. This was the aura of a hack. Chapter 694. But it's undeniable that Qin Zhe is really attractive to girls, especially those who are inexperienced. Nan Man Pei said. Wang Zijin smiled faintly and said with a hidden meaning, an inexperienced little fox is no threat to me. I'm only afraid of some old witch who has cultivated into a demon. Nan Man Pei smiled. To be honest, I've never been like today. I suddenly admire Qin Zhe very much. If it was Su Yu, she would probably use the same harsh words to refute or pretend not to understand. But in this way, she would be in a disadvantageous position. At most it would be a tie. But Nan Man Pei's words had the flavor of an elder. Wang Zijin was stunned. Why do you say that? Nan Man Pei. I've seen a lot of rich men, and among them, there are even self-made heroes. In addition to their own talent, they are actually borrowing power. The upper class borrowing power. The lower class borrowing power. The rich men with no power and no influence need to borrow power, and the rich men also need to borrow power. In the end, it's like a rolling snowball. Qin Zhe is talented, and he has you, the extraordinary peacock lady, supporting him. But in my eyes, he's still too independent. In less than 2 years, He has such a large-scale industry and such a strong wealth. It's all because of his incredible talent. In terms of personal ability, he is the best I've ever seen. To be honest, it's impossible to meet a second person like him in this life. But without your Wang family, his future, although bright, can be seen at a glance. But even with your Wang family, it's not enough. This social talent can't solve everything. The more money he earns in the future, the more industries he touches, and the more breakthroughs he has, the more danger he will be in. For example, because a certain bank blocked the bank's way of making money, the bank's mother, the central bank's soft knife to the payment software. He's obviously aware of this problem. Choosing to cooperate with competitors is his attempt, and also a change. Your three companies have actually become a bit bloated today. We have also reached a bottleneck. The biggest problem should be the lack of human resources. At most, we can maintain the current situation. If we want to expand, it will be even more difficult. Wang Zijin nodded slightly. That was indeed the case. Purple Crystal technology was currently extremely lacking in professional teams and outstanding talents. As for the development of teams and talents, it was not enough to poach them. To put it bluntly, they lacked time to consolidate their foundations. Before Qin Zhe started his crazy search for celebrities, Tianfeng already had a weakness in this area. Now, this weakness had been temporarily fixed, but it could not be fixed once and for all. Hence, Tianfeng was actively grooming newcomers. Bao's investment was even worse. The limitations of private placement made it impossible for it to expand wildly. Nan Man Pei continued, choosing to work with them may seem like you're giving up some benefits, but you're actually getting more resources, not only in terms of financial resources and manpower, but also in terms of connections. When everyone's interests are tied together, your connections are also my connections. Qin Zhe only needs to maintain his position as the Wulin Alliance chief and not let himself fall. Compared to the girl who was obsessed with his handsome appearance and talent, Nan Man Pei appreciated the mature and far-sighted Qin Zhe more. If a woman longed for a strong man to conquer her, then in Pei Nanman's mind, only a mature and steady man was her ideal partner, not a boy who was jumping on stage and singing, or a boy who was immersed in writing a few new songs without blinking his eyes. Wang Zijin smiled. His growth potential is huge. The man I like is certainly not a fish in a pond. Nan Man Pei thought that it was because of her self-confident and conceited character that she did not see the unusual relationship between Su Yu and Qin Zhe. Conceited women were easily blinded by a single leaf. In the same way, Qin Bao, who always believed that her charm was infinite, was the same. Wang Zijin was a little proud of Nan Man Pei's brainless boasting about her man. She couldn't help but chase after her man's figure. Then she saw the young man who was talking to Qin Zhe. She was stunned at first and looked surprised. She whispered, "Why is that guy here?" Huang Zong is joking. The East is not short of funds. Qin Zhe smiled and declined. If Huang Zong wants to cooperate, then listen to me on stage and we can talk about the details. Huang Wei snorted. 500 million is too little? I can increase the investment. I'm not short of money. The other party's tone was a bit arrogant. What a coincidence. I'm not short of money either. Qin Zhe smiled. What's the use of money? I'm not interested in money. If making money was not to show off, then it was meaningless. Money is really useless. What I really want to invest is not money. You can get something that money can't give you. Huang Wei said, I admire people like Qin Zhe who started from scratch. It hasn't been easy. I'll go to the toilet. Qin Zhe, think about it. After he left, the middle-aged uncle named Zhu Guoguang laughed to ease the atmosphere. He whispered, Qin Zhe, you don't know him, right? He's from Beijing and happened to be in Shanghai on a business trip. I received him and brought him along. As he spoke, he mysteriously whispered a few words in Qin Zhe's ear. After hearing this, Qin Zhe's expression became serious. So it was a second-generation rich kid from Beijing. He was indeed a cheat. In this day and age, it wasn't only the lucky ones who picked up the system that were cheats. There were some people who were born with cheats. An ordinary person's lifetime of hard work was not worth as much as a word from them. Wasn't this cheating? It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to be born so well? Putting aside those wastrels who indulged in pleasure and didn't think about making progress, there were two kinds of successful second-generation rich kids. Politics and business. The former were the first-generation rich kids. In fantasy novels, they were the talented eldest sons who had the potential to inherit the family business. The latter were slightly less talented and couldn't climb to the same height as their parents, so they entered the business world. These people were better off than the first-generation rich kids. Because they didn't need to have too much business talent, they could rely on their family connections to enjoy endless resources. Excluding those industries that were monopolized by the country, they could do whatever they wanted in all 360 industries. There were too many indescribable transactions in this industry. It was widely rumored that a second-generation rich kid once bought most of the shares of a big boss in a certain industry. Not long after, Huang Wei returned. His smile was warmer and his expression was more relaxed. Xianxia, what do you think? Xianxia nodded. No problem, but I want you to invest more. Huang Wei's smile became more relaxed. Tell me, how much do you want? Xianxia, 50 billion and I'll sell Dongfeng to you. Huang Wei's smile froze. Are you kidding? Xianxia laughed. You don't like to joke? I don't like it very much. What a coincidence. I don't like it either. Huang Wei looked straight at Xianxia. You don't know who I am? Xianxia retorted. You definitely don't know who my girlfriend is. Your girlfriend? Huang Wei sneered. How would he know who Xianxia's girlfriend was? She was just an actress and a businessman. She wasn't worth his attention. If not for the fact that he was interested in Xianxia's VR technology, he wouldn't have bothered to know this person. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a familiar voice. Who's his girlfriend? Do you have a problem, Huang Wei? Looking in the direction of the voice, a beautiful woman in a decent office dress walked over. Her makeup was exquisite, and her oval face was beautiful and dignified. Wang Zijin? Huang Wei was stunned. My boyfriend. Is there a problem? Wang Zijin held Xianxia's arm and looked straight at Huang Wei. So that's it. Huang Wei understood. No wonder Xianxia had established such a large business at such a young age. He was a hack just like him. The Wang family's white gloves. Long time no see. Huang Wei changed his attitude and greeted with a smile. Wang Zijin nodded coldly. I won't entertain you. You're not here to talk about cooperation anyway. She pulled Xianxia to the side. Zhu Guoguang curiously asked, Boss Huang, who is this woman? Huang Wei glanced at him and ignored him. He turned around and left. Since she was from the Wang family, he would let it go this time. You know him? Xianxia asked in a low voice. I know him, but we're not close. If we're close, he'll definitely know that you're my man. Wang Zijin said, the Huang family can be considered as a family that rose from the ashes. A few years ago, he was just an average second-generation heir. This guy specializes in things like taking over a magpie's nest. He's smart, but it's all just petty tricks. He only knows how to play dirty tricks. If it wasn't for the fact that his father knows how to pick sides, I'd be able to take on 10 of these minions with one hand. Xianxia nodded and didn't think too much about it. With Wang Zijin around, he could handle most of the troubles. The meeting began. Xianxia slowly walked up the stage under everyone's gaze. He held the microphone and looked around. I'm very happy to have everyone participate in this meeting. I've always believed that cooperation is a win-win situation. Dongfeng Technology is fortunate to have made a major breakthrough in VR technology. I'm very happy to share the core technology with everyone. The 10-minute-long speech was like a news broadcast. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it would not be wrong to brag first. But the real way to cooperate was not to share the core technology. There was no technology investment. Instead, Dongfeng Technology would take the lead and form a production line alliance. Dongfeng Technology would provide the core technology, and other companies would be responsible for the components. It was the same for game development. Everyone would develop games together, and Amethyst Technology would provide the platform. The details of the cooperation would be discussed later. Xianxia estimated that in this batch of people, or rather in this batch of companies, 1/3 of them would withdraw because of the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. But more companies would choose to cooperate. Even if they couldn't get their hands on the core technology, cooperation was still a win-win situation. Chapter 695. The details of the cooperation were the focus of Xianxia and Su Yu's work for the next half a month. Wang Zijin also participated, Learning more than helping. The details and outline of the business cooperation were drawn up by Xianxia and Su Yu, assisted by more than a dozen senior executives of the cooperating companies, and finally modified by the legal department. After confirming that there were no mistakes, the contract was signed. Peers were not only enemies, but also natural partners. It depended on the size of the market. The prospects of VR technology were very broad. Even if anyone wanted to monopolize it, they couldn't. It was better to share resources and form an alliance. The advantage of this was that if they went overseas in the future, there wouldn't be an awkward situation of being stretched in all aspects. Xianxia's current assets and net worth, 10 billion more or less, had no impact at all. The change from a businessman to a business tycoon was a change in mentality. The businessman wanted to make money, while the tycoon wanted to occupy the market. Although Jack Ma blindly talked nonsense all day long, some of his ideas were right. When a businessman reached a certain level, they shouldn't pursue money, but other things, such as influence. Jack Ma's strength was not in money, but in his influence. How many people relied on him to survive, and how many people needed him? When he reached this level, he could gain a certain degree of respect from the higher-ups. On the other hand, no matter how much money someone like Xianxia had, if he built a tall building and his building collapsed, it would have almost no impact on society and the people. So a second generation dared to look down on him. If he only thought about making money and didn't increase his influence, he would always be a second-rate businessman. Xianxia only understood this recently. He suddenly understood why the system issued a task to form a group. This time he tied so many companies together. When everyone invested money, the interests began to be tied together. When Xianxia encountered some trouble, he would no longer be fighting alone. However, if he met a top second or third generation like Wang Zijin, this network was not enough. Unfortunately, Huang Wei was at the same level as Wang Zijin. It was said that his family was favored. If the other party got the core technology, although Xianxia looked down on this kind of basic blueprint, and kicked him out, it wouldn't cause too much loss and social impact. So tired. When it was time to rest, Su Yu stretched her slender waist and said, "Wang Zijin, pour me a glass of water." Wang Zijin didn't even bother with her. "I'll help you," Xianxia said immediately. "It's none of your business. You're the boss, not a lackey." Wang Zijin glared at him. "I just wanted to pour a glass of water for Sister Ziwei." Xianxia ran to the water dispenser and poured 3 glasses of water. Su Yu said with a straight face, "No." His tone sounded a little unhappy. "It's sweet." Wang Zijin took a sip and argued. Xianxia sighed. He wondered if he could really sit still and watch the harem fight with each other. Could it be that he was trying to curry favor from all sides, only to end up in an awkward situation? He quickly changed the topic. "Su Yu, after the domestic sales stabilize, I'm going to sell the game blindfolds to Japan. Do you have any experience in finding an agent company?" Su Yu: "No, but I can entrust others." "Why are you in such a hurry to open up the Japanese market?" "I don't know if they welcome this kind of game machine." "Of course they will. I've tried it myself. It's very exciting. Although I can't wait to hold all the Japanese money in my arms, I still choose to cooperate with the Japanese in the end. First, there is no energy and manpower to open up the Japanese market. Second, if there are troubles, there are Japanese to help solve it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Next, as long as the system's obscene gong game is made, he can make a wave of fast money in Japan. It's a rare weekend, and the things at hand are basically done. Su Yu felt exhausted and was too lazy to pester Xianxia. She was going to sleep at home on the weekend. Wang Zijin originally wanted to stay at home, but when she was free, she suddenly remembered that Xianxia's birthday was celebrated in the United States this year. As his girlfriend, she didn't celebrate his birthday with him. So Wang Zijin proposed to go out. Women seem to pay special attention to birthdays and are eager for someone to surprise them on their birthday. It stems from their vanity. Oh, women. Men don't care much about things like birthdays. Inviting good buddies for a meal is the limit. Those who are shy in their money can't afford a meal. Xianxia said, "What's the point of going out? Isn't it the same at home? My sister is not at home. Even if we dance in the waves like seaweed, no one will care." While having fun, they can also shout, "Fuck, fuck." But Wang Zijin didn't care and wanted to go out. Shopping, eating, buying gifts, watching movies. It's called a celebration, but it's actually a date. At most, she bought a tie for Xianxia. After watching the movie, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They rode a shared bike and strolled around Lujiazui. Xianxia wore a mask and sunglasses, so no one could recognize him. He followed Wang Zijin and watched her ride the bike. Her waist twisted and turned, like a weak willow in the wind, and her hair flew in the wind. Wang Zijin rode the bike to the side of the Huangpu River and parked it by the roadside. She rubbed her frozen little hands and rubbed her red nose, saying, "Let's go for some fresh air." "Are you stupid? It's so cold and you still want to go to the river." Xianxia held her two little hands in the palm of his hand, blew a breath of hot air and rubbed them. "Your hands are so cold. They can't even warm up." "Are you cold?" "Yes." Wang Zijin enjoyed her boyfriend's love and pecked his head hard. Wang Zijin hurriedly withdrew her little hands. She was so angry that she laughed and chased after him. "You're almost worth hundreds of billions. You're not serious at all. Wow, you're starting to dislike me?" When they reached the side of the Huangpu River, Xianxia turned around and opened his arms. Wang Zijin happened to bump into his arms and let out a moan. She leaned into Xianxia's arms and looked at the muddy water of the river. Boats passed by slowly, and her literary personality flared up. "Ha, I cut the river with my sword. Everyone respected me, but I didn't expect to meet a punk like you. My reputation was ruined overnight. I had no choice but to hide my sword deep in the mountains. From now on, I'll wash my hands and make soup." Xianxia said, "Bah, you don't even know how to do it." Wang Zijin hit him and stared at him. Suddenly, she laughed. Wang Zijin was a person who couldn't stand noise and cold war. Her heart was as fragile as a child's. Every time someone quarreled with her, she would be upset and become irritable. Gentle gentlemen had no market for her. Although this punk was often flirtatious, she was happy to be with him and would laugh for no reason. She hugged his strong waist tightly and said softly, "Ace, you have to be good to me for the rest of my life." I should be humming a song at this time, Xianxia thought. He looked around and secretly took off his mask. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. It was cold and had a faint fragrance. He could make Wang Zijin cry until dawn. "Let's find a hotel," Wang Zijin said subconsciously as they stood by the roadside to hail a taxi. "Sister isn't at home today," Xianxia said blankly. Wang Zijin was stunned. "Yes, Yingying isn't at home. Why am I scared? Since when did I have the psychological trauma of going to a hotel to have sex?" Wang Zijin felt sad for her real girlfriend and almost cried. The next day was the weekend. Wang Zijin got up at noon with 2 dark circles under her eyes. When she woke up, the room was empty. She put on a bathrobe and went to the living room. Xianxia was arranging the food. Hearing the movement, he looked up and said, "I was about to call you. The food in the hotel is good. After eating, take a shower and let's go home." Wang Zijin murmured, "I'm tired. I don't want to eat. I want to sleep." If Su Yu was here, he would definitely empathize with her words and wipe away his bitter tears. Wang Zijin secretly checked the internet about her boyfriend's masculinity. Most of them said that young people were like that. After a long time, their kidneys were insufficient and their stamina would naturally weaken. But Wang Zijin found that her experience was completely different from the situation on the internet. To sum up, most of the phenomena were that young people were angry and wanted to do something. They relied on quantity to win. Her man was not like this. Her man was Xianxia. "Ouch, my waist. Don't sleep. The more you sleep, the more tired you will be." Xianxia waved his hand. "The food will get cold if you don't eat." Wang Zijin sat at the table sullenly and still had no appetite. Xianxia joked, "It doesn't help. To be honest, I only used 50% of my strength last night." "You still say that?" Wang Zijin hit him on the head with chopsticks angrily. She had to admit that she was lucky to have only one man in her life. "Are you sick? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Wang Zijin said gloomily. "Damn it. Have you heard of such a disease?" Xianxia said angrily, "This is a gift." Wang Zijin leaned on the table and moaned, "How can you be like this? I can't stand it." Xianxia was enraptured. "Call me Dad. Call me Dad and I will be merciful next time. Wang Zijin squinted at him. Do you have a lot of goddaughters? Whose godfather have you been? Qinzhe waved his hand. No, I like daughters. But I can't do goddaughters. I'm not a beast. Wang Zijin was so angry that she wanted to tear him apart. Even a little tramp has its disadvantages. You can never beat him. Chapter 696. After the meal, Wang Zijin dragged her tired body and took a taxi back home. As expected, she didn't fall asleep immediately, so she lost the best time to sleep. She sat in the back with her head tilted on Qinzhe's shoulder. She felt tired and wanted to sleep, but she couldn't. So she took out her phone to check the news, WeChat, and Weibo. Qinzhe was wearing a mask, but he didn't bring his sunglasses. He put them in his pocket and looked at the scenery outside the window with an indifferent expression. He didn't look tired at all. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and quietly bit him on the shoulder. She lowered her head and scrolled through WeChat again. Her WeChat was filled with selfies of cute girls, as well as photos of Tiananmen Square, the Great Wall, Fragrant Hill, and other scenery. The concert was about to start, but she still had the mood to play around. The boss was indeed evil. The employees worked themselves to death, but she went on a sightseeing tour. The caption was very naughty. It's a pity that brother isn't here. The photo is missing a handsome guy who matches sister. Another caption. This is the home of the wolf in the house. It's full of evil and sinister aura. Wolf in the house, my ass. Did I eat your food? Did I steal your man? Seems like, yes. Wang Zijin felt guilty and exited WeChat. If you want to steal my man, so be it. Don't expect me to return him to you. No way. She opened Weibo and habitually browsed the headlines and hot news. A completely unexpected news shocked the netizens and Wang Zijin. Title: The True Face of Qinzhe's Girlfriend. There were 4 candid photos. One was of Wang Zijin and Qinzhe kissing by the Huangpu River. The angle of the photo was behind them, so only the side of their faces could be seen. But it was enough. It was enough to recognize them. Another was a photo of them strolling on the street. In the photo, Qinzhe was wearing an eye mask and sunglasses. Another was a photo of Wang Zijin and Qinzhe eating. The candid photographer took the photo through the glass wall of the private room from the roadside. This was real. Their faces were clear. The last photo was of Wang Zijin and wearing sunglasses and an eye mask entering the hotel. A bolt from the blue. Wang Zijin's small hand that was holding the phone couldn't help but tremble slightly. She and Qinzhe had neglected one thing. Usually, when they opened a hotel room, they would enter one after the other and never in pairs. Sometimes the interval was more than 10 minutes, sometimes even half an hour. Because Qin Bao was not in Shanghai, the two of them were a little arrogant. There was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. 100 plans could lead to a careless mistake. Mother, who is this woman? Kill her. No, my husband only loves me. He doesn't have a girlfriend. Sob, sob, sob. Please don't expose it. Who can expose this woman? I'm going to tear her apart on the streets. F***ck. I've liked you for more than a year. How can you find a girlfriend just like that? Are you worthy of me? I burst into tears instantly. I'm crying. It's already the end of the year, and you still want to hurt me like this? Are we still going to celebrate the new year? The saddest thing of the year. F***ck. I've lost my passion to live in an instant. The comments on Weibo were the real explosion. This Weibo post was posted at 10 in the morning. 3 hours later, it had been forwarded more than 999 times and left more than 30,000 comments. In the comments, there were not only scolding and crying. There were also people who praised her for her beauty. However, they were all men, so most of the people who said that they were making things difficult for women were women. Then there were clapping and cheering, saying that Qinzhe finally has a girlfriend. My girlfriend can also give up. These comments were often filled with bitterness. Wang Zijin slowly raised her head from the comments. She raised her round chin and looked at Qinzhe, panicking. Eyes. Qinzhe retracted his gaze and looked at her with a smile. I have something to tell you. It's nothing big. Wang Zijin looked as calm as an old dog, but she was panicking inside. What's the matter? Qinzhe, who was in the dark, asked. Wang Zijin looked at him sadly. She did not speak and handed him the phone. Qin Zhe took it blankly and glanced at it. With just one glance, he was stunned. There were too many words to describe his state of mind at this time. 5 thunders, scalp tingling, a bolt from the blue. Qin Zhe thought about telling the truth. He regarded this as a problem that he had to face this year, but his laziness made him put it off again and again. If it was not urgent, he would not be in a hurry. He felt that he still had a chance to develop wretchedly. But the reality was always like this. From time to time, it would give you a hard time and then ask you, "Are you surprised? Are you excited?" He had always been paying attention to the trysts between Su Yu and Wang Zijin. The profession of a paparazzi was pervasive. If he was not careful, he would be secretly photographed by him. There were so many examples of his predecessors. But now he understood that nothing could be hidden forever. It was only a matter of time before it was exposed. He did not neglect it this time, but there would always be times in the future. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that even a wise man would be wet once in a while? No, it's okay. There's no fire in the world that can't be wrapped up, and there's no wall that the wind can pass through, Qin Zhe said calmly. Wang Zijin looked at him silently, nodded slowly, and buried her head in his arms. She knew that Qin Zhe was actually panicking. He was so panicked that he was out of his wits and his mind was about to explode. His calmness was fake. You could not believe that a person who would say, "There's no fire that can't be wrapped up, and there's no wall that the wind can pass through," was as calm as an old dog. But he did not realize it himself. 8 p.m., Beijing, Kowloon Stadium. The last stop of Qin Baobao's national tour was Beijing. In fact, it was not called a national tour. It just went to the first-tier cities in the country. Qin Baobao could not bear to go to all the important cities in the country. Holding a concert was not an easy thing. From the preparation to the opening, not only the staff was tired, but the stars were also tired. Just singing for 2 hours straight was torturous enough. If it wasn't for the sake of making money or fame, there really wasn't a need to hold concerts so often. So, Qin Zhe let her follow the company's plan from the beginning to the end. As a woman who was not career-minded and could live a happy life with her brother, it was not easy for her to work hard to get to where she was today. It was hard to say who was the one who was the bad guy. Qin Zhe was not unique to the salted fish character, and so was his sister. It was just that her excellence often made people ignore her nature of not wanting to improve. Qin Baobao herself also thought that it was good. Being too outstanding was not necessarily a good thing. It would only pull the distance between her and Qin Zhe further and further. But when the salted fish suddenly became outstanding, the person who was left behind was her. Qin Baobao rode the small Mao Fong and chased after her brother's sports car. She did not fall behind too much. The concert opened at 8:30. Qin Baobao wore a gorgeous off-the-shoulder dress and sat in front of the dressing mirror. Any makeup artist played with her gorgeous and charming face. The makeup artist put in a lot of effort to make her seductive temperament more obvious. No matter how beautiful a woman was, the difference between wearing makeup and not wearing makeup was still very big. Plain white face, seductive eyeshadow, flaming red lips, long and curly eyelashes, and his sister's naturally sharp face. Looking at the woman in the mirror, she could play any role of a vixen. 2 female assistants looked at her from the side and praised, "Boss Qin is so beautiful. If I were a man, I would definitely pursue you." The other said, "It seems like Boss Qin lacks a man. There are many men pursuing Boss Qin. Don't make a fool of yourself." Yes, yes. Even if I become a man, I can't get Boss Qin. As a woman, I could have counted on a Prince Charming like Qin Zhe, but now I can't count on it. But Qin Zhe's girlfriend is so beautiful. Qin Baobao, who was too busy today and almost didn't touch her mobile phone, rolled her eyes and said, "Where did his girlfriend come from? Did you see any gossip news again?" The 2 assistants looked at each other and kept silent awkwardly. Yes, Qin Zhe didn't admit it. Must she be his girlfriend when she went in and out of the hotel? Maybe she was a female model, a goddaughter or something. It didn't seem very good to gossip about her brother in front of his sister. Still, the makeup artist was stubborn and asked curiously, "Isn't the one on the internet Qin Zhe's girlfriend?" Qin Baobao frowned slightly and found that things were not simple. On the internet? The makeup artist concentrated on fixing her makeup. Yes, it was exposed this morning. Weibo exploded. Boss Qin, don't you know? Qin Bao Bao's heart sank, and she turned to ask the assistant for her mobile phone. Could it be that Qin Zhe and the housebreaker were secretly photographed when they went out shopping? It could also be Su Yu. But it doesn't matter. A's won't fall in love behind my back. Guessing in her heart, she had to take a look to be at ease. She took the mobile phone handed by the assistant and opened Weibo. Without searching, she could directly see the hot Weibo in the Hot Topics. 4 pictures, each with a knife, stabbed Qin Bao Bao's heart fiercely. Boom! There seemed to be thunder in her mind, and Qin Bao Bao's eyes turned black. Chapter 697. The moment Qin Bao saw the photo, her heart stopped beating. In the past, there were often exposés in the gossip news. The editor would insist on who was Qin Zhe's girlfriend and who was Qin Bao Bao's boyfriend. It was so clear and reasonable that Qin Bao Bao wondered if she had really unintentionally dated a huge number of boyfriends. Occasionally, Su Yu and Wang Zijin would accidentally appear in the photo. Because they were with Qin Zhe, they were suspected of being his girlfriend. Qin Bao Bao never cared because those long-distance photos were not credible. They didn't even hold hands. How could the editor say that they were dating? She would occasionally follow the trend and say, "Editor, your mother exploded." This time, they didn't hold hands. They kissed directly. There was also a photo of them entering the hotel hand in hand. This was irrefutable evidence. Qin Bao Bao imagined countless times that her brother was lonely and went out to find a girlfriend. She prevented Qin Zhe from taking in a goddaughter, but she didn't allow him to have a girlfriend. In fact, she had a bottom line in her heart. If he really wanted to play with her, as long as he didn't let her know, she would at most turn a blind eye. But it was absolutely impossible to have a girlfriend. But she knew that this was not a long-term solution. People had to grow up. They couldn't escape the fate of marriage and children. How long could they be frozen like this? Before returning from America, Qin Bao Bao refused to plan for the future because she felt that the future was shrouded in a layer of fog and full of rugged roads. Maybe in a few years, when she was sensible or tired, she would let go of her obsession and find a man who was not bad to marry. People had to mature after all. But deep in her heart, she hoped that the salted fish would disregard everything and step on the colorful clouds to find her. After returning from America, she felt a lot more at ease. She felt that the future might be rugged and difficult, but the fog that shrouded it had dissipated. We have hoped to hold hands together, even if we stagger. Giving you a sweet date and then giving you a slap. Reality seemed to like to play this trick. It wasn't just a slap, it was a wake-up call. Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe had feelings for each other. Qin Bao Bao was not stupid. She could actually sense it, but she was too confident. She was confident in her charm, confident that she could control the wolf in the room, and even more confident that Qin Zhe could control himself. But she didn't know how scary it was when an adolescent man went crazy. He was like a wolf, a tiger, a leopard, and a swallow in a plane. He would lie down on the ground and f*ck the ants. Day cockroaches, day wasps, day worms that crawl into holes. A hole in the door, and a pit in the ground. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and held her breath. The conversation between the assistant and the makeup artist, as well as the faint movement outside the door, gradually became inaudible and left her. Then, the world fell into a despairing silence. President Qin, President Qin? Qin Bao Bao was woken up by his assistants. The 2 assistants stood beside him, looking panicked. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Bao Bao looked at them blankly, like a lifeless paper flower. "You looked like you were having difficulty breathing just now. Do you want to go to the hospital?" The assistant asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Qin Bao Bao took a deep breath and said in a very low and weak voice, "Buy me a plane ticket. I'm going back to Shanghai tonight." Back to Shanghai? The assistants were stunned. Even the makeup artist was dumbfounded. The concert was about to start, and now she was going back to Shanghai? The assistant kindly reminded her, "President Qin, if you're not feeling well, you can postpone the concert. Why don't you go to the hospital? Why do you want to go back to Shanghai?" Clang. Qin Bao Bao swept all the makeup on the table to the floor like a furious female leopard. "Since when did I need you to teach me how to do things? Get out now." Qin Bao Bao, who was known for being approachable in the entertainment industry, suddenly exploded. The assistants were caught off guard and didn't dare to breathe loudly, including the makeup artist. They should be thankful that their boss didn't put on airs and had a bad temper. If it had been someone with a bad temper, they wouldn't even have had the chance to write a resignation letter. The three of them looked at each other for a moment and quietly left the dressing room. Qin Bao Bao held onto the dressing table and stared blankly at herself in the mirror. She thought to herself, I can't cry, I can't cry, I can't cry here. However, the sadness that flowed like a river carried with it an irresistible force. It easily destroyed her strength and invaded her tear ducts. Qin Bao Bao slowly slid down the dressing table and sat on the floor hugging her knees with tears streaming down her face. After a while, a few concert managers heard the news and came over. What's going on? Why does she want to go back to Shanghai? The two assistants said innocently, I don't know. She suddenly exploded. What do you mean exploded? The manager said unhappily, speak clearly. What happened to her just now? The assistant said, she was fine just now. We were chatting when she suddenly looked very uncomfortable. We suggested that she go to the hospital, but she wanted to go back to Shanghai. Then she chased us out. The other assistant added, Boss Qin looked very scary just now. I've never seen her like this before. The two of them would never have thought that the news would cause Qin Bao Bao to explode. To them, the news about Qin Zhe was just gossip. So, while they were chatting, Qin Bao Bao suddenly exploded. Both of their faces were filled with question marks. One of the managers leaned close to the door and listened carefully. There was a faint sobbing sound coming from inside. The concert was about to start. The singer suddenly threw away the burden. Especially a top singer like Qin Bao Bao, the queen of popularity, would definitely cause a national sensation. If an ordinary star, no matter how famous, dared to do this, the entertainment company would immediately let him know who the boss was. However, Qin Bao Bao was the one who threw away the burden. Qin Bao Bao was not an ordinary star. She was the father of everyone present. Oh no, mother of everyone present. The other manager approached and raised his hand to knock on the door. He was stopped by his colleague who was eavesdropping. The latter shook his head with a serious expression and asked the assistant, help her buy a plane ticket. Why buy a plane ticket? Get out of the way. I'll talk to Boss Qin. What about the concert? It's hard to explain to the audience how big the loss is. That person said angrily, what's there to talk about? Not letting you in is for your own good. After talking, I'll let you go home and farm. After a pause he continued, just tell the audience that Qin Bao Bao suddenly had a physical condition and was sent to the hospital. The concert is cancelled. Change the refund to the money and change the compensation to compensation. Then, the two of you help her buy a plane ticket. He guessed that Qin Bao Bao must have encountered something sad, family matters, or something else. Who would dare to go in at a time like this? Did they think that the salary was too low and they didn't want it anymore? Tonight, Qin Zhe could not sleep. He was as steady as an old dog in front of Wang Zijin. In fact, his legs were soft, but a man couldn't show his weak side in front of his woman. He had to pretend to be more stable than an old dog. They kissed by the Huangpu River and entered the hotel hand in hand. In the face of facts, All-Mouthy King's verbal skills were useless. This was why he didn't dare to call his sister. She wasn't stupid. Even if you had a glib tongue and could make Suyu weak, it wouldn't help at this time. But his strong desire to survive told him that this was wrong and he should do something. So he was in a dilemma and couldn't sleep. He wanted to turn off his phone, but he didn't dare to. He looked at his phone every 10 minutes, but he didn't receive a call from his sister. His sister's unexpected silence showed that everything was slipping into an irreversible abyss. Half a day after Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin's relationship was exposed on the internet, his phone kept ringing. There were university classmates gossiping and even at him. They really didn't know what was good for them. One had to know that the salted fish boss could now rush into the University of Finance and Economics at any time. How dare they touch his sore spot in front of him? Then there were the blessings from some of the company's artists. Blessings my ass, boss. I don't know if I can live until the new year. Then there was the old man, who sent a short message saying, it's good that it was exposed. It's time for you to make a choice. It's not good to drag on emotional matters. It will delay them. No matter what you choose, you have to give an explanation to the other party. Dad, I'm now thinking about how to give an explanation to your daughter. His mother loved him the most. She called happily and her words were full of joy. She probably felt that her son and daughter were finally together and successfully solved a problem. Xianxia could only be the son of the Qin family, and not some other strange thing. Xianxia was very sad about his mother's happy expression. To some extent, it was even more panicked than when his sister came back with a 50-meter knife. When a card was laid out, it was like a domino effect, and all the cards would be exposed in broad daylight. His mother's flag. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Xianxia couldn't sleep. After thinking about it, he got up and went out. He gently knocked on Wang Zijin's door. "Sister Ziwei, are you asleep?" There was no response, but a few seconds later, the door opened. Sister Ziwei's haggard goose face shook her head silently. "I knew you weren't asleep, so I came to keep you company," Xianxia said. Wang Zijin pushed him out of the door and said in a tired voice, "Don't come in. I'm annoyed." The door closed, and Xianxia stood at the door miserably. Wang Zijin leaned against the door and rubbed her temples. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air in frustration. She was thinking about how to tell Qin Bao that she had a lot of ideas and had started preparing last year. When Qin Bao came back, she was going to use her flexible tongue to convince Qin Bao. From the day until now, Wang Zijin had been deducing the negotiation process in her mind. She guessed Qin Bao's various reactions, how she should deal with it, and how to subdue her. The worst-case scenario was that her best friends turned against each other. It was not worth it to fall out with Qin Bao over a man, so she had to avoid this situation. At this time, if Wang Zijin had a universe calculation system, she would be safe. Xianxia, who obviously had a cheating device, was in a mess at this time. He smoked in the room and then went to the living room to smoke. At this time, a phone call came in. Xianxia was shocked and quickly reached for his mobile phone. After holding the phone, he paused, took a deep breath, and took it out. "Caller. Nan Man Pei." Damn it! Xianxia wanted to take out his 18 centimeters and teach this young woman how to be a woman. He answered the phone and said angrily, "Just say it." Nan Man Pei raised his eyebrows. "Su Yu is drinking here." Xianxia. And then? Nan Man Pei said angrily, "Aren't you her man? She's drinking, and you say then? Can't you come over and comfort her? TSK, every one of them is worry-free." Xianxia said tiredly, Okay, I'll come over right away." In the room deep in the corridor, Wang Zijin was imagining the battle scene, and gradually became sleepy. She didn't sleep much last night and consumed a lot of energy. She had bags under her eyes and her oval-shaped face looked particularly haggard. At the moment when she was about to fall asleep, her phone rang and pulled her back to reality. She took out her mobile phone from under the pillow and glanced at the caller. Suddenly, she was awake as if cold water had been poured on her head. It was a crying monster. Chapter 698. Wang Zijin suddenly sat up. The first thing that rose in her heart was not her fighting spirit, but panic. She did not know why she felt so guilty. She was the one who should be strong. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and answered the phone. "Zijin, let's talk." On the other end of the phone, Qin Bao said straightforwardly. Wang Zijin was very good at reading people's minds, but at this moment, she could not detect the emotional fluctuations in Qin Bao's voice. It was very steady, very calm, and revealed a sense of determination. "Okay," Wang Zijin said in her heart. "I also want to talk to you. You have to come sooner or later. I will help you cure your psychological illness." So she said, "When you return to Shanghai." "I'm already back." Qin Bao interrupted. Wang Zijin was on guard. "At the airport?" Qin Bao. "On the highway. Let's meet at home." "Our old home." She paused for a moment, and finally there was a fluctuation in her voice, with a hint of sobbing and sadness. "Don't let him come." The call ended here. There was no crying or abuse. Wang Zijin knew that this was the calm before the storm. The old home she mentioned was the 80-square-meter small house, which actually carried many sweet and warm memories of Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin got dressed, washed her face in the bathroom, and pulled herself together to go to the living room. Xianxia just hung up the phone and looked at her in surprise. "What's wrong?" Wang Zijin hesitated for a moment. "Your sister called me." Xianxia stood up. "What did she say?" Wang Zijin stared at him silently for a moment and said, "She came back to talk to me." Xianxia said without thinking,
I'll go with you.
Don't go.
Wang Zijin shook her head and said in a low voice, some things are not suitable for you to say.
I guess she's in a bad mood now. You'll only aggravate her emotions if you go. Leave it to me. This was a solo match between women. Men shouldn't talk nonsense at the side. At this point, everyone understood. Wang Zijin was just short of saying that her sister had a younger brother complex and that she would be responsible for ending it. Qin Zhe was not in the mood to hide.
He knew that things were not over yet.
He would either be killed 3 times by the old man or be killed by his sister. He no longer had the opportunity to develop wretchedly. His mother was even more pitiful. She was the dragon in the canyon. After a few seconds of silence he said, "All right, give me a call if there's anything. I'll be there right away." "All right, what's the address?" Wang Zijin said helplessly, "Don't try to get information out of me at this time. Am I that stupid?" Qin Zhe said hesitantly, "Can you really do it?" Wang Zijin patted her not-so-plump C-cup gently. "Believe me, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. After tonight, your sister will obediently go home with me and be reborn." After that, she picked up the car key on the coffee table, changed her shoes at the entrance, and went out. Qin Zhe caught up with her and stood at the door. Looking at Sister Ziwei's back, he was in a trance for a moment.
He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he always felt that Sister Ziwei was like an old general on the stage, with flags all over her body.
Ding! The elevator arrived. Wang Zijin entered the car and took the elevator to the basement floor. After she left, Qin Zhe also found a car key and went out. He was going to Nan Man Pei's house to appease Su Yu, who was said to have kicked off her high heels and danced on the balcony. Su Yu was a person who had read half of the script. She had already seen his relationship with Wang Zijin, but even if she was an open-minded woman, when she saw those pictures of her beloved man entering and leaving the hotel with other women, she couldn't be calm. It was good to drink alone. It showed that she knew how to vent. Qin Zhe would be distressed and worried if she kept it in her heart. In addition, he had to lay his cards on the table with Su Yu again. After all, he only read half of the script. These cards were really one after another. He didn't know if he could survive after laying his cards on the table. TSK, human emotions are complicated because they are changeable. Thinking is a kind of brain chemical reaction. It is always reacting, so people's feelings and thoughts are changing all the time. The system sighed. Are you making sarcastic remarks? Damn low. If you work harder, I'm now Long Out Yen, with 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Qin Zhe walked out of the car and saw the black Lamborghini. He raised his hand and pressed the lock. With a beep, the supercar was ready to welcome him in. It's really an unscrupulous host who picks up the chopsticks to eat meat and puts down the chopsticks to curse. The system said, but no matter how your human thinking changes, in fact, the essence remains the same. I've checked Long Out Yen. If there is such a person in the world, then he must be a fickle and selfish scum. His so-called fickle but not fickle is actually just treating women as a tool for pleasure. We are always interested in the things we love, and we will even love it, but we will not really respect it. At any time, there will be another better tool to replace it, or the two can play together, just like the mobile phone. People should not consider the feelings of the mobile phone and choose not to change the mobile phone. I'm not looking down on scum. It makes no difference to me whether a scum is a hero. The talent and wealth you have now, aren't you a Long Out Yen? But you can't become the real Long Out Yen. You will never be that kind of person because of your thinking. But you also have the bad habits that 99% of men have. People can't love only one person in their life, otherwise there won't be so many exes. You're just lucky to grasp those loves at the same time. Enough, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Qin Zhe started the car. The Lamborghini's motor roared as it sped out of the underground parking lot. If you suddenly came back to life just to talk about human nature with me, then please die. Actually, I'm not talking nonsense. I detected an extremely strong desire in the depths of your heart. But when I wanted to give you a mission, I didn't know how to give it out reasonably. Qin Zhe was stunned. What do you mean? The system said, this is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. The desire is very strong, but I don't know how to give out a reasonable and complete mission. Qin Zhe said, I still don't understand. What desire? The system said, a strong desire to live. Qin Zhe was speechless.
the system said. Your life is not in danger, so why do you have such a strong desire to live? No matter how smart an intelligent system is, it can't completely understand a person's thinking, because it is an indefinite and constantly changing chemical reaction.
Strange, strange. Xianxia said, "You've finally exposed the fact that you're low. A real cheat system. Can't you read a human's thinking in seconds?"
However, the system ignored him.
Half an hour later, he arrived at Nan Man Pei's house. He pressed the doorbell a few times.
The one who opened the door was Li Donglai, who stayed up late playing games.
Pei Ziki was still a high school student, so she was already asleep. In the villa, Nan Man Pei's room was still lit up.
The window was open, and Su Yu's noise could be heard faintly.
"Jianghu, you're here."
Li Donglai looked at him with a gaze similar to brother funny. Xianxia was irritated and kicked him. "Look at your sister." Li Donglai followed up with a mischievous tone. "Do you want to look at my sister? She's sleeping in her room wearing suspenders."
When Xianxia lifted his foot, he had already turned and fled.
His desire to survive was quite strong.
It was good that Jianghu was here.
Su Yu's aunt was crying at home, so he couldn't concentrate on playing games. Also, he himself said that he would try his best to raise his pants for money, but he was trapped in a love triangle.
Li Donglai also saw the news on the internet.
On the second floor, Nan Man Pei's room was unlocked.
He opened the door and saw the living room in a mess. It was full of paper towels, empty wine bottles, and some side dishes.
In addition, Nan Man Pei's cherished ceramic teapot was broken. There was no one in the living room.
Su Yu was on the balcony.
He entered the room and saw Su Yu on the balcony holding an empty wine bottle in one hand and waving the other. She was shouting incoherently, "Wang Zijin, that little bitch, one slap at a time, and then sneak her out the window." She waved her small hand vigorously. "See?
Sneak out like this."
Nan Man Pei sat cross-legged on the floor of the balcony. She was barefoot and her hair was a little messy. She didn't have the slightest Buddhist aura. It was probably because she had been tortured miserably. Seeing Xianxia come over, Pei Nanman, who prided herself on being calm in the face of trouble, felt a kind of joy after the bitterness was over.
Immediately after, she became even more furious. She stood up and sent a flying kick.
Xianxia held Nan Man Pei's foot with one hand and her waist with the other. He threw Nan Man Pei on the bed a few meters away.
She had no power to fight back.
He walked into the balcony, took the bottle from Su Yu's hand, and said softly, "You her." Su Yu stared at him and suddenly said, "Oh, you came to pick up Wang Zijin?"
"I threw her out the window. I don't know if she's dead or not."
Xianxia was speechless.
"She's fine," Xianxia hugged her. "But you're going to be in trouble. How much did you drink?"
Nan Man Pei lay on the bed and sneered, "How much do you think I drank from night to now? My toilet is almost flooded with her vomit."
She was so tired. She couldn't even hold a move. "Why do I have to clean up your mess? Look at my room. What's wrong with it?"
Nan Man Pei said angrily.
Xianxia comforted Su Yu and apologized to her.
But the one in his arms was still restless. She shouted, "She's okay?
That won't do. You pick her up. I'll throw her out again. She'll die."
Xianxia held back his twitching face and knocked Su Yu out with a knife. Su Yu moaned and softened in his arms. Seeing this, Nan Man Pei was furious. "You should be gentle. I can't bear to hit her."
She looked for Xianxia to appease Su Yu.
She couldn't bear to do such a thing as one-hand knife.
Otherwise, what did she want him to do?
"Sleeping is her best choice." Xianxia looked at Su Yu's face with pity. "Let's settle her down with you tonight." He helped Su Yu to the guest room, helped her take off her clothes, covered her with a quilt, turned off the light and closed the door. Then he carefully and patiently helped Nan Man Pei clean the room. He threw the wine bottles, paper towels, and broken teapot porcelain pieces into the black garbage bag. Then he put the pillow back on the sofa. Finally, he spent 10 minutes cleaning up the toilet that smelled sour and alcohol. During the whole process, Nan Man Pei stood aside to supervise, arms crossed, and said nothing. "And then, do you want to go back?" Nan Man Pei sneered. "After all, you have a real girlfriend at home.
You sneaked out. If you're found, do you want to kneel on the washboard?"
"The washboard is a joke from hundreds of years ago. Sister man, your vocabulary is the same as your age, old and low." Xianxia said sarcastically. Nan Man Pei raised her eyebrows, and her jade-like face was murderous. You're looking for death.
You can't beat me.
Xianxia rolled his eyes. Before she could explode, he sighed and waved his hand. Sister Zien is going to kill first. I came here to farm for a while. Later, I'm going to kill someone. There's no rush. Let me have a smoke. Nan Man Pei frowned. What's wrong with you?
Xianxia didn't answer.
He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, exhaled and said, Sister Man, remember the story of the little boy I told you the other day?
Nan Man Pei was silent. Suyu fell asleep. I wanted to tell her, but you can be a listener.
Xianxia looked up at the ceiling, and his pupils gradually spread out. Now I can tell you another story. After Sister Ziwei killed someone, this matter would not just be a secret between him and his sister. It didn't matter if he told her, and he didn't have to be so tired anymore.
Chapter 699.
It was 1:30 in the morning, and the street lamps illuminated the wide highway. Wang Zijin was driving a red BMW on the highway. Her eyes were looking straight ahead, and the focus in her pupils would occasionally disperse and contract. She seemed to have a lot on her mind, but in fact, she was deducing the battle situation in her mind. Should she show a strong side or should she be gentle? The answer was the latter. Like her brother, Yingying Monster was soft but not hard. But when it came to love, it was not a good thing to be too soft. When it was time to be hard, she still had to be hard. So she would adapt to the situation later. Wang Zijin felt that she was an undefeated general who was going to the battlefield alone. In fact, she had always been an undefeated general in this aspect since she was a child. Love was a battlefield for any woman, and every woman had to have the awareness and determination to guard their love. After getting off the highway, it would take another 10 minutes to reach the nest. When Wang Zijin was passing through the traffic lights, she almost collided with a Volkswagen on the side. Fortunately, both parties reacted quickly and braked. The window of the Volkswagen's driver's seat was lowered, and the driver stuck his head out and scolded her. Wang Zijin looked up and found that it was already a red light. She had unknowingly run a red light. She patted her face and pulled herself together. Ignoring the driver's chatter, she turned the steering wheel wildly, bypassed the Volkswagen, and drove away. Driving into the community, she turned on the roof light, pulled down the mirror of the visor, and tied her long black hair with curly ends into a ponytail. Wang Zijin usually did not tie a ponytail, because Xianxia said that a ponytail would make her face look big. Although it was a joke, she took it to heart. But a ponytail would add a concise and capable temperament to her, making her look strong. After doing all this, Wang Zijin slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, driving away all the negative emotions. She turned off the engine, pulled out the key, and locked the car door in one go. She strode towards the residential building. Her back looked like a female general heading to the battlefield alone. Pushing open the familiar door, the living room was brightly lit. Qin Bao Bao was standing by the window, silently overlooking the city full of lights. If Wang Zijin's back view was that of a general marching into the battlefield with determination, then she was that of a lost queen, lonely and desolate. Wang Zijin paused and looked at her silently. Qin Bao Bao gazed at the night scenery while she looked at Qin Bao's back. In Wang Zijin's mind, Xianxia's song, Don't Talk, suddenly appeared. There was a line in the song that was very appropriate for the situation. If you want, with a black pencil, draw a silent stage play. In such an atmosphere, she suddenly realized that all the lines she had prepared did not seem to be suitable for opening remarks. In this silent stage play, she felt somewhat depressed and inexplicably sad. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao turned around and smiled.
You're here.
Her smile was the same as before, but Wang Zijin could sense the emotions hidden deep within. As if there was a needle gently pricking Wang Zijin's heart, she nodded silently. Qin Bao Bao walked to the sofa, sat down, looked around, and whispered, I still think this place is good. It's not big, but it's warm. There's only a wall between me and him. When I'm hungry at night, he can hear me when I shout. When he first moved in, I often couldn't sleep. If I wanted to watch a movie in the middle of the night, no one would accompany me, so I just shouted. Shouting once was enough. No matter how reluctant he was, he would come over. But why is it that as the house gets bigger and richer, the distance between him and me starts to get farther and farther? I thought about it for a long time and figured it out. At that time, he and I were like this house. Not big, but pure and simple. We didn't have so many things between us: money, fame, the company, and you. Looking at it now, do you think this place is very small? Her gaze swept across the living room. But the three of us would stay in this living room every night after dinner. You watch movies, he does mathematical modeling, and I always like to mess with him. I've liked to mess with him since we were young. There's no reason, I just think it's good. When you came to Shanghai, I thought you would only stay for a while, but in the blink of an eye, it's been a year and a half. Actually, I was quite annoyed with you after that. Is it really good to stay in someone else's house so shamelessly? Hurry up and leave. If you leave, this will be our territory again. But when I think of you saying that your family forced you to marry someone you don't like, my heart softened. I've been so good to you. Qin Bao Bao suddenly couldn't continue and stared at her. When did it start? Wang Zijin opened her mouth and answered honestly. End of last year. End of last year. Qin Bao Bao murmured and smiled sadly. It's been almost a year. You've been hiding it from me for a year. It turns out that I've been fooled by you guys for a year like a fool. Bao Bao, Wang Zijin calmed down and said. I confessed to him at the end of last year. I love him very, very much. I've never thought of snatching anything from you, but this is how a relationship is. It's wonderful, beautiful, and selfish. When I first met him, I didn't feel that there was anything about him that attracted me. In my heart, he was the younger brother of a close friend. He might be very interesting because in the 3 years of high school, my desk mate always talked about her brother. She always talked about how bad her brother was, but when she talked about him, her eyes were always gentle. I thought that this brother must be very interesting and very different. After I met him, seeing him is not as good as hearing about him. In the beginning, he even showed his admiration for me, which made me feel a little annoyed. I thought to myself that if this brother of mine is like other men, I'll move out after I find a job. You might not believe it, but it was your brother who pursued me first. After getting to know him for a long time, I found that he was indeed different. He was obviously very talented, but he was very timid, as if nothing in the world could be difficult for him. He wanted to pursue me, but he didn't dare to take action. The longer we got to know each other, the more attracted he became to me. I was always so happy when I was with him. But do you know, the person who first made me have the idea of trying to be his girlfriend was not him, but you. Wang Zijin said in a deep voice. You can't hide it from me. We've known each other for so many years, and we've slept on the same bed for so long. You've never hidden your feelings from me. Qin Bao Bao looked at her in a daze. After a moment, she smiled bitterly. You're right. I like him. No, I love him. No one in the world loves him more than me. This sentence was like thunder exploding in Wang Zijin's ears. It was actually like this. She had already guessed it, but when Qin Bao Bao said it personally, Wang Zijin's worldview was turned upside down. Do you know what you're saying? Wang Zijin was shocked. Your brother and sister. As the elder sister, how can you say such things? Is it strange? It's quite strange. Maybe you'll think that I'm shameless to actually fall in love with my own brother. When she saw him chatting happily with another girl, her heart was filled with hatred. When I thought of him being intimate with another woman, or even getting married and having children, I felt like killing someone. There's no such elder sister in the world. Qin Bao Bao leaned back and slammed into the sofa. It was as if she had fallen into the river of time for 20 years. When I was very, very young, I knew that he wasn't my biological brother. He and I accidentally eavesdropped on my mother's phone call, but we didn't know who the other child was. I was older than him, so I was more sensible. I scared him not to tell anyone about it. Just treat it as a secret. That way, we could still be a happy family. He wasn't smart and was very ordinary. At most, he was good-looking. It was because he had such an excellent elder sister that his mediocrity was highlighted. However, he didn't hate his elder sister because of this. Instead, he cared for her and gradually accepted his mediocrity. Many times, my elder sister expected better from him. She hoped that he could pull himself together and become a boy with a temper. In the future, he would become a man with a temper. So I started to bully him, steal his things, and add insult to injury when my father beat me. But he was still so good to my elder sister. When he gave his favorite toy to my elder sister, His timid eyes, like a deer's, deeply hurt my elder sister's heart. Ace was very timid when he was young. He only knew how to play behind me. He didn't dare to say anything when someone stole his mother's new pencil case in elementary school. He even had to ask his elder sister to help him get back at them. One year, I was in the 5th grade and he was in the 3rd grade. He was just a little kid. On our way home from school, a group of boys bullied me. They pulled my hair, stole my bag, and poured out all the books inside. They said that if I didn't want to be friends with them, they would cause trouble for me every day. One of them even lifted my skirt. All I could do was cry. No one came to help me. I couldn't count on anyone. Could I count on a brat in the 3rd grade? But do you know, when I was most afraid, it was this brat in the 3rd grade. He stood in front of me and cried, telling me not to bully my elder sister. Then he fought them to the death. Qin Bao Bao's mind flashed with images of the past. In the image, the short kid fell down after being kicked and punched again and again. However, he gritted his teeth and stood up, fighting with the boys who were a head taller than him. He was clearly scared and wanted to call for his mother. However, he refused to back down. He gritted his teeth and fought with tears streaming down his face. The girl behind him cried until her beautiful little face was ruined. Even though more than 10 years had passed, this image was still fresh in Qin Bao Bao's mind. It was one of the most precious memories of her and her younger brother. From that day onwards, my feelings for him started to change quietly. I didn't even notice it myself. After that, my younger brother's kindness to my elder sister was no longer pure familial love in my heart. It wasn't pure, but it was very sweet. He was always gentle and modest towards my elder sister. He let me do whatever I wanted and gave in to me. He often complained that his parents' doting caused me to develop a lot of bad habits, but he never reflected on himself. In fact, he was the one who doted on my elder sister the most. All these years, my elder sister became more and more dependent on him. When she was at her most infatuated, she even felt that it was enough for her to have him in the world. Nothing else mattered. A few years ago, when he had his first girlfriend, he came back excitedly to show off to me. Do you know how I felt at that time? It was painful. It was so painful that I wanted to die. Just like today. Qin Bao Bao covered her heart and choked with sobs. It was so painful that I didn't want to live anymore. Wang Zijin was silent. At this point, all words were useless. She listened to the girl's endless recollection of the past, revealing her feelings honestly and affectionately. It was a feeling that had been fermenting in her heart for more than 10 years. The moment she opened the lid, what she smelled was not a fragrance, but a heart-wrenching pain. Any words and excuses were suddenly pale and powerless in the face of this feeling. At the same time, Wang Zijin finally understood why she was scared. She was the third party. She was abrupt and discordant in this love that shouldn't have been. It was so discordant that many times, even she herself felt that she was unnecessary. So subconsciously, she felt that she should be scared. Zijin. Unknowingly, this heartless woman had tears streaming down her face. Qin Bao Bao used an almost pleading tone. 13 years. I loved him for 13 years. That was my whole life. Please, give him back to me. Give him back to me. Chapter 700. At that moment, Wang Zijin almost couldn't breathe. She stared at Qin Bao blankly for a long time. Her eyelashes trembled, and tears rolled down her cheeks. What about me? What about me? He's my first man, and I hope he's my last. I love him very much too. I've never loved a man like this. I fell out with my parents for him. I said that I'd be happy even if I had to drink cold water with him. All of you shut up. Now you want me to give him back to you? What do you want me to do? Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and wiped her tears. So what if I give him back to you? Can you two be together? No matter how open-minded Uncle Qin is, can he tolerate his son and daughter getting married? Does he know about this? If he doesn't, where do you think I am? Let's take a step back. Even if he's willing, can the two of you really be together? You two are the center of attention in the entertainment industry. The whole country is watching you. How can you two be together? If you insist on being with him, you'll destroy him. Even if you don't care, have you thought about your parents? They'll struggle in the future. Do you want your parents to have such an old age? Uncle Qin is still a university professor.
How will he face the teachers and students of the university? What will your friends and relatives think? You've been brother and sister for more than 20 years. Even if you're not related by blood, if normal people have been brother and sister for 20 years, blood relations won't matter anymore. They'll think that you were already in an incestuous relationship when you were still brother and sister. How can your parents bear it? It's useless even if you explain. If it's useful, will there still be cyberbullying? Would there still be rumors and slanders that could ruin one's bones? Do you know how many people are jealous of you and Xianxia? They alone can make you too unable to make a comeback. Did he want to become a joke and a negative example that was rarely seen in the entertainment industry for decades? Be criticized for the rest of your life? Have you thought about how your children will live in the future?
At the end, she sounded very agitated.
It's useless to go abroad. In this era of increasingly advanced communication, it's useless to go abroad.
Reputation is irreversible.
From the day you two became top public figures, there was no turning back. Unless he had to stay in a poor and backward village for the rest of his life. But would he be willing to do that?
So regret it.
You can never be with him in this lifetime.
Qin Baobao instantly lost all of her essence, energy, and spirit, like a withered flower.
Big sister man, last time we were talking about a boy with no special features. One day, a beautiful goddess suddenly confessed to him. Actually, before that, there was another oval-faced goddess who confessed to him. But this one is different. She's a die-hard fan. It's just that they especially worship you and are willing to sing at the top of their lungs. You are the electricity, you are the light, you are the only legend. At that moment, his heart was filled with joy. Coincidentally, he also had a good impression of that goddess, although at that time, there was no such thing as love. Xianxia exhaled green smoke. Nan Man Pei held the tea, her expression unchanged. The teapot was replaced with a beautiful glazed blue and white treasure. The price was 10 times that of the first broken one. She had kept this teapot as a collection for many years. If it was broken because of this, Nan Man Pei would definitely hang Suyu up and beat him. She knew that Xianxia was talking about such a thing. Wasn't it about getting drunk that day and taking blood from each other with Suyu? She had heard it so many times that her ears were about to grow calluses. It was annoying to always show off their love in front of others. But before the two of them, there was actually a girl who loved him deeply. Xianxia paused for a moment and took a deep puff of his cigarette. The boy was born into an ordinary family. He has an extremely beautiful sister. His relatives and friends all praise him. He has received so many awards that his hands go soft. Compared to him, his younger brother, who has never even received an award from an activist, is particularly unbearable. But children also have dignity. The child's heart is more fragile and sensitive. So he began to try to please his sister. As long as he could play with his sister happily, when she enjoyed the praise of the elders, the boy could also rub her glory. He didn't want the elders to shake their heads and sigh at him after praising his sister. But stupid is stupid. There is really no way. The biggest gap in the world is the gap between IQ. It's innate. No matter how hard you work, it's useless. He longed to be a good person like his sister. He wanted to enjoy the praise of his parents and be praised by his relatives and teachers like her. If he can't become such a person, then get her. Xianxia bowed his head and looked at Nan Man Pei. Yes, get her. You probably don't understand the pain of a mediocre person. No matter how mediocre a person is, he or she would also dream of being brilliant. He or she would go on stage at the school spring festival party and play a sad piano song. Then, all the girls in the school and the female teachers would be infatuated with his melancholy back and be unable to extricate themselves. Or when he or she was returning home from school, a 5-kilometer-long car suddenly drove to the school gate. The butler, who was wearing an exquisite and well-ironed suit, combed his hair white and put a white handkerchief on his collar, bowed 90 degrees and respectfully said, "Young master asked me to take you home." Or a group of hooligans in the school are fighting over a beauty. At the moment when countless students are attracted to her, you suddenly jump out with a cigarette in your mouth. Indifferent. Your expression and tone must be indifferent. This will make you look cool. Indifferent, you say. This is my woman. If you don't want to die, all of you should get out of here. Nan Man Pei was speechless. She thought to herself, your inner thoughts are so rich when you're young. It's hard for me to complain. Do you think it's funny? But he really wants to.
He wants to go crazy. But the real him can't be more mediocre. His grades are average, his sports are average, his personality is gentle. In fact, this is the helplessness of mediocre people to please the world. Xianxia's smile was bitter at first. Then, he suddenly thought of something and the corner of his mouth twitched. When he entered junior high school, the beautiful troublemaker sister caused trouble again. At that time, the hooligans who didn't study were fighting for territory in the school. When they saw a beautiful girl, they would ask to be their girlfriend. A big brother without a sister-in-law was an incompetent big brother. She was so beautiful that she became the hot cake that the big brothers had to fight over. The opportunity finally came. Sister stole 100 yuan from home. There were about 20 people. She said that as long as you helped my brother hold the line, she would give each of you 5 yuan. 5 yuan. At that time, a popsicle only cost 50 cents. 5 yuan could let you eat fish and meat in the cafeteria. Then, she found the hooligans and said that she was Xianxia's woman. If you're a man, you should draw your sword. Actually, at that time, as long as she explained the situation to the teacher, those hooligans wouldn't dare to provoke her. She was a top student, and the school valued top students very much. Nan Man Pei commented, "She's young, but she's quite scheming. I've never been so flashy." In front of dozens of people, I had a one-on-one fight with the school's bad student leader. In the end I won. A fight between children is very simple. As long as you're not afraid of pain and fight to the death, it's not difficult to win. Although I looked worse, I shouted at him loudly. I said, "Qin Bao Bao is my woman." Xianxia grinned. I've remembered this sentence for many years. Now that I think about it, I'm really excited. Nan Man Pei was silent. After that, the boy's desire to get her became stronger and stronger. It was like a black seed buried in his heart, absorbing the negative emotions of the outside world and gradually blooming a black flower. From then on, he began to pay attention to his sister's beautiful figure and beautiful face. He watched as her breasts became fuller and fuller, and she had the charm of a young girl. He still treated her well, but it was no longer the affection of a younger brother trying to please his sister. It was a kind of love that was causing trouble. One day, when he was playing with his sister, the friction of their bodies made him have a physiological reaction. In his adolescence, he suddenly understood that it was difficult for him to treat his sister, who he had spent more than 10 years with, as family. At one point, he felt a huge sense of guilt. He felt disgusted as a creature in a dirty pigsty. Until one night, his sister knocked on his door while his parents were asleep. They slept on the same bed and talked about meaningless things. The younger brother was very well behaved. He felt that if he exposed his inner impulses, his sister would never get close to him again. However, God didn't close all the windows for this humble and ordinary child. He left a window open. That night, his sister kissed him. Nan Man Pei was stunned. In the darkness where there was no light, he heard his sister's rapid breathing. He imagined his sister's blushing face and her moist and shy eyes. A huge sense of happiness exploded in his heart. He was sure of one thing: his sister liked him. It wasn't a simple brother-sister relationship, but the kind of love that a girl secretly likes a boy. Xianxia laughed bitterly. But so what? His life was so mediocre that there was no highlight to speak of. Such a person, other than going with the flow, what ability did he have to change his fate? He didn't even dare to be angry with his father. All he could do was to hide his feelings in his heart. In the years that followed, the two of them tacitly hid their secrets. A secret kiss could be sweet for half a day. They passed through junior high school, and university. No one dared to touch the feelings in their hearts. His sister stubbornly refused to go on blind dates and refused to date any boyfriends. Because she already had someone in her heart. That useless brother. The younger brother was more rational. He knew that he couldn't do it. Deep in his heart, he felt that he couldn't do it. He was so useless. His greatest achievement was the big house that was destined to be left to him by his family. So he started to try to find a girlfriend. Time always dilutes everything. No matter how solemn their love was, it couldn't beat time. The perfect ending for the two of them was that he married a local wife, and his sister married an outstanding man. Everyone continued to hide their secrets in their hearts, leaving behind fleeting time, and moving forward into the future. Later the boy finally grew up. He started to show his talent and became a child praised by his relatives and friends. He became someone else's child. He could do whatever he wanted in the entertainment industry. He was undefeated in the business world and earned a lot of money every day. However, his cowardly nature was rooted in his heart. Even if their names were not related by blood, he still did not dare to lay his cards on the table with his parents. He did not dare to loudly tell his parents that baby Qin was his woman. He was terrified to the core. So he held on to his sister and didn't let go. At the same time, he yearned for love openly with other women. He became arrogant. Nan Man Pei knew why Qin Zhe said these things to her. She also knew what Wang Zijin was doing. Everything stemmed from yesterday's news. Since he already got the love he wanted, why didn't he stop before it was too late? There are too many beautiful things in life. There will always be people who miss out. He shouldn't be obsessed with the fleeting past. If he knows that it's wrong, he should cut it off, Nan Man Pei said gently. I can't kill him, Qin Zhe murmured. Others only see his brilliance, but who has ever seen his humble and weak side? Who would like that incompetent and useless version of him? Only my sister, he said. Nan Man Pei was silent. She didn't know what to say. This confident, calm, and talented young man in front of her took off his heavy armor for the first time in front of her. Inside was a timid and humble little boy. Perhaps this was the real him? Chapter 701. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Wang Zijin went out of the door in a daze. The moment she closed the door, she turned around and saw Qin Bao sitting on the sofa in a daze, like a delicate puppet that had lost its spirit. Murderous intent. Every word that Wang Zijin said when she was excited hit Qin Bao's weak point. But she was not complacent at all, and she even lost the interest in pursuing the victory. At this time, if there was a bottle of wine, Wang Zijin would not hesitate to get drunk. There was no result from this conversation, and it was impossible for there to be a result. She tried to be strong, but when she saw Qin Bao's tear-stained face, she couldn't bear it in the end. It was really like the old saying that the battlefield changes rapidly. Before she had time to use the combo in her mind, Qin Bao took the lead. It was the first time that the girl had revealed her heart. Can you imagine that under her heartless appearance, there was such a deep-rooted love? No, it was not love, it was love. Wang Zijin was unable to refute, let alone deny it. She only felt that fate was like a naughty child, always playing some fatal jokes with adults, but she couldn't hit its butt. Stepping on the dim street lights, she returned to the car and sat alone in a daze. At this point, she couldn't cut off this love that shouldn't exist by waving a butcher's knife. When she finished listening to Qin Bao's self-description, she knew that the girl was deeply in love and couldn't extricate herself. Deep in the forest, she saw a deer, and deep in the sea, she saw a whale. Qin Bao was too deep in this love and couldn't turn back. What about him? If the elder sister was like this, what kind of mentality would the younger brother have? Thinking of this question, Wang Zijin fell silent. The fear in her heart was fermenting, and it was also the reason why she hurriedly ended the negotiation with Qin Bao. It was like a general on the battlefield who suddenly received a secret letter about a secret deal between the imperial court and the enemy country. At this time, what the general should do was to continue fighting the enemy bravely, or stay still and wait for the imperial court's orders, or return to the imperial court to confront the fatuous emperor. After a long silence, she took out her cell phone. After some hesitation, she called Qin Zhe. On the other side, Qin Zhe finally finished pouring out the worries that had been bottled up in his heart for more than 10 years. He felt much better. Indeed, Nan Man Pei was not a good listener and would not comfort him gently. But these words were better said to her than to Su Yu. After Su Yu knew about this, he didn't know if his mentality would explode. She had always thought that her enemy was Wang Zijin. Of course that was not wrong. However, she did not know that there was a big boss behind the second boss. I have a donkey, but I never ride it. Nan Man Pei was speechless. Qin Zhe was speechless. To be honest, in such a sad atmosphere, it was a little discordant to suddenly play such a cheerful nursery rhyme. Just like at a military parade, the solemn national anthem suddenly switched to a divine TikTok song. Let's learn how to meow like cats. Meow 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 meow. The caller was Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe got up and walked to the balcony. At the same time, he picked up the phone. Sister Ziwei? Nan Man Pei quietly followed a few steps and pricked up her ears, desperately trying to eavesdrop. But Xianxia turned around and closed the door. He walked to the balcony and the sound disappeared. Nan Man Pei was not satisfied. Why did you close the door? I won't eavesdrop. This is my room, okay? Xianxia ignored her and locked the door. I finished talking with Bao Bao. Wang Zijin's tone was calm. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he did not speak. How did it go? In the end, he squeezed out this sentence. She asked me to return you to her, Wang Zijin said. Sister Ziwei's tone was so calm that it made Xianxia panic. The sister complex that he had hidden for many years had been exposed in front of his girlfriend. No man could face it with a smile anymore. Before I met her, I was very confident. I thought that it was one-sided and not enough to affect us. What I wanted to do was to let her choose to accept it calmly. I went to appease her, but now... Wang Zijin paused and did not continue. After a moment of silence, she said that brother needs to be more rational and self-aware. He once tried to get a girlfriend to let her and her sister give up. She stopped him once, but she knows that she can't stop him forever. Xianxia, there's something I want to ask you. Answer me honestly. She called out Xianxia's name. Ever since the two of them became familiar with each other, she had never called him by his name. You said, we haven't known each other for long, but you took the initiative to pursue me. You seem to like me very much. Are you sincere or just acting for my sister? Wang Zijin said in a low voice. Don't patronize me. I'm sincere to you now, Xianxia said in a low voice. Wang Zijin said bitterly. Yes, you've never been the kind of person who can't walk away when he sees a beautiful woman. I should have thought of it. But I didn't show that I was willing to give it a try at first for you. We're all the same. Neither of us is pure enough. Xianxia was silent. He didn't know what Sister Ziwei was thinking. At least, it didn't matter to him whether the affection was pure or not. There were many ways for men and women to fall in love. Love at first sight, love after a long time. He had never seen the former. The latter was like him and Suyu. As long as the two of them fell in love with each other, it didn't matter what the pattern was at the beginning. But one Qingnu might be a little obsessed with emotional cleanliness. So Xianxia couldn't say, bro, there's nothing wrong with that. Let's not bother about it. That's not important. Wang Zijin sighed faintly. Bao Bao, I know what's on your mind. What about you? If you had to choose between her and me, who would you choose? This question was harder to answer than whether I should save your mother first when she fell into the water. Xianxia was silent. Wang Zijin waited in the car for a long time, but there was still no reply from the other end of the phone. Her heart gradually sank to the bottom. Wang Zijin was even prepared to be humble. She would say, I won't be scheming or arrogant anymore. I won't keep you in suspense anymore. Please choose me. Although choosing me would make you bid farewell to that period of youth, I still want you to choose me. Please, you must choose me. She couldn't say those words. Xianxia's silence gave her the best answer. In the desperate silence, Wang Zijin chose to hang up the phone. The light on the roof of the car emitted an orange and dim light. Wang Zijin held back her tears for a long time. She finally collapsed. She leaned on the steering wheel and cried bitterly. She cried like a child. It was heart-wrenching. Nan Man Pei silently guessed the conversation on the balcony. Her fake character as indifferent as Chrysanthemum and her real character as violent and irritable had never made her so obsessed with other people's gossip. Like Suyu, she always thought that her best friend's enemy should be Wang Zijin. She also noticed the unusual relationship between Qin Bao Bao and Xianxia, but she didn't care about it. Who would have thought that there would be a sudden reversal? It turned out that the brother and sister had such a complicated relationship. Damn, it's so exciting. She thought again of Wang Zijin's seemingly dignified but actually strong character. How could a proper official's daughter tolerate this kind of thing? Thinking of this, it was even more exciting. Nan Man Pei was not a simple gossip. She was a little worried about her best friend's future. Wang Zijin was already difficult to deal with. What about Qin Bao Bao? Even if two tigers fought, one would be injured. However, it was easy for the injured tiger to turn around and bite a melon-eating teddy bear to death. Although a teddy bear was stable as a concubine, it was not a good empress who didn't want to be the emperor's concubine. She might not be willing. Nan Man Pei pinched her temples. She was a little worried. In addition, There was a sense of irritation and loss rising from the bottom of her heart. Xianxia listened to the busy tone on the phone and stood on the balcony in a daze for a while. He subconsciously wanted to reach for a cigarette, but then he remembered that the cigarette box was in the living room. He couldn't give the answer Wang Zijin wanted. It was useless to say too much on the phone. So he sent a text message to ask where she was. She didn't reply. When he called her again, her phone was turned off. Xianxia left the room, picked up the cigarette box and coat on the sofa, and strode out. "Sister Man, please take care of Suyu. I'll go back first." Nan Man Pei chased out of the door. "What's the situation?" "Xianxia. It's none of your business." Pei Nanman took off her slipper and threw it at Xianxia, who was on the stairs. It hit him right in the head. He left without looking back. "Go away, little boy," Nan Man Pei shouted. Chapter 702. Xianxia returned to his home in Royal View Mansion. The light in the living room was dark and there was no one in the house. He sat in the living room. Hei's king's heart was not calm, but depressed and tired. In this messy relationship, there were many things he could do, but the final choice had nothing to do with him. This was also the reason why he did not answer Wang Zijin on the phone. He thought that Sister Ziwei was so smart that she should be able to get his meaning. He was thinking about how to communicate or how to talk later. After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a good idea. He decided to frankly disclose his thoughts and feelings, which was his greatest sincerity. He smoked one cigarette after another. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Wang Zijin had not come back. Didn't she finish talking with his sister long ago? Did she sleep in the same bed with his sister again? No, it was impossible. Xianxia was already thankful that they did not fight. His sister was either in the hotel or in the old house. Xianxia put out the cigarette and called her. The voice message said that her phone was off, and it was off again. Sister Ziwei and his sister worked together to hang up the phone. He pondered for a moment and decided to go to the old house first. At this time, he should meet his sister first. Xianxia went to the porch and put on his shoes. When he was about to open the door, he suddenly froze. The picture of the living room popped up in his mind. The items were restored one by one. One bottle of wine on the wine rack was missing. The shoes at the porch were more messy than before he went out. The things in the living room also had traces of being moved. Xianxia's scalp tingled. He opened the shoe cabinet and took a look. Half of the high-heeled shoes were missing. Then he rushed to Wang Zijin's room and opened the wardrobe. The clothes in the wardrobe were also missing. She left and took away some of her favorite clothes. She ran away from home without a word. His gaze swept across the room, but he didn't see any messages from her, nor did he see any items. For example, the lady's wristwatch Xianxia gave her. Xianxia went out and drove to the house where he and his sister lived for 3 years. Wang Zijin left without saying a word. Xianxia couldn't find her, but he could find his sister. She must be in that house. Xianxia knew her too well. The Lamborghini drove in the dark. There were few cars on the road, and the bustling city during the day fell into a deep sleep. There's no time to make it more spectacular. Preserve the dignity of a farewell. I love you without regret and respect the end of the story. A breakup should be a dignified one. No one should apologize. The projection of the point store suddenly popped up, and the sound of singing filled the space inside the car. Only Xianxia could see and hear. Xianxia was speechless. Damn it, I'm going to swear. What a lowly system. Don't be so intense, I'm just playing a song to relieve your stress. The system said, just for the occasion. Other people's systems would help the host cheat, pick up girls for him, and dominate the world for him. My system kicked me in the head when I lost my footing and drowned? Xianxia was in a bad mood, so he couldn't be bothered with it. You don't like it? No problem. I'll change it for you. I have plenty of them here anyway. The system said considerately. The song changed. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. We agreed not to separate. We'll always be together. Even if I'm against time. Even if I'm against the whole world. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, I really want to crack open my own brain, then pull you out and chop you into pieces. After kicking it, it even threw stones at you. System, *, After Big Sister and Big Sister Xian had stabbed him in the back, the system had also stabbed him in the back.
He was an actor. But it couldn't do anything about it. Xianxia could only bear with it. He drove to the neighborhood and looked up.
From this angle he could see the living room. The living room lights were still on, and it was especially conspicuous in the dark residential building.
His sister was really here.
Xianxia leaned against the Lamborghini, looked at the lights, silently finished a cigarette, stepped on the butt, and returned to the car.
Don't you want to go up? Maybe she's waiting for you with the lights on. The system said.
You don't know her.
She must have forgotten to turn off the lights when she slept.
She won't want to see me now.
Xianxia started the car and left the neighborhood.
I just came to take a look, and I'll be relieved.
Fortunately, she's still in my sight. She's still waiting for me. Back at Royal View Mansion, it was late at night and he couldn't sleep.
Sitting alone in the empty room, scenes of the past appeared in his mind. Sister Ziwei sitting on the bed with a blushing face, watching him sneak into the room in the middle of the night. Sister Ziwei dressing in front of the mirror, looking back with a smile. On the big bed, the two of them were entangled together. He sat on the edge of the bed dispiritedly.
Time passed little by little. The sky outside the window gradually turned white, and then the sun rose. He unconsciously sat there for the whole night. At 7:10 a.m., a text message came into the mailbox, and the sound pulled Xianxia back to reality from his daze. A's. I'm going back to the capital. The flight is at 7:40 a.m., and I've already boarded the plane. I didn't get your reply, and I'm very sad. Grandpa said that the art of controlling people is nothing more than a combination of kindness and power. But no matter how brilliant the art of controlling people is, it's useless in the face of love. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. After listening to Bao Bao's words, I was at a loss and very sad. There should be no sympathy or pity in love, but I know that she loves you more than me. What kind of feelings can be hidden in the heart for more than 10 years? The moment I opened the lid, I saw despair in her eyes. It was the sadness of a girl. At that moment, I was so sad that I couldn't speak. But I'm a selfish woman, and I still can't stand a third party in my love. I value it more than my life. The text message was very long, and she sent a few in a row. In the past year or so, I met an interesting boy and regained my love.
You're different from all the men I've met.
You're narrow-minded, indecisive, and sometimes, you're a damned child who makes people hate you.
But because of your indecisiveness, you've maintained the happiness and stability of this family for more than 10 years.
Bao Bao can't do that. She's too stubborn about love, and she's even willing to burn herself and the people around her. But your sadness isn't any less than hers. When you were silent on the phone, I knew it. You're just used to suppressing your emotions in your heart, just like when your parents and relatives were disappointed. You silently accepted it and licked the wounds in your heart. You're always like this, showing your kindness and gentleness to the world with trepidation, afraid of the disappointment in others' eyes. You have many shortcomings, and I'm not a good girl either. I'm two-faced, scheming, and smiling to others.
But in my heart I'm thinking, this idiot, let's see if I don't play her to death.
You've already seen through my true nature, but you don't dislike me at all. I'm very happy. Because I know this has nothing to do with my family background. During this period of time in Shanghai, I've witnessed your growth. I've seen you, who had nothing, become a rising star. Some people say that being able to accompany a man from poverty to prosperity is the greatest happiness for a woman. This is also my happiness. At least my mark in your life won't be much lower than hers. I've met many sons of rich families, and I've also seen even more sons of poor families who became all-powerful in the end. The former think they're better than others, while the latter are arrogant and scheming. They're all inferior to you. You've always maintained your original heart, and I can see it from your attitude towards her. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to accept it. Shakespeare said, "The path to true love is not smooth. So we'll have to part for now. Forgive me for not wanting to see you now. Seeing you will only make us more depressed and sad. We'll give each other time and space to calm down. I want to be alone, and you need to be alone too. I don't want to call you. I'm afraid you'll ask me who Jingjing is. You're always like this. Sometimes, I like your frivolity, and sometimes I hate it.
I'll have to trouble you with purple crystals matters.
I've left the bank card in the drawer. Initially,
I wanted to go home with you during the new year. After the engagement, I've been planning how to use the money inside. First, I'll have to buy a house of my own. The renovations can't be as luxurious as the place I'm living in now. It has to be simple and stylish. Your study has to have an antique shelf to store some antiques. You also have to have a bookshelf. I have a lot of books that I want to buy, but I don't have a place to put them. Then, I'll steal Grandpa's most cherished bronze beast paperweight and give it to you as a treasure to guard your house. There's too much I want to say, but I don't think it's necessary to say it. When you've thought it through, no matter what your choice is, please give me a call. I hope it won't take too long. In the end, I don't regret meeting you in the best time of my life. Xianxia silently put down his phone. His eyes were red. Aren't you going to chase after her? Even if she's already taken off, it's only a 2-hour journey from Shanghai to capital city. You can still bring her back, the system said. Xianxia ignored it, in case it took the opportunity to add insult to injury. The system chattered on. Women say no, but in reality, they want it very much. Their words should be heard in reverse. Still ignoring it, the system said helplessly, Go on, go on. I'll give you a mission too. How long has it been since you've done a mission? Xianxia shook his head. She's right. Chasing after her won't help, because she hasn't thought it through. She doesn't have an answer in her heart. There's no point in chasing after her. Give her some time. She needs some peace and quiet. Xianxia walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. The warm sunlight poured in like water. His eyes were wet again. Man, cry. It's not a crime to cry. No matter how strong a man is, he has the right to be tired. The song came again. In the end, he still couldn't avoid the system's stone. At Hongqiao Airport, the plane rushed out of the runway. With its head held high, the wings of the plane swept across the blue sky. Wang Zijin sat in the first-class cabin by the window. She didn't sleep for the whole night. Tired, she leaned against the seat and dozed off. A tall stewardess walked past her. Her eyes swept across every passenger, checking if they had fastened their seatbelts. When she saw Wang Zijin, she was stunned. After a moment of careful observation, she said excitedly, You're Xianxia's girlfriend? The passengers in the first-class cabin all looked at her. Wang Zijin raised her head, looked at her, and smiled. She looked down at Shanghai silently. The plane rose higher and higher, and the city became smaller and smaller. The moment it rushed into the clouds, the whole of Shanghai disappeared in front of her eyes. She closed her eyes and tears fell silently. Goodbye, Shanghai. Chapter 703. December 12th. The weather was clear and the wind was cold. A week after Wang Zijin left, Xianxia stayed in the big house in Royal View Park for a week, alone. His sister had moved back home. She had planned to hide in the small house by herself, but the news of Qin Bao Bao's concert being interrupted spread all over the internet. The official reason given was that she had a sudden physical condition and needed emergency treatment. Qin Ma and Grandpa Qin saw the news and were scared out of their wits. Bao Bao was the apple of the Qin family's eye, the apple of their parents' eyes. Qin Ma said that she wanted to move in with them so that she could take care of her daughter's daily needs. Qin Bao Bao couldn't explain why she moved back to the small house. She said that she didn't need to and that she was in good health, but her parents were worried. They had to keep an eye on their daughter to be at ease. Qin Bao Bao had no choice but to move back home from the small house and live the life of a rich young lady. She went to work as usual. Xianxia went to Tianfeng once to try to coax her, but his sister kept a straight face the whole time. She didn't talk to him or look at him. It was as if the person beside her was no longer a brother who kissed and hugged her, but a stinky and disgusting salted fish. He didn't know what his sister was thinking now. If she was a volcano that could erupt at any time, Xianxia couldn't pester her in the company. There were too many people and it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. In addition, he had just signed the game development agreement. Purple Crystal Technology had a lot of work to do. He could only accept his sister's Cold War. It was useless to coax her now. He could only wait for her anger to subside a little before they could talk. However, Xianxia always paid attention to his sister's mood and state. He called Qin Ma every day to ask about it, or checked the surveillance at home. Every few days, he could see his sister returning home when he was at work. She would move her cosmetics, clothes, and perfume. Wang Zijin had completely cut off contact with him. Her phone was turned off, and the chat app seemed to have been blacklisted. Qin Zhe tried to call Zhao Taizhu to get some information from him, but Zhao Taizhu, who was his brother on the surface, did not give him any face at all. He said, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Qin Zhe said, "Brother Taizhu, it's me, Qin Zhe." Zhao Taizhu said, "Sorry, I don't know a little wolf dog named Qin Zhe." Qin Zhe said, "Brother Taizhu, don't be like this. You didn't block my number, which means I still have a chance." Zhao Taizhu said, "Little wolf dog, you're thinking too much. I just don't want to be unable to find you when it's time for the bonus." Zhao Taizhu is Wang Zijin's #1 henchman. You can't expect him to help you at any time. Qin Zhe helplessly discovered this fact. And Zhao Taizhu is like this. Who can he count on Wang Zijin's friends in the circle? Suyu didn't seem to know that his real girlfriend and sister had a showdown. He thought that Nan Man Pei would tell her the story of the night, but she didn't. Qin Zhe deliberately called and carefully asked about it. Nan Man Pei coldly snorted. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You don't have the confidence to tell Suyu, so let me be the messenger? What if she goes crazy again? Am I your mother? Should I help you carry the thunder?" Qin Zhe knew that she was helping him hide things. The two countries were at war. No matter how fierce the war was, it was always better than the romance of the Three Kingdoms. It was hard to imagine how he would deal with Suyu's crying, and hanging in the current situation. Qin Zhe whispered, "Thank you." Nan Man Pei muttered, "I'm not helping you. I just don't want you to make a choice that you will regret for the rest of your life under impulse, and I don't want Suyu to be like this." Sister Man was rarely arrogant. Qin Zhe thought about it. He didn't know what her expression was like at this time. Would it be cute? On Friday, after getting away from the complicated affairs of Amethyst technology, Qin Zhe dragged his tired body home. It was not Royal View Grand Court, but his parents' home. He came to see his sister. At 7:30 in the afternoon, after a long rush-hour traffic jam, he finally got home before his parents finished eating. Taking out the key to open the door, his father's frowning and dissatisfied tone came from inside. "You don't know how to sit, put your feet down." Sister's voice was coquettish. "Mom, I'm not feeling well, my head hurts, Dad still has so many rules." "Qin-ma, don't worry about him, where are you uncomfortable, go to the hospital?" The family of three was alarmed by the sound of the door opening and looked at the door. Qin Zhe took off his coat and hung it on the hanger, put on his slippers and said, "Mom, is there still food?" Seeing that he had come home, Qin-ma was very happy. "There's not much in the pot, you eat first, if it's not enough, Mom will cook noodles for you. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" The old man nodded slightly, and sister, who was sitting cross-legged on the chair, immediately put on a straight face, put her feet down, got up and walked to the room. "Hey, where are you going? We haven't finished eating yet," Qin-ma said. "I don't want to eat." Qin Bao Bao didn't even turn her head. "That's good, we don't have to worry about not having enough food." Qin Zhe sat down on his sister's seat and picked up her half-eaten bowl of rice. Qin Bao Bao's footsteps paused, and she went back to the room expressionlessly. "This child," Qin Ma muttered. Her daughter had left, but she still had her son. When Qin Ma looked at her son again, she found that he was much more haggard. The most obvious were the two bags under his eyes, and his eyes were much dimmer. Whether a person was tired or not, the eyes were a direct indication. "Is work so tiring? You don't have any spirit in your eyes," Qin Ma said with heartache. The old man also looked at him and said with a frown, "You can't make enough money, take care of your health." Qin Zhe nodded and said, "Sister Ziwei has returned to the capital. There are a lot of things to do in the company, she's a bit busy." Wang Zijin had returned to the capital for a week. The reason that Qin Zhe gave was that something had happened to the old man of the Wang family, and she went back to visit. Anyway, the old man couldn't hear, so he probably wouldn't send someone to invite him to eat peanuts. "When will she come back?" Qin Ma asked. When the old man gets better." Qin Zhe said, "It's possible that the old man can lie in bed for a year and a half." "Let's not talk about this. How's my sister?" Qin Zhe changed the topic. "Much better, I guess. Although I don't know what's wrong with her." Qin Ma was confused and said, "For the first few days after she came back, she was in a daze and didn't come out of the room, she was listless." Once, I asked her to wipe the sink. She wiped it with a towel. She often left things everywhere, and when she couldn't find them, she lost her temper. She's much better now, she can smile. Then she frowned and whispered, "She doesn't look like she's sick, she looks like she's heartbroken. Tell me, what's going on?" Xianxia's heart trembled. She doesn't look like she's heartbroken, she's clearly sick. Yes, she's sick. By the way, Mom, don't tell me the towel she used to wipe the sink is mine? Qin Ma was stunned. How did you know? Xianxia. Qin Ma and the old man looked at each other and frowned slightly. They sensed that things weren't simple. Of course, they knew what kind of person their daughters were. If both of them were like this, something must have happened. Then, they thought about how their daughter claimed to have found a boyfriend and said that she would bring him home for them to take a look. How long had it been? That was why they shouldn't plant flags casually. It wouldn't end well. Like I said, how good can her taste be if she doesn't have a boyfriend at this age? She's just a troublemaker. How did she grow up to look like this? Qin Ma murmured. Qin Ma was more worried. She felt that her daughter must have met a heartless man who was attracted to her. If she knew that the other party was her son, how would she feel? That was why it wasn't a good thing for a woman to be too beautiful. Xianxia shrunk his head and pretended that he was eating attentively. After dinner, Xianxia said that he had a bad headache and went to bed. While the old man was watching TV in the living room and his mother was washing the dishes in the kitchen, Xianxia tried to open his sister's door. The door was locked. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. His sister ignored him. Xianxia could only go back to his room. He was indeed very tired. Work was one reason, and another reason was that he couldn't sleep these few days. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. People with a lot on their minds would be like this. With a knot in his heart, he had insomnia and dreams. His strong body couldn't take it anymore, and he was especially tired. He lay on the bed, smelling the smell of the sun on the bedding. He felt inexplicably at ease, like a wandering child who had finally returned to his home. Xianxia gradually fell asleep. Qin Bao Bao went out to the toilet. She glanced at her brother's door and walked in the direction of the smell from the kitchen with a gloomy face. Qin Ma was stewing chicken soup with wolfberry, bird's nest, ginseng, and some spices. Qin Bao Bao didn't have enough for dinner. She swallowed her saliva when she smelled the aroma. She smiled and said, "Mom is the best. You're giving me special treatment. Give me a spoonful." Qin Ma glanced at her. "You're not full? I'll make noodles for you later. The chicken soup is for your brother." Qin Bao Bao said angrily, "I'm the biological. Am I not the biological daughter?" Qin Ma said impatiently, "It was meant for you, but you didn't drink it a few days ago. Who's to blame? If you want to drink it, wait until tomorrow. There's no more chicken at home. This is for A's. He's too tired from work. Look at him, he's lost a lot of weight." Qin Bao Bao said lightly, "He deserves it." Qin Ma knocked her on the head and said unhappily, "He's not working so hard to earn money. Without him, would you be so comfortable? You're fattening at home all day." Her mother obviously misunderstood. Qin Bao Bao couldn't explain and said angrily, "I won't drink it. I won't drink it even if I die, okay? Don't mention him in front of me. It's so annoying." Pitter-patter. She took off her boots and walked away, swaying her hips. Qin Ma shouted from behind, "Go get A's to drink the soup." Xianxia was a light sleeper. It was hard for him to fall into a deep sleep when he was in low spirits. He vaguely sensed that someone opened the door to the room. She walked to the bedside and stood for a while. Then she reached out her cold hand and gently touched his face. It was his sister. Xianxia woke up immediately and opened his eyes. "Sister." As soon as the word left his mouth, his sister was obviously shocked. Her hand that was touching his face trembled. Then, with an extremely fast hand speed, she stopped shaking back and changed her touch into a series of consecutive moves. "Pa!" A loud slap sounded. "Get up and drink the soup," Qin Bao Bao said coldly and walked out of the room. Xianxia covered his face. His sister had never slapped him in the face before. Chapter 704. Xianxia rubbed his face and looked at the mirror on the wardrobe. Although his sister did not hit him lightly, it was not too hard either. There was no slap mark. Otherwise, It would be hard for him to answer if his mother noticed it and asked him about it. In the kitchen, Qin Ma was scooping soup. Her sister looked at her eagerly and said coquettishly, "Mom, I don't want the soup. I want the chicken." Before Qin Ma could say anything, Qinze walked into the kitchen and said happily, "It smells so good. Mom's cooking is getting better. Give this bowl to sis first. I only need a little." The chicken soup was boiled in a small clay pot. Excluding the chicken, ingredients and herbs, there were at most 2 bowls of chicken soup. With a man's appetite, drinking 2 bowls of chicken soup would be child's play. So, Qin Ma did not include her daughter's share. Qin Bao Bao immediately pulled a long face when she heard this. "Who wants to drink it? I'll wait for Mom to cook it for me." Qin Ma was stunned. "Weren't you drooling just now? It's best if you don't drink it. Son, you drink it. It's all yours." After being a little princess for so many days, she was suddenly embarrassed by her mother in front of her younger brother. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and said angrily, "I don't have a mother like you. I won't eat noodles either." She then ran to the living room. Qin Ma was confused. "What's wrong? Qinze? Maybe Aunt Flo is here." "Qin Ma, your sister's period is not right." Qinze carried 2 bowls of chicken soup to the living room. His sister and Grandpa Shen were sitting together in the living room watching TV. He placed a bowl of chicken soup in front of her and said ingratiatingly, "Sister, have some chicken soup." Qin Bao Bao was expressionless as she watched TV. Grandpa Shen glanced at her. "Ace is talking to you." Qin Bao Bao said coldly, "No." Since she didn't drink it, Qinze would drink it himself. The soup was very rich. The fragrance of the herbs and spices didn't overwhelm the taste of the chicken soup. After more than an hour of simmering, they blended together harmoniously. Goji berries were top-notch goji berries. They were plump and full. After swallowing them, one would chew them and feel sweet. The living room was filled with an alluring fragrance. Qin Bao Bao had always been a coward, especially when she was hungry. She secretly swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and pushed the blame to Qinze. "I already said that I don't want to eat, but you still brought it over. You're so annoying." With a look of disdain, he pretended to be in a difficult position as he picked up the bowl. Seeing this, the old man took the bowl and said, "It's okay. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Dad will help you drink. Your mother's cooking is amazing." Qin Bao Bao. Seeing the 2 bulging veins on his sister's smooth forehead, Qinze's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "Dad, it's fine if you don't help me, but you're hitting me when I'm down. You're the same as the system." He wanted to wait until his sister was full and in a better mood before saying a few sweet words to see if it could ease their relationship. But now there was no hope. At least, there was no hope for today. It was cold. Fortunately, Qin Ma's cooking skills were not bad. The soup was fragrant, with diced meat and shredded carrot. A poached egg was placed on top, and oil was sprinkled on both sides. Qin Bao Bao pounced on the coffee table and wolfed down the food. It was delicious. After Qin Ma finished cooking the noodles, she cut a plate of fruit and brought it over. The best thing about having a full-time mother was that there was no need to worry about not having food on the coffee table in the living room. There was also no need to worry about not having someone to wash the clothes or dry the blankets. Qin Bao Bao was halfway through her meal when she stopped and took out a tissue to wipe her mouth. "Mom, do you have a suitable blind date?" Qinze's eyebrows twitched violently. Qin Ma and the old master looked at each other, thinking that their daughter had indeed fallen out of love. "There's no need to be so anxious," Qin Ma said. She had just fallen out of love. Although she had always thought that her daughter would become an old leftover woman in 2 years' time if she didn't get married, Qin Ma hoped that her daughter would think carefully and face her feelings seriously instead of having such a casual attitude. "That's funny. You've always been the most anxious, and now you're not anxious? Are you making fun of me?" Qin Bao Bao said unhappily. "I'm anxious. After the new year, I'll be 27. If I don't get married, am I going to be an old maid? If I have a boyfriend now, I'm confident that I can get married before 30. Qinze said in a low voice. "There's no need to rush. You're only 25. It's still early." Qin Bao Bao said lightly, "Sister wants to get married. Is that bothering you?" Qinze was speechless. "I'm full." Qin Bao Bao stood up and said, Mom, keep an eye on him. He doesn't need to be rich. He just needs to be a good person. Don't be a half-hearted jerk. I have no taste. I'm blind. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on him. I'll go talk to her. She's not in a good mood. Qin Zhe found an excuse and followed her. After their son and daughter left, the old couple had fewer scruples when talking. Qin Ma said worriedly, she's really fallen out of love. It seems that she was dumped. The old master's face fell and he said angrily, didn't Ace say that he's very powerful in the entertainment industry? How could he just watch her get bullied? I'll ask him about it some other day. Bao Bao likes to get into a dead end. Why don't you help her find a blind date? Distract her. Qin Ma rolled her eyes at her husband and said, are you stupid? You like to get into a dead end. That's why you need to slow down. I'm afraid that she'll have a playful attitude. Qin Zhe turned the doorknob before his sister locked the door. She tried hard to stop him from coming in. But how could a maggot Bao Bao compete with him? He pushed the door open easily. In the room, the siblings looked at each other silently. Qin Zhe whispered, what nonsense are you talking about? What blind date? Mom will take it seriously. Qin Bao Bao said coldly, I'm not joking. Okay. You're not joking. I'm the one who doesn't want you to go on a blind date. Qin Zhe said, if you go on a blind date, what should I do? You. Qin Bao Bao sneered. Go and find your sister Ziwei. I was so angry that I went back to the capital. This week must be very hard. Mom said that you've lost a lot of weight. If you miss her, go and find her. I didn't stop you. Good sister. Don't be angry. It's my fault. Qin Zhe took her hand and hugged her sister's small waist. Slap. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao Bao slapped him away. She looked agitated and said in a sharp voice, Qin Zhe, do you think that I can't live without you? Her reaction was very big. She glared at Qin Zhe fiercely. Her eyes suddenly turned red with a trace of hysteria after being wronged to the extreme. She was not afraid of being heard by her parents. Qin Zhe was stunned. He had never seen his sister like this. He was a little at a loss. In the silence, Qin Bao Bao's eyes slipped down 2 lines of tears. She quickly wiped them with the back of her hand and looked miserable. Wang Zijin is right. I'm used to being selfish. I've been selfish since I was a child. What I want and what I like are all based on my heart. I don't care about other people's feelings. I've never thought about what Mom would do, and I've never considered your feelings. I don't want you to find a girlfriend. I don't want to pester you and restrict you. If I had a little conscience, I wouldn't be so capricious. I shouldn't have stuck to you. It's the same with being a star. Because of vanity, I ignored Mom, Dad, and you and became a star. I didn't expect that I would come to this position today. Do you know how much I regret my debut? I regret it so much that my intestines are turning green. It was I who pushed us into the abyss step by step. Step by step, we walked on this road of no return. There's no room to turn back. But there's no medicine for regret in this world, and time can't be turned back. These days, I've been thinking about what I should do. Can't I stop being a star? Can't I go abroad? But these methods are useless. I also wonder if this relationship was destined to be wrong from the beginning. Its existence will only hurt me and the people around me. This is all my fault. I admit it. Ace, let me go. I'm so tired. Qin Bao Bao looked at him and cried. I've never restrained you. You're the one who refused to let go of yourself. I understand this feeling. Qin Zhe reached out his hand to wipe away the tears on her face. Qin Bao Bao took a step back like a frightened deer. His hand paused in mid-air as he said bitterly, there was a child who liked his sister since he was young. He knew that he wasn't related to his sister by blood from the start. The child naively thought that his sister was the one he had picked up from the streets. Even though she was doted on by her parents and relatives, he still had to take care of her because she was picked up from the streets. He really fell in love with his sister when he was in junior high school. From the moment he realized that he had fallen in love with her, he was obsessed with her. She was so beautiful and so outstanding. She had all the conditions that a child yearned for. Fortunately, that sister also loved him. Although she wasn't very brave, she could pounce on him like crazy when he was bitten by a dog. She hated fighting, but as long as anyone bullied her brother, she would immediately get back at them. She would never stay until after school. She didn't look for a boyfriend from university until now. She didn't flirt with any men. After graduating from university, her monthly salary wasn't enough for her to spend. But she always remembered to give her brother living expenses and leave him money for 4 sets of clothes a season. The boy loved his sister very much, but he didn't dare to say it. The happiest thing was when his sister acted coquettishly and rewarded him with a kiss. He was happy even if she scolded him as a pervert or a black-hearted maggot. The thing he looked forward to the most was when his sister came to school to look for him. Because then he could pretend to be his sister's boyfriend and not her brother. In fact, after his brother became successful, he wanted to tell his parents. He couldn't let go of the unforgettable love that was engraved in his heart. That was his youth. But later, he finally found out that the child who was picked up was himself. He was a child who was looked down upon even before he was born. His mother got pregnant out of wedlock, and there was still no news of his father. The townspeople even used the most malicious guesses to speculate about his mother's pregnancy. According to the original trajectory of his life, he should have lived in a small town in the countryside. He should have been looked down upon by his stepfather and lived a mediocre life like him. No, maybe he didn't even have that. Because compared to the child, his mother loved her brother more. Her lifelong wish was to support her brother through university and change his fate. In order to change his fate, she sacrificed her entire life. She wasn't stingy about sacrificing another child. It was his mother who adopted him. She took him out of Xianxia town and suffered for 24 years. She gave him a complete family, gave him the best education, and raised him as her own son. When he was very young, he would touch his mother's earlobe when he slept. When he was sleepy, his mother would put down everything to accompany him until he fell asleep. In the 3rd year of junior high and senior high, she was afraid that the school food wasn't nutritious enough. Every day, she would prepare the food in advance at noon and take the bus for an hour to deliver it to her son. My mother might have done something wrong back then. She told a big lie and deceived her husband for 20 whole years. Maybe it was because she felt guilty, or maybe it was because she was unwilling to accept it. Maybe it was because she was seeking comfort in her heart. No matter what she thought back then, I only know that without her, I wouldn't be who I am now. You know our father's character. Even if I had 1,000 reasons, I shouldn't have treated her like that. So, Xianxia lowered his head and said softly, "I'm sorry, I might not marry you." Qin Bao Bao covered her mouth tightly. Chapter 705. Qin Bao Bao knew that her brother was not her biological brother when she was in elementary school. She started to like him when she was in the 5th grade of elementary school. When she was in the 2nd grade of middle school, she understood her feelings and confirmed her love for him. She followed this love through junior high school, through high school, and until now. From the time she knew what love was until she was 26 years old, a whole 13 years had passed. As she said, that was her life. She liked him for so many years and waited for so many years, but all she got was an "I'm sorry." Xianxia personally put an end to this taboo relationship. Even if she already had the answer in her heart, Qin Bao Bao still had expectations for her brother. She had no way to break the deadlock, because this was a dead end. But she hoped that her brother could be reckless and strong, like the great sage, Heaven's equal, sweeping away all obstacles. But she forgot that the great sage, Heaven's equal, was also scared and compromised in the end. Won't marry me. Won't marry me. If love had a color, it must be blood red, which was the color in her heart now. In an instant, sadness flowed like a river. Ah! Qin Bao Bao opened her mouth and burst into tears. Her tears were like a flood breaking the dam. At this time, Xianxia was taking out a cigarette from his pocket. He took a puff to calm down first, and then continued to talk with his sister. On the spot, his little hand trembled and the cigarette fell to the ground. "Don't cry." As soon as the voice fell, the sound of trotting came from the corridor outside the door, and then the door was pushed open. This old house with a history of more than 20 years was not as good as that of the rich residential area like Royal View Mansion. His sister cried so loudly that it could be heard in the living room. Speaking of which, when Xianxia was very young, he could vaguely hear the sound of the rocking bed in his parents' room next door. He even asked his sister, "What's that sound?" The first to come in was Qin Ma. Seeing her daughter standing by the bed, crying heart-wrenchingly without wiping her tears, She was suddenly frightened. Her baby daughter was the pearl of the palm since she was a child. She was afraid that she would melt in her mouth. Her mother passed it to her father, and after her father, her brother still had to hold it. The whole family was tight. She had only fought twice in her life, so her daughter had always been a happy little princess. When had he ever felt so heartbroken? The second one to come in was Grandpa Shang. He came in a few seconds later, but his reaction was bigger than Qin Ma's. His old face instantly darkened. What's going on? Qin Bao didn't care. She just cried, tears streaming down her face. Qin Zai's body stiffened. His sister's mentality had collapsed, but his desire to live was still there. At this moment, he did not have the time to comfort his sister. He continued, Dad, Mom, I'm comforting my sister. After all, she has fallen out of love. Don't worry about it. Just cry it out and vent it out. Qin Bao cried. He doesn't want me anymore. Qin Ma asked, Who? Who is it? Just as they had expected, their daughter had fallen out of love. After so many days, they thought that she had recovered, but they did not expect that she had been holding it in. Which bastard bullied you? Ace, tell me. Grandpa Sheng's face was so ugly that he wanted to kill someone. His desire to live exploded at this moment. Qin Zai said loudly, Dad, Mom, you guys go out first. Why are you guys crowding around? How can my sister endure this? I'll tell you guys later. I was just having a heart-to-heart talk with her when you guys came in. What are you doing here? He glanced at his sister and saw her lips moving. He was so scared that his anus tightened. Sister, even if others don't love you, I'll love you forever. When Qin Bao heard this, she swallowed back the words that she was about to blurt out. I'll tell you guys later. I'll tell you later. Qin Zai pushed his parents to the door and closed it while his parents frowned. With his back against the door, he could hear his heart beating wildly from the 100-meter dash. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat, and his anus was slowly coming out of its tight state. He gestured for his sister to keep quiet and blinked fiercely. Qin Bao looked at him with tears in her eyes and continued to throw a tantrum. Why don't you want me any more? Before she finished speaking, he roared. That damn dog, I'll make him pay the price later. I, Qin Zai, have 100 ways to make him unable to stay in the entertainment industry. He'll never be able to make a comeback. Qin Bao was shocked and stopped crying. You. Don't worry, I won't let him have it easy. Sister, don't cry, I beg you. It was another round of quick-witted answers. During the conversation, Qin Zai had already rushed in front of his sister and covered her mouth. Dad, Mom, and Dad are listening at the door. Do you want to die with me? Qin Bao stared at him with red eyes and nodded seriously. Her voice came through his hand. I'll tear your waist apart. Qin Zai said, I haven't finished speaking. He lowered his eyes and said softly, Sister, I won't marry you. I don't want to continue to coax you with sweet words. No matter how much you like it, no matter how happy you are, you still don't feel safe. A man who knows how to sweet talk can bring happiness to a woman, but he can never give her a sense of security. It's the biggest regret of my life that I can't marry you, but I'll protect you for the rest of my life. I'll love you like a husband loves his wife. I'm not afraid to make the whole world my enemy, but I can't make Mom my enemy. Please don't make a fuss, okay? Qin Bao looked at him deeply. After a moment, she pushed him away and sat on the edge of the bed. She turned to her side and sobbed softly. This was the habit after crying. At this moment, she was no longer as disheartened as before, but she couldn't stop crying immediately. It was hard to describe her feelings at this moment. Great sadness and great joy intertwined. She felt happy and sad at the same time. There were so many things she wanted to ask. For example, what about Wang Zijin? She didn't want to settle the score between you and her. She also wanted to know what to do in the future. She couldn't be single forever, and so on. However, she also knew that her parents were definitely eavesdropping outside the door. Maggot Bao, who had calmed down a little, lost the courage and decisiveness she had just now. She began to panic. Qin Zai walked over and gently pulled his sister into his arms. The latter twisted her body symbolically. If you don't want it, then don't. Who cares? I'm not crying because of this. It's not like I can't find a man, she added while sobbing.
Yes, you're right. There are plenty of fish in the sea.
We don't need one more. After saying that loudly, she paused and said softly with a sad face. Sister, Dad and Mom are listening at the door.
Please don't say any more. We can still be saved. We won't die together. Qin Bao's chest heaved up and down. She sobbed and didn't say anything else. Qin Zhe hummed fairy tale in her ear. His voice was so low that only Qin Bao could hear it clearly.
About 10 minutes later, Qin Ma and Grandpa Shen, who had been eavesdropping outside the door for a long time, looked at each other in confusion and whispered, "She's not crying anymore?"
She's not making any sound. A's voice is very soft. What is he mumbling about?
I can't hear clearly. But it's fine as long as my daughter doesn't cry.
My heart aches so much. What's this? He's always making things difficult for me. Sigh. Don't worry. A's will teach that guy a lesson. Fortunately, my son is good. Otherwise, he'd be bullied to death by others. Why are you still so proud of this at a time like this? Ask him what's going on tomorrow and tell me later. By the way, tell him to keep this a secret. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed to death by the students in class. The voice disappeared and the person left. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao both breathed a sigh of relief. Sister silently pushed Qin Zhe away and turned her back to him. Where's Wang Zijin? Qin Zhe. She went back. Sister turned her head and said coldly, Did they break up? Qin Zhe was silent. Qin Bao kicked him in the waist and said with a straight face, Get out. I'm going to sleep. Qin Zhe stood by the bed for a moment, sighed, and quietly opened the door and went out. Qin Bao lay on the bed, not sleepy at all. She thought about a lot of things about the future. It was easy to hide it now, but difficult to hide it forever. She would have to have children in the future. Or should she just have one? Then she would lie to her parents and say that she met a scumbag and left the orphan and the widow behind. It was always like this on TV, and there were many examples in real life. At most, it would make her parents worry for a while. But what about A's? It was impossible for him not to marry for the rest of his life. Grandpa Shen, who valued his family more than anything, would explode on the spot. Also, sister and brother were not married, and they were still living together. Even a fool could see that something was wrong. Or should Wang Zijin take advantage of him? Bah, don't even think about it. If I don't marry, A's and I will be exposed one day, and it will be over between us. Thinking of this, a chill from the bottom of her heart shrouded her. Qin Bao slowly shivered. How was she doing in Beijing? Stubborn people like her must be wiping tears every day. She must have lost a lot of weight. Our friendship was over. That night, Qin Bao didn't sleep at all. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a white Audi R8 stopped at the entrance of Yute building. Two men in black suits got out of the car. They went straight past the ordinary elevators and went inside, where there was a VIP elevator. The elevator door opened, and the attendant in black stood in the elevator respectfully and smiled at them. Please show your membership card. The man with the oily hair took out his membership card. The attendant swiped it on the elevator sensor and handed it back with a smile. The elevator took them upstairs. This elevator could only take people up to the 19th floor. The other floors couldn't light up. Guests came here and took out their membership cards. After the attendant confirmed it, they were taken upstairs. Old Sue, 300,000 yuan is a beginner membership, 500,000 is an intermediate membership, and 1 million is a senior membership. There are a lot of benefits for membership. For example, the dealer and the attendant girl can choose from an intermediate membership card. They don't need to pay. But these are all insignificant benefits. The real top gambling tables can only be played by senior members, the middle-aged man with the oily hair said. This guy's surname was Chen, and he was a small boss in real estate development. He and a group of peers divided the small profits that leaked out from the big developers' mouths. Of course, in an industry like real estate, even if there was a little profit, it was enough for ordinary people to easily reach the peak of life. Su Guang nodded and said, Let's talk about it later. If my nephew made this kind of membership card for me, he would be angry. Boss Chen, I'll have to trouble you to take me upstairs next time. When he said, my nephew, Su Guang couldn't help but puff out his chest and raise his head. No problem. I'll be there any time.
Boss Chen patted his chest and smiled sincerely and modestly. Su Guang hadn't known him for long, and it was a friend who introduced him. The two of them were gambling friends. Su Guang had been wandering outside for many years, and Shanghai was no longer the same as before. P.S. Germany actually lost. It must be fake. Trash, trash. How can they live up to the previous champion? From now on, I'll be black for life. Bah, give me back my royalties. Chapter 706. Throughout history, there were two industries in the world that had spanned thousands of years and remained standing. One was the casino, and the other was healthcare. For the past few years, Shanghai had been cracking down on these two industries every year. In the past few years, the crackdown was the heaviest. There were very few professional clubs left, and the few that were still standing were not places that ordinary people could afford to enter. Only a big shot like Huang Yizong had the ability and the means to go in and save the young ladies. The other closed clubs had lost their territory and were generally relying on the hotels to survive. Keep quiet, I won't tell the average person. The casino was the same. Its stronghold was even more secretive. Some were in private villas, while others were in hotel buildings. Those who had connections and were confident. But ordinary people could never find the door in their lifetime. Su Guang had been down for many years. Without an acquaintance to lead the way, he could not find such a place. To reach the 19th floor, he had to pass through the front desk. After bypassing the front desk, countless gamblers were excited and wanted to settle down here. Entering the hall, the smell of smoke mixed with alcohol and perfume assailed his nostrils. The hall was connected by a few rooms. Different games were divided into different areas. Sensual and tall waitresses shuttled between the tables with drinks in their hands. There were also blonde foreign beauties. For Su Guang, who had seen Macau's casino with no end in sight, the scale of this place was relatively ordinary. But after all, the mainland was not Macau. There were not many people, but each of them was definitely worth a lot of money. And the scene in front of him was not the entire casino. There were also some VIP rooms that ordinary guests could not enter. Su Guang had heard that it was common to lose or win millions in a day in a game there. This was Su Guang's third time here. He sat at the baccarat table with ease. Boss Chen sat down with him. I'll play a few rounds with you today. You're not afraid of losing money, right, old Su? Su Guang curled his lips. The most popular games in the casino were baccarat and blackjack. Su Guang either played baccarat or blackjack. He did not touch the others. There were wins and losses. After a few times, he did not enjoy the thrill of getting rich overnight or enduring the pain of losing money. He just wanted to satisfy his cravings. People of the previous generation were more or less addicted to gambling, whether in the city or in the countryside. The way to play baccarat was very simple. The dealer dealt the cards. Everyone had 3 cards in their hand. There were places where 2 or 5 cards were played. The flower cards and tens were counted as 0. Finally, whoever had the most penalty points in their hand added up to 9 would win. Su Guang's luck was especially good today. Half an hour into the game, he won 200,000 yuan. When he won 500,000, Old Chen scolded him in a low voice. Old Su, did you find a master to consecrate you? Why are you so lucky? There were 9 people at the small table, and each of them had their wins and losses. Su Guang had won the most so far. Old Su, let's change to Texas and have some fun? After losing more than 100,000 yuan, Boss Chen said, you're lucky today. It's more exciting to play that game. I'm done warming up. If you want to stay here, we can continue. According to the saying among gamblers, when one's luck is good, one must not get up and change seats. Otherwise, the feng shui will be gone. However, Su Guang thought for a moment. This was a small table, so it was indeed not a big deal. He nodded and stood up with Boss Chen. There were not as many people playing Texas Hold'em as baccarat, but it was a big deal. It looked more glamorous. They smoked cigars, drank champagne, and had beautiful female companions beside them. The table was not full. Su Guang and Boss Chen waited for the first round to end before sitting down. The dealer dealt the cards. Everyone had 2 face cards, and then the dealer dealt 3 face cards. Everyone at the table put in their chips one by one, either hating or discarding. In the first round, everyone chose to follow. The dealer flipped the 4th card. Tisk, bad luck. Boss Chen gave up his face card in anger. The fourth card was an ace. There were 2 aces in Su Guang's card, which meant that he had 3 of a kind. Su Guang calmly followed. When the 5th face card was dealt, he did some calculations. First of all, excluding the flush and straight, he had a high chance of winning with 3 of a kind. 100,000 yuan. Su Guang pushed out a pile of chips. Among the remaining 3 people, one of them gave up, and the other 2 followed. 100,000 yuan. Su Guang pushed out his chips again. Another person gave up. 200,000 yuan, open, Su Guang said. Su Guang's 3 aces won against his opponent's 3 nines. Boss, you don't look familiar. Did you just come here? The man who lost the money smiled faintly, as if a few 100,000 yuan was not worth mentioning at all. I used to play in other places, so I rarely come here. Su Guang bit on a cigar and said with an arrogant manner of, I'm a big boss. Of course, he couldn't say that he was a newcomer. Now that he was a big boss, he waved goodbye to the loser of the past. That dark history was also hidden in the deepest part of his heart. Acting cool was a necessary quality for a boss. It was the same for cigars. Su Guang didn't know how to smoke cigars at all, so he just held it in his mouth without lighting it. This thing was simply not for people to smoke. He once tried to smoke a whole cigar like smoking, but then he got drunk and vomited for a long time. Boss Chen flattered, Boss Su is Xianxia's uncle. Everyone at the table looked at Su Guang in a different way. They were surprised and a friendly smile appeared on their faces. Su Guang's posture with the cigar in his mouth was even more arrogant. When fortune came, it couldn't be stopped. Su Guang's luck today was like the water of the Yellow River, flowing endlessly. In 2 hours, the chips beside him were piled up like a mountain, at least 2 million yuan. In this round, Su Guang and the man were left to compete. Their cards were 2 8s, a 7, and the rest were jacks and aces. The 2 cards under Su Guang's hand were 8 and 7. He was a calabash for this round. The middle-aged man looked at Su Guang and smiled. I don't believe you can keep winning, all in. He pushed out all the chips in front of him. Su Guang frowned. Looking at the cards, he was almost certain to win, unless the opponent had a straight flush. The odds were like dog*T luck. At this time, Boss Chen whispered in his ear, his surname is Zhang, and he has several finance companies under his name. He's a rich man, so he knows about naked loans. Su Guang had an unresolvable resentment towards those who lent him money. Back then, he was almost drowned in the Huangpu River. He was already in a gunny sack when a fishing boat took him to a remote area. If it wasn't for his last pleading and finally agreeing to give him half a month to raise money, he would have been a skeleton under the Huangpu River. That year, his son had just learned to walk, his daughter was in elementary school, and Xianxia was in the first year of junior high school, which was about 10 years ago. Su Guang owed a lot of money, and that group of people was the worst to provoke. When he borrowed money, someone warned him that this group of people liked to drown people in the Huangpu River, and it wasn't a bluff. There was an example. They never hit people, nor did they threaten to push you off the rooftop. They liked to pack up the old people who owed money and throw them into the Huangpu River. When the person died, the debt would be cleared. The other party had a very deep background, and there was no other way. His sister could only sell her house to help him pay off the debt. After that, Su Guang ran away because he still had other loan sharks to pay off. Su Guang laughed coldly. He was trying to scare him. He was trying to put on a confident front to scare him. Rich people had this kind of confidence because a few $1,000,000 was really nothing to them. Hence, their imposing manner was very good at scaring the poor and short-sighted country bumpkins. In fact, it didn't matter if they lost. They enjoyed the pleasure of gambling at the gambling table. Su Guang thought to himself, I'm not the same person anymore. All in. He expressionlessly pushed out the chips in front of him. Both of them flipped over their hidden cards. The dealer took a look and said, straight flush, guess number 4 wins. He used a small stick to push the chips to Boss Zhang's side. Admit it, admit it. Boss Zhang looked at Su Guang with a contemptuous smile. Su Guang's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the other party's cards. dog*T luck really happened. Just like that, he lost all the money he won previously. He came from the gambling table and returned to the gambling table. Boss Zhang lit a cigarette and didn't even look at the chips in front of him. It was as if a few million was nothing to him. He chuckled and said, "Yo, Boss Su is out of money. Why don't you give up your seat and let the friend next to you play?" His arrogant tone made Su Guang very uncomfortable. His face was ashen as he exchanged for more chips and continued to play. When fortune came, one couldn't stop it. But when it left, one couldn't stop it either. Su Guang's fortune was like a woman's period. It was bleeding. In the next half an hour, he lost 5 million. Including the money he won previously, it was close to 7 million. Of course, Su Guang didn't have that much money. Although Xianxia was very good to his uncle, Dongfeng Technology had started to make a profit. It hadn't even been a month. Su Guang didn't even have 5 million when he sold his kidney. But it didn't matter. The casino had always been generous to customers with good reputation. Su Guang didn't have money now, but he would have a lot of money in the future. Because his nephew was Xianxia, he was the nominal leader of Dongfeng Technology.
Boss Su, I'm all in.
The man surnamed Zhang once again pushed out all his chips and looked at Su Guang with a smile. The look in his eyes was very annoying, and it was filled with arrogance and condescension. This time, Su Guang, who had a straight flush in his hand, didn't dare to call. His forehead was sweating. At the gambling table, everyone looked at Su Guang. Su Guang was silent. His straight flush was basically a sure win. However, in the past few rounds, his cards weren't small either. He had a gourd and a straight. Every time he felt that he had a sure win, the man surnamed Zhang would always be able to kill him. Su Guang's mentality collapsed. Even if he had a straight flush in his hand, he didn't dare to go all in again. Boss Chen muttered, "With this name card on the table, whoever wants a straight flush will win." Su Guang had a straight flush, but the words of his companion, Old Chen, struck him like a bolt of lightning. Thinking back, he had been poisoned by Old Chen several times. I had such good cards before, but I was suppressed by him every time? This was the first time I met this Zhang guy, but he seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally targeting me. A loner. Although Su Guang was pompous and unreliable, and he didn't accomplish anything in the first half of his life and only caused trouble for his family, he had been in the underworld for more than 10 years and had dealt with all kinds of people. This experience was real. He quickly came to the conclusion that he had been tricked. Was this the casino's trick? Did they think he was a fat sheep? Chapter 707. In the next second, Su Guang denied this idea. Everyone knew how casinos worked. 9 out of 10 gamblers would lose. If they really let you win so easily, how could they run their business? But why were there still so many people who liked to gamble and never got tired of it? Because casinos did have many examples of people getting rich overnight. Not everyone would lose. Casinos won because of the general trend. They wouldn't catch a fat sheep and kill it. To make an inappropriate analogy, all shareholders knew the dirty tricks of the stock market. Big fish ate small fish ate shrimps, and shrimps ate individual investors. Yes, individual investors were even worse than shrimps. But there were still people who were keen on trading because it was indeed very profitable. Big fish, small fish, and shrimps wouldn't catch an individual investor and kill it. Su Guang was an experienced driver who had been to Macau. He could tell the difference between casinos and individual investors. And his current situation was that he was being killed. If Su Guang was smarter, he would remember that Boss Chen had specially introduced him to Mr. Zhang. The fact that he had an irreconcilable feud with the lenders had long been known. The man surnamed Zhang stared at him and said in a slightly provocative tone, "Boss Su, are you hesitating over a small amount of money?" Su Guang decisively folded his cards and became a coward in a second. I'm scared. Boss Zhang is the god of gamblers. Amazing. The man surnamed Zhang was taken aback. He seemed to be at a loss and a little surprised. This person was still acting like he could take on 10 people at once, but in the blink of an eye, he admitted defeat. The switch between Zhen Bullet and Lu Meizi was so fast and perfect. This shrewdness wasn't simple. But it didn't matter. People who lost red eyes couldn't stop. He would definitely eat up Su Guang tonight. After the dealer pushed the chips in front of him, he motioned for the dealer to deal. Su Guang sighed. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm not lucky today. I'll play another day." As he spoke, he stuffed 1,000 chips into his female companion's chest. Then, under Boss Zhang's astonished gaze, he got up and left. The woman took out her chips, and her beautiful face was filled with disappointment. Girls who could be female companions were all high-quality beauties. Originally, according to Su Guang's luck, she could get at least 10,000 chips in the end. Of course, she would have to be injected afterwards. The bosses were not stupid. On the contrary, those who could become big bosses were all shrewd. Well, except for the coal boss. Old Chen caught up and asked, "Why aren't you playing anymore?" Su Guang chuckled and said, "Didn't you see that guy's luck is even better than mine? If we continue to play, we'll just be giving money away." Old Chen asked tentatively, "What about something else?" Su Guang shook his head and patted him on the shoulder. "Another day." "All right. Do you still want to play?" Elder Chen shook his head. "I lost a lot too." "Forget it. Let's go together." The two of them went downstairs and parted ways. As Su Guang drove into the traffic, he saw Old Chen standing beside the car and taking out his phone from the rearview mirror. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Su Guang fiercely said, "What a useless son! How dare he set a trap for me?" After losing all his savings and owing the casino more than 1 million, Su Guang thought for a moment and carefully dialed Qin Zai's number. "Ace, I have something to tell you." "If you have something to say, then say it." Qin Zai's tone was not very pleasant. His sister had moved back to Royal View Grand Park, but she didn't like to talk to him, let alone reward him with a kiss. Qin Zai felt like a husband who took his wife back from her mother's home after having an affair, and continued the Cold War. To put it bluntly, the knot in his heart had not been untied. His sister was such a possessive person. How could she accept the fact that her brother was raped by her best friend? "Get out of my way, you defiled man." His sister often scolded him like this these days. But just like those wives who finally chose to go home with their husbands, whether because of love or family, they still wanted to continue their life. Su Guang hesitated and said, "Ace, I have to apologize first. I went gambling again. And then I was cheated. Not only did I lose all my savings, but I also owe more than 1 million. Su Guang finished, waiting for Qin Zai's scolding. At the other end of the phone, Qin Zai muttered, "A wolf travels thousands of miles to eat meat, while a dog travels thousands of miles to eat shit." Ha! He didn't seem to be as angry as expected. Su Guang immediately said, "Ah Zai, you don't know this. Uncle was careless and got tricked by someone." He cursed as he recounted what had happened in the casino. "Fortunately, your uncle is experienced and knowledgeable. I managed to withdraw in time." Qin Zai was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He wanted to hang up, but after listening to him, "Wait a minute," Qin Zai's tone became serious. "How do you know that boss Chen?" "A friend introduced him." Su Guang said, "Send me his information, the more detailed the better." "And that Zhang guy, do you know him?" "I don't know him, but I know he's a lender." "A lender?" Qin Zai pondered and said, "Give me his full name." Sister Man seemed to be in this business in the past, and it was quite big. Although she gradually withdrew from this gray industry, her contacts and knowledge should still be there, so he asked her to help check. It didn't matter if it was a coincidence or someone was deliberately targeting him. There was nothing wrong with being careful. The gaming eye patch officially began to be promoted, and the development of other areas of VR equipment began. The future was bright. At this time, his uncle fell into a trap. "Ace, I really cheated this time." Afraid that Qin Zai would take away his position in the factory, his uncle emphasized again. "Just this once," Qin Zai said. 30% of your commission will be deducted. Anything else?" Yes, I still owe the casino more than 1 million. His uncle said. "Ask my sister, I don't have money now," Qin Zai said. "Then I'll give it a try," his uncle said and hung up. About a few minutes later, Qin Zai heard a roar from his sister's room. "Sue, if you dare to gamble again, I'll ask someone to break your legs. Choose between your legs or your money." Qin Zai nodded, satisfied. He found a punching bag for his sister to vent her anger. Suppressing one's anger was not good for one's health. While Su Guang and Qin Zai were on the phone, Boss Chen also dialed a number. When the person on the other end picked up, Boss Chen said apologetically, "Mr. Huang, Su Guang seems to have figured it out and didn't fall for it." "Got it." The other party's tone was calm. Boss Chen didn't dare to be careless and apologized again. "I'm sorry, I didn't complete the task you gave me."
It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. This gambler has some brains.
Huang Wei clicked his tongue.
Once bitten, twice shy. He's not stupid.
He had investigated Su Guang, and he was indeed a bad person.
He squandered his family's fortune and left home for years to avoid debt. If this kind of person didn't become a chicken and dog and ascend together, he wouldn't be able to make a comeback in this life. A leopard can change its spots, but a leopard can't change its spots. This kind of person is an obvious weakness for the opponent, so Huang Wei thinks it can be used. Contact him again in a few days. If he doesn't want to gamble anymore, this chess piece can be thrown away.
Don't be stubborn, Huang Wei said.
Got it, Boss Chen said.
Huang Wei, who was in Beijing, hung up the phone and thought for a long time.
He was optimistic about the future of Dongfeng technology.
The most important thing was that the core technology was very important. It was different from anything before.
There were also differences between the second generation of businessmen. It was nothing to rely on family connections to make money in a profitable industry. This was what most of the second